Microphone test. Everybody, give me a second. Bam. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking, y'all. It's time to get fugged up. So, real quick, hello, Bree. How you feeling?
Uh, I'm all right. I took a nap. I have a little bit of a headache. I've been looking at screens too long. Therefore, I have blue light blocking glasses on. Y'all gonna
Smart,
have to see
smart.
this ring light today because I can't look at it no more. So,
I actually read an article that said puberty during the pandemic,
mm-hmm.
puberty was getting triggered in young girls because of the ultraviolet light or some kind of the light, something with the light, LEDs and
Oh,
stuff. So young
wow.
girls were actually getting triggered. I guess though I don't know what it was doing. I
That's
didn't read. I
crazy.
skimmed it. I skimmed it. Forgive me. I said I read it, but I skimmed it.
Let
But
me
let me hit
skim
this
it too.
chat real quick. Lord
Let's
have
see.
mercy. It's like it's going to get turned up. Me and Bree, we keep it cool. You know, we keep it. We
Do
cool.
we?
I'm definitely here for it. Yeah, we cool. We don't get too amped up.
Oh yeah,
We don't get
no,
too
no, no. Not
amped.
amongst each other. We have good
Now we get
conversation.
controversial. You
For
know,
sure.
because
For sure.
women are trash.
And yo, I'm sorry. Cause she might actually
You're
be
mad.
watching, and I
You're
don't want her
mad
to
me.
ever think I'm actually talking about her. Cause we
Boy,
on
be some hot ass
YouTube.
liquor.
Shout out to the
What's up,
mom.
Princess K? Thank you. And Princess K is in the building. So you know we gotta pray. We gotta play her version of it real quick. Hanif and
Oh
Aila's in the
yes, let me get my
building.
coffee while you
Yeah, go
play
ahead
it.
and get your coffee. I'm gonna play Princess K's version of the intro real quick, man. Since she's in the building, man, we gotta hear that beautiful rendition because I love it so much. Give me a second, quick second, yo.
It's been a long one, and I need someone so high. Pull up and bring some, oh, with new brush on, and yeah, the candles moving, and yeah, the candles moving, and it's time for you to join the crowd. Here we go again, critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friends. Running love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. It's showtime. Come in and have a drink with the whole crew. Come on then, join the panel or draw from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit goods keep the whole chat lit. Ooh, oh, and soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Running love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here. You give us life, you give us love. That is why we want you dear to our heart. Come and join the show, 'cause we need you to grow. So pull up a chair and share with us all of the things you know. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning in love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll come back
I'm still gonna have to clip that out. I keep forgetting to do it. I've been
The
so I've been
face.
so lazy on the visuals. Yeah, the whole end part. I've been so lazy about doing the visuals, but I've been
Now
working
that
on my
song.
clips for the Twitch side. Now the song is banging. Princess
It
K killed
is.
that.
That's
Princess
y'all
K
song
killed
now.
that.
If I hear
Yeah, I
that
love it.
beat, I'd be like, that's y'all song now.
What were you watching when that song came on?
We were watching the cut on my stream, which is like a
And they
no, I
played
think we were
that
watching some
background music.
dating show, yeah.
Yep.
And they played it because it's a bop. But then adding the words to it like makes it even better.
Yeah, I really like the way it came out. So thank you again, Princess K. It means a lot that you took that on, and I really love the way it turned out. So thank you. It does also it adds a little bit of motivation because it's hard to have a song that sounds that wonderful and then just want to quit. You know what I'm saying? So everything I try to use every little bit of motivation I can to keep me from quitting.
Well,
If you
that's
cut
good
that
because we
out, I'm
gonna
never
talk
coming back.
about, you just
Yeah,
remind
yeah.
me. This is
I'm
a
gonna get
dragon.
drugged. I'm gonna get drugged. I'm gonna get drugged. Now listen, I'm gonna run through what we're gonna talk about, but I want to set the stage first, y'all. Listen, we are having a conversation. Some of the conversation might be sensitive. Some of the conversation are things that a lot of people aren't willing to say openly or publicly. That we're just me and Bree just don't really have a problem saying it. Some of it's shameful. Some of it might even be about me. Some of it
You
there's a lot of stuff we cover up when we have conversations. A lot of assumptions that we don't challenge. A lot of baked in
turn sex off just a
victimization and stuff, but we're going to challenge ideas. That's always what I wanted to do on this platform, is to be able to challenge uncomfortable ideas, no matter who it is, including myself. So one thing I've noticed from the YouTube side, y'all, is when people come up, they have not been listening and jump up cold. So when we decide to open up and drop the link, if you have not been listening and come up here and say, what are y'all talking about? I'm dropping you right back down. I love y'all, but I'm sorry. I can't
And
deal
you
with it.
getting cussed out by me.
You
I
might,
don't care.
Bree might cut you out, but I'm just gonna let you know. I'm gonna drop you back down. Listen for a few minutes before you jump up, so that you know it can join in the flow of the conversation. Because y'all, that disruptive, crazy stuff, y'all, I can't do it. I'm honored, Jasmine. Thank
Be
you, man.
gone, demon. You got that clip still.
I got that clip. Yeah, where my boy at? Where my boy at?
Be gone, demon. Be gone.
Yeah, boy.
We just
Thank
cleansed the space. There you go.
Thank you. Now, one of the reasons I like this background right here that I chose with the people. One of the reasons I chose that because a lot of things we say, it looks good on paper.
Oh,
But when it's in practice, when we put it into practice, it's a whole nother thing. Got all them wrinkles to iron out. So yeah, real quick, since I'm talking, say less. Yeah, that's what's up. So if y'all ready for the let me get ready to drop the link in a few minutes too. It's kind of maybe let me start that.
oh, I'm glad I took a nap.
Now listen, there's a lot of people that have a lot of strong opinions and beliefs. If you come up here and you have a baseless belief, I don't care whether it's Christianity, what your mama taught you, it will get challenged. And there will be no just standing on it in spite of all obstacles. If we have factual proof that your position is wrong and you stand on it, I'll probably drop you down too. Like I really don't want any silliness. Like if you can't have an honest and genuine conversation and move when you're like you should move, don't even bother. Don't even bother. So yeah,
that's real.
Just waste everybody's time. So yeah, we will. You love that clip? What's up? 2 chopsticks, man. Thank you. Nova. I don't have a belief that isn't baseless. Would that be a problem?
They're based.
What I mean by baseless, everybody, forgive me, everybody's perspective is based upon something. So in that, it's not baseless. What I'm saying by that is somebody might say something like, my boy AR, who I'm going to reference in this on a positive. I'm going ahead and give him the negative side. He said, twerking is destroying the black community. Like twerking isn't destroying the black community. Clearly, that's not what's doing it. So that's a baseless claim. That's what I mean. And if you would have an entire argument to say that twerking is destroying families, if you hang on that kind of thing, I'll move you down. Like you can't be a part of the conversation because it's unproductive. So that's what I mean by baseless. Listen on my way to work. Appreciate you, Canton, and that's what I mean. But like I said, AR, when we talk about communication, AR did this thing when he talked about communication versus comprehension. And I think a lot of people are realizing that no matter how many words we throw at a problem, it doesn't matter if people don't understand what you're talking about.
Right.
So comprehension is going to be a thing that we have to talk about. In other words, if you're delusional, keep it. Yes, if you're delusional, because we're all delusional in some way, come up on the panel. But when we expose the delusion, have enough humility to back down. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have enough humility to back down when we've exposed your delusion,
Yeah, that's what
I'm talking about.
Are we black or are we black? Because that ain't finna hit.
But that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. So let's hit the first point then. Let's start with the communication. Let's start with communication. Because we do a lot of talking. We do an excessive amount of talking. We have an excessive amount of panels. We have an excessive amount of pundits, all the way up to the the Jesse Lee Petersons on the conservative side, Reverend Al Sharpton on the high end. Then you got the, the lowly me's, the Rashawn Daves of the world. You got everybody from 1 follower to 1 million that has a lot of things to say. So when we communicate as much as we do, as hyper-verbal as we are, why haven't we seen any progress from it all? So much talking and nothing gets resolved. Why are we doing so much talking if it's not going anywhere? Most of these panels, we can't even have a conversation, a fluid conversation, because like I already pointed out, we'll come up not knowing what the conversation is. Like Hanifa pointed out the other day, people have a different intent for the conversation altogether. I think it was Quantum in the chat said some people, or it might have been Princess K, some people come up and they just want to be seen. We have all of these different things going on in our brains that are actually derailing conversation, derailing any understanding. Very few people are even seeking understanding.
Right.
Why do you think that is? And why do you think that is? What's your experience with that? Because you've dealt with that even on your panel.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, what I've dealt with it. So my panels or my shows are usually anime related topics. But because I'm on Twitch, like I do have just chatting sessions and people coming in. But like most of the time, most of my dealings with that is men, unfortunately, most of the time. And especially because I watch anime, a lot of men feel like, like, oh, this girl is so novel. And they feel like I feel like it's a lot of projecting. I think men tend to project a lot of things on me. I'm not gonna say in general, but I think I look younger than I am. Of course, because I'm just chatting it up, about anime and stuff. Like people are just like, oh, but make no mistake, I'm not some regular ass bitch out here. You're not gonna just talk to me crazy. I'm highly intelligent. I'm married. I have kids. I'm a whole ass 35, so I've lived some life. And I know what the fuck I'm talking about if we're talking about anime. So you really not gonna come up on my stuff and just tell me anything. You're not gonna talk to me like you crazy. And I feel like that's what happens a lot of time. And a lot of people just want attention. And so if you want attention, you can absolutely get red for filth, and then you can get banned and blocked. So that's just how I have to be, because as a female, as a streamer, people will come talking crazy to you, especially men. So get cussed out, get banned and blocked. That's it.
Yeah, that I will say what I've noticed from the men, there is a lot of projection. And by projection, just to say what we're saying, a lot of people have a belief, like a belief that they hold, and they'll assume that all the people around them or that they interact fall into that belief. So that's projection. You're projecting your beliefs or your values or your ideas, your biases, whatever it is, you're projecting it. I see this person, they must be this. They must be acting for this reason. So anybody who doesn't happen to know what projection is, that's kind of the way we're using that word. People do just want to talk. Talk is cheap if you have no actions to back it up. On top of that, a topic will get pushed down by gender war debates. And that's exactly the problem I'm noticing too. The gender war thing. Why nobody seems to be able to walk away from it? Is the money that good?
It can't
Is
be.
the money that good? Is it worth it? Like, is it worth tearing down the person you're supposed to build your life with, the people that you're supposed to build a community with?
I mean, I would just want it to be redirected. So, like, instead of people acting like, oh, we getting on YouTube and coming up with solutions, can you just say you out here crying because you hurt? Or maybe you're disappointed because life didn't give you what you felt like you deserved or what you thought you was going to get. And you're frustrated and you're overwhelmed. You're anxious. You're fearful. Like, can we just at least have the conversation from the place that a lot of these people are speaking from? Unless you have the results and you're like really trying to help people, then, like, why can't we just be honest about the perspective we're even coming from? So you can't even have a conversation if you don't even know what perspective somebody's coming from. Like, are you hurt, sir? Did somebody hurt you? Are you frustrated? Are you scared? Are you anxious? Like, can we at least like establish where we coming from so I can know how to handle this? Because I don't want to be insensitive to your feelings and your emotions, but you are insensitive to your feelings and emotion, and you come on the internet and you word vomit all over people, and it's just disgusting.
I did want to bring up because there's two things in these points. We also don't know how to disagree respectfully. We act like disagreement is an attack. But then there's also this point that Princess K made. The point is that people use discussions and project their trauma, which derails the discussion. So that brings me to something you shared in my Discord not too long ago. There was a guy on Courtney Michelle's, and I can't remember his name. I don't even really care to, but he's one of the passport bros, one of the I'm flying out folks. But this has a lot to do with the traumas that people have experienced. We have a lot of people in these communities that are coming up because the internet just opens it up. The wide world web, whatever, www. It's wide open. So anybody can come up. So I think now we've also talked in our Discord about neurodivergence. So there's a heavy degree of neurodivergent individuals that on the range of spectrums within that within the talk space. I also think there are people who have like personality disorders. Again, I'm not clinical. I'm just saying the probability that some of the people who are inclined to project their opinions and not solve anything probably fall in several different categories. Not everybody is a well-adjusted individual. I think we have some overlap, and we don't have a way to discern between the grifters, between the neurodivergent who have maybe fallen into a mental trap. It's something that was comforting to their particular sets of aptitudes and discomfort with direct connection. So the virtual world suited them. Then you have people with personality disorders who have a wider audience for their things like narcissism, borderline personality, a broader range of people that they can tap into and abuse and take advantage of. So I think we have a lot of things that our community is not equipped to even handle that this space has exposed. And we can't tell who's who. We're thinking I'm dealing with another adult who's suitable and capable of having a conversation. But as soon as I start talking to them, things start emerging. Why are you stuck on this? Why do you need so much attention? Why do you want to bash women so strongly? Why do you want to bash men so strongly? Why do you want to bash children so strongly? Why is it when you're called out for attacking someone's child, you aren't even willing to apologize? Like, there are lots of different things that come up in these conversations that are letting us know not everybody's mentally equipped, whether that's mental health, emotional health, chemicals, something. Like, there are people that
Intelligence, honey.
actually need to be taken
Some
off
of y'all just
the
really
panels.
are also
They
not
shouldn't be allowed to talk.
intelligent. Right. And some people just really not intelligent enough to be moderating and leading conversations with such traumatic themes and stuff coming up as well. Like, if you're gonna have people on your panel talking about their traumas and all that stuff, some of these people ain't intelligent enough to navigate that. And it's really causing more harm than good for some people.
Because I think Enya might have asked this in the Discord the other day. Do you think these conversations are more harm or more good? And it's hard for me to say. It's honestly hard for me to say because I do know that I think Hanifa talked about this. Hanifa talked about like there's a wound. There's a wound amongst Black people.
Right.
And that wound needs to be treated, like, and not allowed to fester. So there is a wound. So maybe we're airing out the wound. I can't say. But I do know in the long run, being able to have a disagreement, but knowing how to disagree. I think somebody spoke to that in chat earlier. I think it was my speaks. We need to know how to disagree without taking it personal. Otherwise, it's festering. It's not being aired out unless we can hear each other's disagreements and differences and take it respectfully. Still think about the person as a human being. And if we need to love them from a distance, but still have love in our hearts, it can't all be hate. It can't all be hate-filled.
Right. I mean, but a lot of us weren't modeled respectful disagreements growing up. A lot of parents rule with the iron fist. A lot of parents rule from this weird ass perspective. I was privileged to grow up with a mother who had a degree in child psychology. And so I was very lucky. She was a single mom, but she is amazing. And we've scored her, the course of life outcomes of her children. I have 2 brothers and it's myself. And I think we were raised in an environment of respect. And the more I talk to people, I don't think people have been raised in that. I mean, respect, like one-way street respect, like you have to respect your parents no matter what. But you know that I raised my children with the respectful parenting model. And even from raising my kid from a respectful parenting model, like there were some things I had to learn about respecting all of its ways, not just one way, not just respect to me, but how to respect a small person or a person who is unable to communicate in the same capacity that I'm able to communicate, respecting their feelings, emotions, just letting them be humans. Children are not canvases that you are to paint. They are seeds of some unknown variety that you are to nurture. And I think a lot of us didn't get that. So we don't actually know how to be respectful to people when they disagree with us, because a lot of us were not allowed to disagree with our parents and still be respected as a human being. So I think that's also why a lot of us don't know how to do it. Well, a lot of y'all, I'm saying.
Can we learn on the fly though? Like, I mean, because like if your parents learned it and you learned it and you're passing it on to your children,
Right.
can't we learn it in this space by interacting with each other? Like, can't it be like how can we get to that point where we're actually gathering from each other like useful tools
Y'all
and
niggas
skills and
gotta
knowledge?
read. Like, I can't, I don't know what I just like I know you got that clip. Like, we gonna have to
Yeah,
learn how to read some stuff. We gonna have to learn how to
Read, nigga, read.
yeah, that's how I be
I mean,
feeling.
it really is. You have to intake knowledge. If you don't have it, it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you don't even know what you don't have. Like, you just got to be willing to read and seek out information. Realize that you may not have it together. Realize that there's somebody out there who may have been so passionate about this, who spent so much of their time looking into this. And like, you can glean a lot from reading, finding something that speaks to you, figuring out what your intention is for your kids or with your parenting, and then finding a model that fits with the outcomes you would love to see from your children. And but I don't know, that you're gonna have to read. You can't just read it on TikTok. You can't watch it on TikTok or find it on Facebook or hear it secondhand from somebody, some lay person on YouTube. You're gonna have to read.
Okay, that actually brings up an important thing that we need to talk about. Is literacy part of the problem in our community? Like, because I know numeracy is a problem. Is that something else we don't talk about? Maybe there is a high proliferation. There's a high degree of people who are functionally illiterate operating in these spaces. I mean, because if you learn the colors on a button, like they did the pictures on the McDonald's, they couldn't have the words. They had to replace with pictures. What if literacy is one of the problems? Like,
I mean, I
because we
believe it
know in
is.
education, in childhood education, like all of our Black children are reading like grade levels below where they should be, according to, I mean, I don't have a gradation, a scale to judge them by, but the accepted metrics were
It's
behind.
known. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the schools in the areas where, Black people live,
No.
especially when you don't make over a certain income, are, I mean, just trash. I mean, so, I mean, I could believe it. I grew up a half of my life going to a magnet school.
Mhm.
Like, I had to take 2-hour bus rides across town to a nice area, and I went to a magnet school, and eventually I got tired of it, and then I went back to my home school, and I grew up in the hood, and it was terrible. Like, it was like the I believe it's true because I've been on both sides. I've gone to a school in a predominantly white area. And the stuff, what we were learning, and I came back to my home school and just looking at my peers, not necessarily maybe lack of trying, but I was just looking at comparing the peers, and yeah, it's definitely a problem. So I can understand that if you grew up poor or didn't have a certain amount of money, you just had to go to whatever school. Like, yes, a lot of us could have comprehension problems. Yeah.
Communication versus comprehension. I still remember when AR talked about that. It just tripped me out because I never thought about all the different, I'll say, populations or all the different segments of the Black community. Because a lot of times we'll say Black community, or like I've heard, and I'm accepting it from my aunt and Hanifa, Black collective, because it's really not a community. So if it's a Black collective, we're not a monolith. Like, no matter what Joe Biden says, we're not all one person that needs to vote one way. We're different individuals. We have different value sets. We have different lifestyles. We have different economic levels. We're different. So with that being said, we come into these spaces with the exact same differences. Also, how you, like we talked about, you were raised, respectful parenting versus the domineering parenting, the authoritarians. There were also abusive parents, not just the iron fist, but like a violent fist. So we have a lot of different populations, a lot of different people who grew up a lot of different ways, a lot of different cultures, all kinds of things. Why then do we think everybody has to be the exact same way?
I don't
You
know
know,
why y'all act like that.
oh, y'all,
Yeah,
y'all,
I already told you on your last one. I'm about this close to not being black no more. I don't know what
yeah,
it's called, but that's y'all. I don't know why y'all act like that. I can't. I got a whole channel called Kawaii Bree. I can't relate. I have no idea.
yeah.
I don't have the
How
answer.
it's getting bad. I'm noticing it. We need some kind of mechanism to combat it, though. But I don't know what you can do. Like, it's a virtual space that we don't police, and that's also another problem. We
Right.
don't own anything. Like, that's also another unspoken up problem. When we talk about what black people can do, will do, we're always talking about using white people's tools to do it. Hey, listen, white man, I'm about to build me a house. Can I borrow your hammer? Can I get your hammer? I need
You
some
gotta
nails
have
too. Can
money
you
to
give me
own
some
stuff,
nails?
Rashaun. Don't play with me, cause you
Oh,
know this the part you
we gonna get the
dog.
money.
Don't play with
We
me,
gonna get the money.
Rashaun.
We gonna go to the money now. We can go to money. You wanna
We
go to
don't
money
have
now?
to, but I'm just saying. You talking about we need to own stuff.
I
Okay,
mean, I
Rashaun.
know. I've
Okay,
accepted. I've accepted that I have a problem, and I admitted that I have a
I
problem.
got a
I've
problem
admitted
too.
that I
I need to
struggle.
watch my mouth.
Yeah, Burgundy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm about to be like
yeah.
Sienna Brown or something.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
because like
ready.
conservatives for a long time have argued, well, that's not black. Well, you're right. We're not black anymore. I don't want to
Right.
be black if that's what it has to. If all this stuff, neon green.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like an insult if another black person called me black. I might have to go to therapy for this.
Fuchsia.
I don't know.
Y'all don't even know what color y'all want to be. Pick a color. Come on,
She
pick a
said I'm
color.
pink. I'm about to
Princess K Pink.
be. I'm a crystal gem. That's what I'm calling myself.
Yeah,
Off
whatever.
black.
Off black. But back with the communication, I know a lot of
Right.
times also another thing we struggle with, and again, a lot of this, just understand going forward. Anytime I'm talking about people, understand that I know that I'm lumping in a group of people. I'm lumping in the neurodivergents who have infiltrated the space because it just appealed to them. You may want to look up how neurodivergence falls into the manosphere. There are a few.
Oh,
I'm sure there's a few articles. I'm sure there might be a book or so coming, and there's a couple of videos. So neurodivergent in the
and the
manosphere.
autism. Yeah, autism
It
spectrum.
it definitely speaks their language in a specific way.
Yeah.
Then there's also people like we've talked about who have been traumatized and hurt. Hanifa talked brilliantly about, and I mean, I saw it. The white man's ice is colder. So I saw a white man say it that hit something. Hanifa said it differently, and it hit me. It hit me again. But essentially, you can't say anything to anybody that you can't speak to your mother, and that goes back to something Hanifa talked about. A lot of these things
Ooh.
online, a lot of these things, people online, they're having conversations that they're unwilling to speak to their mother or their partner. And again, I credit Hanifa for that. That's not me. That was Hanifa. A lot of these people are throwing stuff out into the void because they're unable to face their mother, who Hanifa said their first
Mm,
bully.
mm.
They're unable to have that conversation with her. They're unable to have that conversation with their partner because they can't have that conversation with the mother. So we're going to have it with you. And I'm going to tell you how Bree wearing a pink wig is the downfall of the black community. Like that's what we're going to do. And that's where we're going to go. That's
Yeah,
where we're
y'all
going to
know
take
I'm ignorant.
every
Yeah,
single
I'm
time.
ignorant. Yeah, when he said with twerking was to destroy the black community, you can't be over on Twitch talking like that because Twitch people are ignorant, and we gonna run a joke.
Yeah, we ran with that one.
We
That was fun.
we ran with that. We took it to the Fox tried. We was A-Town stomping on the black community. We was just doing ridiculous. We the worst.
Yeah, but that's also where we need to do what is that? The 4 agreements, be impeccable
Yeah,
with your speech. We also need
yeah,
to be more precise with the things that we're saying. So if we're going to say
yeah.
something destroys the black community, it actually needs to be something that's destroying economics, destroying property, or breaking down somebody's life. That activity alone, like if we're going to speak and actually try to build anything, it needs to be with impeccable speech. So we need to, like you said, read the 4 agreements. We need to read something.
Jordan
Like
Peterson
start
says that
somewhere,
too.
yo.
Like in his first 12 rules for life, which I think that one was good. He said be specific with your words. So articulation would help a lot of us sometimes. But I do think there's a lack of ability to articulate as well. I mean, that takes you have to learn. You have to learn that. I mean, it's not something you may have off cuff, especially if you weren't given space to develop that, like growing up.
Well, to that point, then let me ask you this: do you believe that all these online spaces, especially for men, I'm gonna say because women are known to be more verbal in real life.
Right.
So now that we're in the virtual space, do you believe that this newfound articulation of men's feelings, even though they don't like that word feelings, but that's what it is?
Right.
This articulation of their feelings, do you think they can grow from where they are now?
Well,
like, mentally, not how you feel about it, like how you think about it.
You could grow if you let somebody tell you sound crazy, but this the thing, y'all want to come up here and just say what y'all want to say, and y'all don't want nobody to say nothing about it, and that's just not how it works. I mean, if you up here sounding stupid, I'm gonna tell you sound stupid. Now, you using the wrong words. I heard somebody try to talk about confirmation bias, and he was saying cognitive dissonance, but nobody can't tell you nothing. So you can articulate, but if you articulate wrong, then okay, you got to be able to listen to somebody tell you don't know what you're talking about. Shout out to the aggressive versus assertive conversation. I'm never gonna let that go.
Aggressivity. But listen, we can never have to let that go. Hey, listen, I know. Listen, my masculinity was stripped so long ago, or I gave it away. My masculinity, I talk about feelings and emotions quite a bit. I think I even cried on stream one time on Twitch. I wasn't on YouTube, but I don't care. It's just there was something that touched me, and I had a teardrop. It happened. It was thug tear. But no, seriously,
it was thugged. You thugged it out.
Masculinity, though, masculinity is something that we also don't understand. But I think all these things are connected. Like you talk about, we're inarticulate, or we're articulating the wrong words. We're having the wrong definitions.
Right.
But that goes back to the literacy.
Right.
And then the literacy goes back to maybe the neurodivergence or the mental emotional health or some other issue. Like, so I think all these things are just like as they're flowering out. You start with a broken child, and then that expands out into all different branches of maladaptivity. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I think that's what we're seeing. But I wanted to ask you about the aggressive, assertive. So y'all weren't privy to this conversation. This is a sidebar, but it's about communication. I said that men, when we express our emotionality, a lot of times it tends to want to be more aggressive. And Bree didn't like that word. She said it should be more assertive. The assertive might be the word I'm looking for. And what I'm saying is, a lot of times aggression, it wants to be animated. It wants to be loud. It wants to be demonstrative. So I said aggressive, like aggressive movements. Might be fast. It might be forceful. But she said violence. Why do we always go to violence? Why do we jump to violence? But I said, no, I didn't say violence. I said aggression. But the connotation for aggression is violence. So we have to also accept that the words we use have a different connotation with different people. That is a part of communication, that the words we use may mean something different. And that requires a level of humility too, that I had to accept that and possibly adapt my speech pattern to further communication, or at least be able to argue the point effectively to further explain what I meant. And it took a little while before I was able to get it out. But
yeah, that was like a 2-day discussion. Like,
yeah, that was funny.
In Discord, like, it was a good discussion though. I think it was good.
Yeah, I mean that helped because it really talked to the connotation thing stood out to me. A lot of times we're using words with context or subtext, and nobody explains it. It's assumed when I say a word that you're thinking what I'm thinking when I say it. Right. Like when I say submission, you know exactly
what I do. What I do, what my face do.
Exactly. So, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, if you say $80K for a baby,
yeah,
you assume that we should reasonably understand that that's a sound financial footing for a family of 4, as opposed to what you talking about. It should be just fine if you make $22K. So,
yeah,
but
you're trying to marry
that's what I'm saying.
Off.
We'll say certain things. Give me a second.
Yeah, y'all will.
You said we will what?
No, y'all just be saying stuff. But go ahead. I wanted to. You started to read the comment.
Articulation in a practical sense is an art, not a science, and some people are just shitty artists. Some people need to learn when they're better listeners and doers and not effective identification and distributors of information. That's another thing. We also don't understand that people have different roles. So I think we have a lot of people who are speaking who might be better doers. Like there are people
Right.
who are practical in their nature, but they're trying to be streamers and maybe they just don't have the personality for it, or they like there's always something. You can always tell there's
Right.
something missing.
Hmm.
Yeah, the face is so angry. There's a lot of angry people.
Yeah,
Or
they
there's
be looking
angry verbiage.
mad. Yeah.
Or there's angry verbiage. Assertive speech, speaking with conviction. When you're yelling aggressively, comes off as triggered and weak. Because a lot of people aren't actually saying what they're mad about. Yes, a lot of people are not, because what they're mad about typically stems from a fear. When there's a lot of anger behind it,
Right.
hidden behind anger is typically fear. And nobody's going to reveal to you what they're afraid of. That will
Or
require vulnerability
inadequacies.
or inadequacy.
Yeah.
So it's going to be insecurity. It's going to be fear. It's going to be ambiguity, like their fear of the unknown, something along that line.
That's
How
true.
that went up. Sorry, just catching up on the chat real quick. Yes. And the proxy war, I think when people are having these debates, they use the term straw man. You're fighting something. You're fighting a fake. You're fighting a fake point when the real point's somewhere else. So you're fighting somebody's fake intention when their real one is hidden. So a lot of
In
these
these spaces,
conversations
they often say moving the goalpost, but I think it's
moving the
similar
goalpost.
to a straw man argument, basically.
Because even if you do pin them down, they can't concede the point. That's how you'd also know it's not an honest conversation. Because if you do get somebody to a point like, man, I messed up, have the humility to back up off the point. So you answered that question. Boom. Let me see. So I'm just getting rid of some of these notes. Do you think also there's a layer of distractedness like to this space? I think a lot of people, when we talk about the intent of coming to the space and the intent of being in the space, for a lot of people, it's more distraction. It's more entertainment than it is utility. Do you think that has a part to play in some of the derailment of the communication?
I just think it's the intention of each person, like on panels. I think some people are just on here to talk to people. And I don't think I think a lot of people don't have real life friends, and I'm not saying it to like be like you don't have no friends,
Not
but
to be
like I do
shady,
think
yeah.
a lot of people don't open up and just have conversations with the people around them. I think a lot of people are so transactional and are so like not their true selves in the real world that they can't have these kind of conversations with the people they're around. So I think a lot of people come to this space to just like connect with people, honestly, because there's safety there. There's like a safety and an anonymity. Is that the word? The safety and the anonymous of being anonymous in these spaces. And so like you can't be vulnerable with your girl, but you sitting on a panel with like 10 niggas and you just out here telling them all your feelings. Like, okay.
Real quick, this is absolutely moving the goalposts. Yeah, critically sober. Appreciate you, man. Put your masculine frame in your masculine frame. But I am specifically wrapping up the entire group of people because we can't separate them. We can't identify visually when we see a person what their intent is. So
Yeah, a
I'm
lot of them
saying the
are
group of
both
people,
too. A lot of them have
yeah,
their own streams and go on other people's
and there's some
channels.
overlap.
And
There's
yeah, it's a
overlap.
lot of overlap.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
sometimes you're a viewer, sometimes you're a panelist, sometimes you're the streamer. And I know I've been all three. I am all three. I'm
Right.
a viewer and a panelist for Bree. I've been a viewer and a panelist for Hanifa. I have my own stream now. Bree is, so there's definitely overlap
Yeah.
in that community. But as far as like the intentionality that I was speaking of specifically, I'm in on every level as well because of that overlap, because people blend their roles. And I want to speak to that connectivity piece. The screen offers the illusion of safety. The screen filters out the real me. But I
Yep.
wanted to speak to maybe like the pros and cons, because that is, you have a broader expanse of connection that's available to you. But somehow we are more disconnected than we were when we were in person. Like even in the relationship space, like the dating apps didn't help people find relationships. So
I mean,
now that
some
you have a
people.
broader pool, I mean, of course, there's always going to be some. That's not what I'm saying. So it's not. It's always a some, not all. Right? It's
Okay.
always some, not all. So because it's always some, not all, the overwhelming majority of people are not finding what they're looking for in whatever space they go to, in
Right.
any facet. Where people are
Right.
not finding contentment. People are not finding meaning in their careers. Like overwhelmingly, people are dissatisfied with the things they found in life. So specifically with in regards to connection, just segmenting out connection and how we do it online, we're not actually connecting like in a real way. We're still disconnected. So even though we have more people, like a dating app, we have more people to access. We're still just swiping and not actually going out on dates. We're not actually building relationships. So what tools do you think are broken from whether neurodivergence or broken family home? What specific things in our minds or our emotions are broken so that we can't make these connections productive?
They dragging you in the comments talking about you started off as a troll.
I did.
You did. I just think people, I mean, it's a you thing, right? If you can't go nowhere and connect to anybody, it might be you. I think people don't know how to be authentic, honestly. Like, right? Like, I feel like, well, you seek to dominate and control everybody out of some anxiety you have under the surface at all times. I mean, you can't actually love people and connect with people if you only seek to dominate and control everything. So, I mean, I feel like it's a control freak kind of issue, or you can't. I mean, you can't connect to nobody, honey. It's you. It's you. I promise, it's you. If you can't find nobody nowhere, baby, it's you.
And that is it, Riley. I agree right there. How can you connect when we don't relate, even when they say we do? I think a few people have mentioned it in the chat. There's a false identity that people put on when they come on these, whether they're viewers, chatters, streamers, panelists. There's a false identity, so we'll match up based on that false identity. We'll come into a space because like we're all manosphere, but maybe like one of the manosphere guys is actually an opportunist. One of the manosphere is actually looking for love. One of the guys is actually secretly looking for love, but with a man. We come to spaces with a whole bunch of different intentions. Like, I mean, let's be honest.
It's true, but like also stop letting people put identities on you. Like, I feel like black people try to hold other black people hostage when they be like, "We're the black community." I'm not in y'all raggedy ass community. Fuck out of here. I feel like people only say that when they trying to hold you hostage to ideals and values.
Yeah,
because it ain't no community, no other time. There's no other community any other time. There's no community in your real life. You don't behave like you're part of community in your real life, whether it's because of individualism. Maybe it's not a negative reason. But like we don't function in that way outside of anything until we get in these conversations, and now all of a sudden we're a community. What you're not finna do is tell me about myself because I'm brown. So we need to let that go.
I do want to say, he articulated it better than me. We have a higher quantity, but we have a lesser quantity because we're not forming true intimacy during the development process. So I like that. I like the way you said that. That's what I would have said had I not been distracted. But Wally, I did want to ask you a question. At this point, I know you're making a joke because you made a little smirk, but at this point, men should give their feelings to women just to see what they will do with it. And I wanted to know what you meant by that.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. Like, do you mean like just be vulnerable and like see what your partner does with your vulnerability? Because that's great. Or like, I don't know what that means.
The community is not loyal to the community. It ain't no daggone community.
And I think we all know that. I think we function in that way. So that's the other thing. There's like a sense of lying when we get in these conversations, like this virtue aesthetic that I always talk about. Because we know this, like all black people know this. But then when we get in these spaces, it's like, well, all of a sudden we become all this stuff that we aren't. And it's so fucking annoying.
So real quick before we move on from communication, because that kind of doesn't overlap to real life. We'll say community when it's convenient, but we actually know that most people don't even try to. I've gone to church with people who were dodging people on the way out because they didn't want to give them a ride. They're part of the same church community that's built on love and giving, but I don't even want to give you a ride. I'm hiding from you when church is over. So if you can't build a community around a shared ethic of an immortal soul being saved, if that doesn't galvanize you, like what chance do random brown skinned people have that might be fuchsia or pink or crystal gem or burgundy? How then what is the galvanizing principle in this fictitious community?
Nothing. your feelings that you won't acknowledge, your shadow person, your shadow man be running the show. That's what it is. People just talk with their shadows. And that's also why I'm like, the church can have it.
Ain't no rides at the church. That's me and the Lord's private time.
That's me,
Quantum.
right.
You had all day with the Lord. And you got a prayer closet to go into if you want some private time with the Lord.
I know. My closet is my own car. And Nova said, yeah, I think the community share less in common than we definitely don't. That's not a thing. I don't desire community like that. I don't know.
But that's the thing, though. I think most humans desire some form of connection.
Yeah,
but I
connect
think
to
what
the
we've
people
fallen
around
into.
you.
But I think what we've fallen into is trying to find a one that doesn't require much of us. We want a community where we can feel attached and bonded and get all the benefits.
Yeah.
Much like we do relationships, but we don't want to have to give anything to reap any rewards. The same way with relationships, when we're doing, everybody wants, I want everything out of you. I want to spend 5 to 10 years with you. I want to have children with you. I don't want to marry you, but I want to have built a life where you're putting your risk.
But I want you to let me lead you too. You know what I'm saying? Let me lead you, baby girl, but I ain't gonna marry you. I'm not leading you to no altar though. So don't worry about that. We going somewhere else.
Right.
So follow me, please.
And the existing conflict is probably randomized community. Yeah. So there's a problem there. I think we have a problem where we do want community, but we want it for free. We want people around us that'll pour into us, do things for us, but we don't want to have any responsibility or accountability to anybody. Yeah. Okay, Quantum. The anime witchy community.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Some men just want to watch the world burn, Nova.
Yeah.
Heard that from Alfred, I think some
the
desire
anarchists,
conflict, some
of
desire
course.
sense of belonging, some desire an audience. So there are multiple intentions. We did talk about a little bit of intent. There are different intentions coming into the space, and we need to recognize that and quit assuming that everybody's there for our reason. At the very least, like we tell people about dating, ask the person outright. That way, if nothing else, they've had to lie to you. Ask them why they're here. Why are you here? What are your intentions?
Oh, when you dropping that link, by the way?
I can drop it now if you want.
Oh, I was just curious. Yeah. But now, yeah.
I forgot tied up.
I felt like you forgot, so I just wanted to.
I did.
Like that wasn't like a passive aggressive hint.
Nah, it's all good. Even if it was,
I
appreciate it. I mean, even if you did, it was help. It was a helpful hint. The impact was helpful, regardless of the intent.
Okay, look, we be working on our communication. Okay.
Some people come into little events to the audience and leave. Yes. Oh my God. That right there. I am so tired of people just coming up to unburden themselves and then they leave. They don't want to participate in the conversation. They just unburden themselves and leave. But when I'm talking about the communication before we exit off of communication, the last thing I was going to say, because we talked about people desiring community, we do it in real life. And we say that there is no community. The people who are most likely to hurt you are the people around you. So as soon as you're building a community, you're also building a group of people that can also harm you. So we have to look at the double-edged sword and nature of life. As soon as you wall yourself around a group of people, those are the people that are going to hurt you or exploit you or something else. So you have to build within yourself discernment and boundaries. So if you don't come into a space with discernment and boundaries, you're going to get taken advantage of or used or hurt. So
that's true.
We need to work on that. There's a whole bunch of people giving advice.
I think that's people in general. I think I don't think that's specific to gender. I think there's a lot of, especially in the black community, whatever, black people's. Yeah. I think it's a lot of that in general. Yeah.
Yep. Trauma. And that's another thing. I know. Let me go over to Twitch. Appreciate you. The other thing I'm going to say about this, because people do need therapeutic resources. But what I also want to say on the realistic end, because we say, I've said it a lot. People need therapy. They do need therapy, but we also have to stop acting as if therapy is easily accessible for everybody.
Yeah, you can
Whether
you can
it's
get books though. Some books can help with smaller things. Like
yes.
yeah, like I sometimes if you can't, like you can go seek out like I was saying my daughter's very neurotic and has, some level of anxiety. I think it's just in her nature. I think she just has a highly neurotic personality. But we're teaching her, she's reading, books and things about therapy and getting, workbooks to help her learn how to work through it. And I've gone to therapy myself, and it just really helps you realize patterns, gives you
Mhm.
words to feelings, phenomenon that you go through to help you recognize it to be able to stop it. So it's definitely something like for some stuff, yes, you probably need intense therapy. Like there's just some things that you just cannot work through yourself. But there's some lighter things like just maladaptive patterns, like, little behaviors we have that sometimes, just like a little book or something, just having knowledge about it can help a lot.
All right. I'm glad you said that because there was something in there that triggered a thought. Because
Mm-hmm.
like you said, a lot of times therapy are people that are helping you recognize patterns
Yeah.
or things where you have blind spots, maybe some
Mm-hmm.
hidden biases. This online space would be good for that. But when you started this conversation, you were saying that people won't listen. This could actually be all this conversation we have. If we were honest with each other,
Right.
we would be able to call out a lot of the same things that the therapist would be calling. But we're not even allowing ourselves the respect to have a difference of opinion and allow people to call us out, whether it's to our better self or just to a different mode of thinking. Like
Right.
we actually would do a lot of the work if we were just able to listen to each other when we're having all these many varied conversations. Most people would naturally shift their thinking if they were there and open and could take
Right.
in some feedback.
Yeah, your friends can notice patterns sometimes in you. And that could be like I was in a fit. I was in a little moment.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my best friends was like, girl, this is why. And I was like, oh my God, and just her being on the outside, being able to observe me and know my patterns was enough to help me, because I respect her opinion and I know myself as well. So I was just like, you know what? That was it. So sometimes if you have people that you are willing to open up to and who like truly know you, they can also help you with that too.
Now, Bree, I know you mentioned it. I
What?
know you mentioned it. So I'm gonna move this up. I had this at the bottom, but I'm gonna move it to the top.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna move it to the top.
I know they in there
So,
having a whole, what y'all talking about?
money.
Oh, money. Uh-oh.
Money. Let's
Uh-oh.
talk about this relationship with money that we have in the Black community because
Mm,
boy.
mm.
Now listen,
They
y'all.
be struggling.
Bree has been tearing me a new one. I
No, don't
mean,
do that
she
because you've
has
been
been
trying to put this
dragging me.
22K Joe off on somebody and he don't exist. Me and you been fighting about 22K Joe for 2 weeks now, and you really you over here trolling. You got to be trolling. You got to be
It's
trolling.
not a troll. It's not a troll.
You
Listen, it's
cannot
not
be
a troll.
serious about this man.
It's not a troll. I made last time you were on this panel, I made a very good argument for why I felt the way I do about 22K
Yeah, it was
Joe.
trash.
It
But go
was
ahead.
not.
Uh-huh.
Matter of fact, you said you didn't challenge it, but you had a problem with it. Let me see. These dumb long question. These spaces have the doors wide open. There's no barrier to entry, and the built-in anonymity conceals anyone who wants it. So, what makes these verifiably Black spaces, or what protects them from becoming divergent spaces? Honestly, there's absolutely nothing, and that's what I'm saying. We have to have discernment. We have to have discernment because there's no way to know. There's honestly no way to know. So we have to ask questions. We have to start actually checking some things. And I think
Emotional
in some spaces we need to see some people. I think we need to lay eyes on some people. Like if anybody you're trying to build with, I think you need to be able to at least FaceTime with. You have to be able to put eyes on somebody you're actually trying to build with.
In Japan, they believe that psychos have certain kind of eyes.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, because we talked about when people get caught for certain types of crime, there's a certain look. I mean, there's a look of certain type of people.
Yeah, they call them 3 spaces or something. Like if you can see the bottoms or the top. Instead of just the 2 sides, you can see the top, the bottom. So you can see 3 sides of the iris instead of just 2.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Like you can see the bottom under. Most people, you can just see one side or the other, like both sides. And some people, you can see the space underneath, or you can see the space above. They real strung out.
Yeah, I haven't paid that much attention. Maybe I should pay more attention.
Yeah, look at people's
But
eyes.
look at people's eyes. But I know in faces though, when the people get caught for them predator charges, there's
Yep.
always a look to them. There's
It's the
always a
look.
look to them. So I think there's some other looks that we just don't know that like,
Mm-hmm.
some things we need to see. But what I say about these spaces, because there are what I'm saying are there are spaces that Black people are prone to gather in, like overwhelmingly. Like they say Black churches. It's not that only Black people go to those churches. It just means predominantly. So
Right.
predominantly, like if you talk about like Lapeef Network or Kevin Samuels, there will be until somebody reaches a certain level of mainstream. When there's Black people there, it'll be predominantly Black until it goes mainstream and monetized, which when you'll start seeing a transition from predominantly Black to mixed, where you have like mixed churches, which are typically more well off. And then you have more wealthy churches, they'll typically be a paler audience. No. So when we say Black spaces, we're typically talking about the Chitlin circuit of YouTube or anything else. You know, there's a subsection where we gather and feel somewhat safe.
Why he over here grilling Quantum? What is truth up here grilling Quantum? All right.
You never got tired and just said, "Let me leave." Hey, sometimes you gotta let people leave. Self-preservation is
Let me
important.
leave.
Prone to gathering, but that's what it is. Listen, no Nozzle.
Gathering.
What is it?
I'll
I
be right
think
back.
All right. I think even let me just try to breathe for a quick second. Let me get Bree off of there real quick. Let me hold up. Boop. There we go. All right. So I think even I think there was a movie called iRobot. Even the robots gather. And I know that's a movie, but in real life, things kind of gather like through gravity, like matter scientifically, like coalesces. Water. If you put up oil in some water and then the oil will start to like clump up, like there is some kind of natural thing where elements want to gather together by like kind. So there's some kind of scientific principle behind that. So I'm not good to no one. Right? Like what these? Got to do with anything. Yeah, low key is that, but I'm not trying to get internet police. You ain't internet police, bro. All right, but we are about to talk about money because let me explain that 22K Joe. On AK on Fire, if you've seen Abraham in the chats, he has a channel called AK on Fire, and they just went live a little bit ago. So they had a discussion where they talked about Calvin. They talked about Calvin, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but Calvin was like the McDonald's guy, like the old commercial, like electrons bonding at different strengths. Yeah, fascinating point. Thank you.
Okay.
But Calvin was a 22K earner, and there was a specific woman. There was a specific woman that she had an option between 22K Calvin, who loved her, had a great connection with her. All of the feels were there, but he only made 22K. This woman has 3 children. Her other option was a man that had made 80K. I'm gonna say Marvin. Marvin made 80K. I Speaks was there for that conversation. I think Kanifa was there too. So y'all can give me the you can give me the names. If I don't know if this is based on the true story. So Marvin made 80K, but he didn't have the same connection with the woman. But again, she had 3 children already from a prior relationship. So Bree's idea was that because she already has 3 children to take care of, that this was that me and Bree argued about that. Because she had 3 children to take care of, she had to make the practical decision and go with the guy that made 80K. Appreciate you, Princess K. But I was making an argument for love because typically when we have these conversations, and if we're going to ground it in the reality, a lot of the women that have the 3 children are having issues finding somebody to be with. Now, this lady specifically had somebody for 80K, so she can make that choice. But on a thought experiment level, what is the utility of either money, my family will be taken care of, or love? Me and my children will be emotionally taken care of. So that was the simplified argument. Should a person choose for being taken care of financially or being taken care of emotionally and spiritually? So that was the basic of it. And I said that there's value in the 22K person. I said that love is a valid reason to be with the person. But Bree was like, no, you got 3 kids to look after. And I can understand that, especially from a mother. I would expect a mother to put their children, and we can have an argument about that too. Ooh, yeah. I want to ask this question. So go ahead and give your take on that 22K, because I'm still gonna fight and die on that 22K.
I mean, you can. I mean, because I just took it based off the situation that was given. I didn't project any personality traits on her. I didn't project anything. I just took it for what it was. They didn't give much detail about this woman. So, like, if I was a woman and I had a choice between that, like I said, do I believe in reality? Somebody would usually have that wide of a range available. Like, she's somehow around this man who makes 22K and this man who makes 80K. Like, do I think that's real? No. Like, I don't think that's realistic. I think you generally hang around people in your bracket for the most part, just because of work and like the way social behavior works. But yeah, if I had 3 kids and I didn't work and I had the option to make sure my kids are taken care of, then I would take that option. I mean, ain't gonna be a lot of love at 20. It's not that he could provide for them, just on a lower level. He literally cannot afford them.
Okay, so you said you were taking the scenario at face value, but you said there's not going to be a lot of love. Like the whole premise was that there was 22K.
But they said they don't have a deep connection like with the other guy. But he's nice. He's just a cornball, right? He's a cornball.
80K.
Yeah,
like 80K. Let's say there's no connection. Let's say 80K, but there's no real connection.
She's in survival mode. So for me, woman,
you just projected.
Because in America, you got 3 kids and you don't work.
She might be on.
You have 3 kids and you don't work.
She might be working. I didn't hear.
No, they said she don't work. They said she don't.
She doesn't work. So she has no income.
She has no income.
So no welfare. No.
I mean, maybe, but she's still in survival mode. Like.
Okay. I'm gonna argue that then, because see, there's an assumption baked in. Like I said, we're going to challenge stuff. So there's an assumption baked in that she's in survival mode. I know a lot of people in welfare that are not on survival mode. Like there's not a stress or an urgency to the way that they live to do better. Some people are quite settled in that state.
Well, I'm just going based off money and how much you need to raise a kid in America. So if I was a mom and I had 3 kids and I wasn't working and I'm staying in the hood because I'm on welfare, maybe she could be in a nicer neighborhood on welfare in the house. We don't know. But once again, like, I'm gonna pick security for my kids, because once you have kids, you have a responsibility to them to a degree. If he's not abusive, like they didn't say he was abusing her or anything like that, then I would say sometimes practicality comes in as a mom with 3 children. You have to put your big girl panties on sometimes, and the butterflies in your stomach don't matter as much as practicality. It starts to weigh more on the practicality side sometimes. So that's just how I feel about it. I don't give a fuck about butterflies in my stomach. I got 3 kids. Like, girl, them drive-by shootings gonna be real cute. Okay, the sex is great. We hugged up on the couch, but we got to duck every once in a while because of the drive-bys. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be real romantic. That's cute. That's an aesthetic, I think.
I understand what you're saying, but people live in those places.
I know people live that way.
Love in those places. People have families in those places.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if somebody finds themselves in those places, to say
you
that
find yourself in those places, you don't choose to be in those places.
But she's already there.
Okay, but she can leave though. Now she can leave.
But listen to what you're saying though. I mean, like let's break it down to the very bare bones. What you're saying is she should then, instead of choosing somebody for love, she should choose a person for money. So then she's being bought, which is then a form of prostitution.
It's either selling puss, getting on OnlyFans. You got them kids to feed. Once again, you can feel that way about it, but you got 3 kids. You have to be a little pragmatic, ma'am. I don't care how he make you feel inside. If you have the choice to get your kids out, I think most rational women would take that choice. Now, we don't know much about her. It was a terrible scenario to give, but you will never hear me out of my mouth say I'm gonna pick 22K Joe. Fuck out of here. Never. Nope. Wouldn't even pick him if I had unless I'm 19 and we both 20 something. We don't know how old is 22K Joe. Is he 35? Because absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He was older. At least in the way we were doing it, we were making him older.
If he over 30, get fuck out of here. Nope. Bye. Go away. Go make macaroni jewelry with your friends. We're not doing this.
So then,
I'm
question. Let me
sorry.
flip it. So then, why do in this sense she has no money, right? Now there's an
Yeah.
80K guy and a 20K guy banging down her door. Should guys then take on this same mentality?
What as far as
Like, because then if it's about money, well then she shouldn't be with either of them because 22K
I
makes
mean,
more than zero.
we talked about that in the scenario. I said she's a terrible pick. I don't know why 80K guy want her either. I already said that, but I'm just going based off the scenario that was given. She's the one with the choice. For some reason, she got these two guys available who want her ass. So who does she pick? That was the scenario. It's not about do I think she a good person. She
Yeah,
kicking it
I'm
with
not asking that.
Jesus. So I'm not saying she's a great person. I also don't
Yeah.
believe that's realistic because most of the time you're going to be around people around your pay grade. So
Right.
this lady who's probably on welfare with 3 kids, like where she running across, you know what I'm saying? Like, so no, I'm not saying none of that. I'm not.
So now I'm stepping out of that. I'm stepping out of her. I'm stepping out of her and going into the thought, like out of the thought experiment entirely.
Okay.
And generalizing the
We
conversation.
out of
But it's still going to be in these manosphere type conversations about relationships.
okay.
So with that mindset, with that model of choosing money over love, should then people choose, like should men choose money over love and not accept a woman that makes less than them?
That was a large ass leap. Okay, let's walk it back.
That's just flipping it.
To the principle. No, you're taking what I said and making a principle out of it to apply to another situation. And the principle wasn't choose love over money. The principle was depending on how much you have to lose and what's at stake, which for her was 3 kids. She needed to be practical. It wasn't about choosing money over love. You don't think you can lose your kids once that man comes in the house? Is she still gonna be able to get her welfare once he's in the house with his 22K?
We don't know. I don't know. Do you know what the thresholds are? Do you know what the thresholds are for welfare?
They usually ain't much.
So if we don't know,
he's not supposed to be on there.
If we don't know, Miss, I'm not going to project my values.
I'm just saying though. But you're trying to take the principle. I think you misunderstand the principle I'm pushing. I'm not pushing love over money.
Okay. You're pushing protection of the family. You're pushing protection of your children.
I'm picking. You choose the best option out of the ones you have.
But based on what? There's a value to choose. You have to have a value.
Depends on what the options are. You pick the best.
Okay, we know the. Okay, now Bree, hold on. Now we have an established concept here.
Right.
So what's the value set? You said it wasn't love over money or money over love. So what was it that was being chosen over love? You said it was the protection of the children.
Yeah, because like I said, if this woman doesn't have kids, I feel like people who don't have kids that they're responsible for, especially like, okay, maybe 1 kid, you have more wiggle room for stuff like that. I think people who are young, like in their 20s, y'all both broke, go for it. Like yes, I think there are some people who can take that risk, take that chance, like be with somebody who's making 22K. Like I'm not saying that a man who makes 22K is not a good partner for somebody. But when you have 3 kids that you're responsible for, you need to make more practical decisions. And that's some of the problems with women who are mothers. They're still making choices based off completely how they feel and how somebody make them tingle inside. And sometimes you got to get over that once you decide you're going to have kids. So that's why in this particular situation, I would say if that was my friend, girl, you don't really have room to be out here chasing butterflies. You're broke and you got 3 kids.
So here's what I'm saying then. And let me reiterate this. Money just stood for what you're saying. The ability to be able to protect your family. Right?
Right.
So a lot of these times the guys in these spaces are arguing from a point of fear of protection of their potential family. They'll say, I'll have a family and the woman will have the ability to take my children. They'll be able to collect alimony. They'll be able to collect child support. So I'm flipping the principle to address the concerns of the men. Should men then choose that same protection over the families? They haven't even built the families, but the concern is still the same.
Family yet.
They haven't had the kid, but they're thinking about the pragmatic nature of being able to lose their children to family court, being
Right.
able to have to finance their lives when they're separated from their children and their families. So since that's a
Right.
concern, and somebody just came up on my panel when you were there and was asking you about this very same thing, these very same fears. So should men then choose that same set over love? Should they choose based on what that person was asking you instead of love? Because that's
I
their fear
think
too.
I think it depends on like if he's traditional, but I do say that I think too many men have kids and partner up too soon when they don't have enough money to protect themselves, some of their assets, and I think it's a shitty deal for the man as well, which is also what I said. Like, why would he take that on? Like, he's basically screwing himself even more by picking her. So I think on both sides, it's not just about what the woman's losing. Like, I think a lot of men underestimate like how much pressure kids and like taking care of a family can put on you, and you don't have as much room to maneuver once you take on that responsibility. And so I think a lot of men need to stop like y'all like just because you like I agree with that too, because you need to be able to legally protect yourself or whatever. Like some of these kids, some of these dudes who talking about, your kids aren't even legitimized. You've had them outside of marriage and you don't even have them legitimized. You don't even have enough money to get a retainer fee for a lawyer if she tries to take your kids away to defend your rights you have. So, like, you're playing yourself too if you want to just have kids all willy-nilly and you broke. Because now you also don't have some options to protect yourself if you need to. So I say that too. I don't know. I mean, when we were watching the one with the lady who had 8 kids, I'm like, I would never tell any man in his right mind to be with her. She's a terrible pig. Like, so yeah, these men too, it's not just a one-way street. It's not just about the with the woman, but like you playing yourself too. If you want to go be broke and take on a woman with a whole bunch of kids, by all means, go ahead. But like,
You would advise it.
I'm just saying, it's the United States. Like,
It's
we
a
can
free
keep
country.
playing like this not a capitalist country. We can keep playing that. But all right, we can keep playing
We
the game.
talked. We talked a little bit about this when we talked about communication, the ability to make connections. Why do you think though? Like, I mean, we're talking a little bit about choosing practicality over connection. Why do you think then that we're having such struggle in relationships to find connections? Like, why? What do you think are some of the mechanisms? Are they the same things that are barriers to communication when we talked about the communication piece and people coming into the online spaces? Are they the exact same barriers in relationships between men and women?
Maybe. I mean, I think people have this issue of saying like what they want because that you get shamed to some degree. But like sometimes you just like I think you have to build an environment as well for connection. Like in marriage, for instance, like you have to create a space for like desire. Like it's not just gonna always be there. Like if you're married and you're with someone every day, especially after pandemic, like you have to create spaces for things in relationships. And I think people just aren't aware of like what spaces they need to feel secure, safe, desired. And so they're not able to do that. For me, okay, guys, I need you to have a little bit of money because there are certain things I need to feel secure and desired because I got all these kids in this house, right? And I'm okay with saying it, and I don't care. Like I know what I need. Everybody not like me. Like I said, one of my sisters-in-law, she a bush woman. Like she want to be in the woods. She want a garden. She want to have her garden over. Like that's how she is. She don't need what I need, but she know what she need though. And I think it's fine. I think people who I don't know. I think it's okay. People just can't say what they want. And then they get in relationships that are like virtue signaling relationships. And then they're not happy. Like, girl, I'm not built for struggle. Like, I just don't like that shit. Like, some people can do it. That's not cute to me. And that's fine. Like, there's women out there who like that. Like, we a team. It makes them feel closer to you. That's great. Everybody don't have to be the same. That's okay.
You stepped on some. I read questions out of order just then because it wasn't about relationships, but you said something that took me back to where I was supposed to be. Money. We were talking about money. So you kind of like I said, you drug me. You said we wasn't gonna do that, but I'm saying you drug me about myself though, about me. You drug me about me, about my like you talk about that virtue signaling and not being able to say what you want. That's one that I'm gonna take that hit. Not being able to say what you want, like ask for your value. I'll say it that way. Not being able to ask for your value. That was one that I'm gonna take the hit on that one. And the second one was not creating a space that permits, like the system, being able to systematize to capitalize on your value. So that's something that also we struggle with in the Black community. And you also pointed out that we're unable to ask for what we want. A lot of us have that virtue signal that we're not after money. We want to build community. But if you want to build community, like you said, practically, like to build, if you want to have a safe family, if you want to have a secure family, if you want to have a safe and secure community, you're going to have money. So tell me off again and tell the people,
Nobody
why
hit
do
the
you
link,
feel that we're
Rashaun.
struggling?
That's
I
got to
know
be a
nobody hit the link.
first. Nobody hit the
Nobody
link.
hit
That
the
was a
link.
first.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's probably because you scared everybody in the beginning. Somebody some delete on the panel. You scared everybody. Why? Okay, so we were talking about in content creation space, I think specifically, but I do think people do this in relationships. Because
overlap.
I don't think you can assign a monetary value to a person or like intangible things like relationship, like love is, you can't put a value on that, right? You can't put a value on certain things. But as content creators, yeah, you have to be able to say, like, this is what I bring to the table, this is the value, and you have to create the space because people aren't just gonna like give you your due always. You know what I mean? Like it's just a weird thing that people do. Like they don't just, I don't know. Like you have to set an intention, but you would think, oh, people see me up here working hard, they're gonna just like give me my due. But no, that's just not how it works. Especially if you're giving it free. And so yeah, I think some people overvalue themselves. That's definitely a real thing too. But yeah, you have to make space for people to know what you want. You have to your intentions and then build up from there, so people kind of get an idea when they come into space. They know what the intention is, I think, and I think a lot of people have a hard time with it.
Do you think? Because I heard this on a radio show when I was coming in, they were talking about relationships. Hanifa touched on it when she talked about patriarchy and control from Black men asking for leadership. And with this finance piece, do you think a lot of this comes from our participation in the church? Like, is that kind of church kind of breeds a lot of these thought processes?
Oh yeah, Christians love to virtue signal. That's all they do. Yeah, I mean, I think there's this correlation with money is evil, and so me obtaining money makes me evil. I think there's like this connection.
Yeah.
I think there are like dishonorable ways to obtain money, right? Which are like, you shouldn't do those. You shouldn't compromise your morals to just for the sake of money. But I think getting money, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're doing it, you're being productive, and then I think that's fine. But I think a lot of people have like an uncomfortable relationship with, like, as the money goes up, what is the status of my soul kind of wrestle thing,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I
yeah,
think
and even the struggle for it, I think is a problem. There was this thing I shared in Discord from Abraham Hicks: continuing to tell stories of shortage only continues to contradict your desire for abundance, and you cannot have it both ways. You cannot focus upon unwanted and receive wanted. So I think that's that not being able to tell what we really want thing, because we all do want the options that money provides. So when we say, I want choice, I want freedom, I don't want to have to work so much, what we're actually saying is, in this society, is I want money, because money is what provides all those things that we're saying we want. I want peace of mind for my family. I want safety and security. Well, what you're saying is, I want money, without saying it. Because if you say I want money, it feels greedy. It feels wrong. And I'll say, this is the struggle you have with me, because I'm like, I'm fighting back. You were like, everything you say you want requires money. So why are you so having a problem every time I say you want money? I'm going to read Mezzo's comment. Let me see. I watched the Indian dating show on Netflix, and it was never a question that finances and character and compatibility were put first. And literally, they say over and over and over that love will come. The matchmaker also says often when the people come with their list that they will get only 60-70% of what they want out of another person. I disagree so much. Yeah, amen to that. I refuse to be in a struggle because someone is associated evil on an inanimate object. Without money, you have no options in society. Yeah. So that's what we have to. We have to get to that understanding.
And as a woman, I can relate. I can connect to the protection that money provides me. Like a lot of men come in here and say men offer protection, and it's like these old, like pioneer United States, like ideals of what protection was, and they were, but they applied more to the state of the world at the time. But there's still protections that we need in modern society. But I think we don't want to acknowledge money gives you access to a lot of those as well. So even when you're saying you want to protect, it's like, oh, well, you can protect me really well if you can put me up in a gated community and have our kids in a very good school system and have our tax dollars spent for a good police force in a low crime area. And, all of these things, like that's a form of protection that money does provide.
Mm-hmm.
That you can be directly responsible for. And then your lady will feel like, oh, he is protecting me. So I think that's a form of protection that's like glossed over for these other like more archaic versions of protection.
Yeah. Now, I think you're right. I'm coming around. I do understand the money principle. Like you've talked me enough out of my virtue, that feeling of morality, to understand that the necessity of money kind of trumps how we feel about it. If we're going to be in this society, if you're going to be in the United States of America, we almost have to learn to get over our feelings of both either chasing money or how we utilize money to actually get to the outcomes that we want, because all of the outcomes we want in this country are going to require money because it's a capitalist society. So we're going to have capital to capitalize. So I'm with you.
Have capital. I mean, and it's just like this thing, or a lot of people don't have it. You know how people like to come on here. Well, most people aren't going to make that kind of money. Okay, well, that's moot point. Great.
So what does that mean though? Let me say, it doesn't mean you can't build with someone. It just means it depends on the two someone. That's facts.
But I think a lot of times too, like the building idea, like I think a lot of people are like partnering up based on potential. That's, we talk about potentiality, and like I feel like sometimes people say there's potential, but it's like, I mean, this is the realm of potential. Can we be a little bit more specific about what potential looks like, and how do you know if you're investing in good potential or potential that's too high up in the heavens to ever make it down to the earth? Like, I think that's also something we have to be more careful about, because I think a lot of people are partnering up with people on potential that person may never realize. It's too high up in the heavens potential for you to be really banking on it. And a lot of women will do that. They'll be like, he has potential, and then they'll get with him and then instantly start pressuring him to realize said potential unfairly a lot of times. So I think people have to be a little bit careful about that, building with people.
Yeah. Personally, I didn't understand the difference until I had money. Mezzo said at 25, she was willing to build. She decided to build, but at 33, she's willing to build again, just not from the same level. She's got to start a little further ahead, which, I mean, practically speaking, that makes sense. So I do understand the necessity of money. Like I said, I'm coming around, but I still have to believe, like I said last time, if we're actually speaking realistically, we have to accept that a lot of people will never realize their potential. So for those people, whether it's the woman with the 3 kids or the guy that's making $22K, they're probably not going to advance far beyond that. So there's nothing much for them except for love. I mean, they can keep being independent and struggling.
Right.
But for most people, if they're honest with themselves, just do not have the drive or the knowledge. And it's a belief in some kind of hope. It's a hope that they'll actually slip out of that. Most people, by the numbers, stay close to where they are. So I think a lot of people don't have
do the status quo thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of people have convinced themselves that they don't need a lot of things not a survival thing. Like, you just don't have access to it. You kind of just get used to not wanting it, desiring it, needing it, looking for it. And so I think a lot of people just tend to stay in that space. Oh, you muted. But I think you can. You can come out of that. A poverty mindset will keep somebody in poverty. Yeah. I think even if you get access to money, if you still have a poverty mindset, then you can still not see the benefits of it. So it's not as simple as being in front of the money or suddenly getting access to the money either. So it's you got to work on that mindset too, because the higher you go, the more problems comes. Like when you go into a new tax bracket, there are gonna be other problems that come with that tax bracket. It's just gonna new problems. So you have to be able to learn and keep evolving as you go up, because let me tell you, yeah, them taxes will start whooping your ass. Okay. So yeah.
Real quick before we keep going, man, just want to shout out to Simon, man. How you feeling today, Simon?
Hey, Simon.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, peace. Peace.
Yeah, give us a quick 60 seconds opening statement, real quick.
That's a hard one because you cover quite a lot all the time. So it's like there's a lot, like in terms of relationships and money. Like what you covered, both of you was I don't know, like, because like it's difficult being like having experienced a whole sort of marriage. So I don't know if you're talking about marriage or if you're talking about just relationships, because when people are just sort of rocking with each other, that's one thing. And when people are married, that's another. Um, so like money doesn't really come into play in the same sense that it does with like hooking up, that it does with a marriage, because it's foreseen with a marriage. You have conversations. So, you know, typically people will banter about money in a relationship. They'll banter about it. They'll go back and forth. It'll be like, oh, this is this. No one's checking their own bank accounts. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not that deep. It can't be that deep because no one wants to get involved in that sort of way. So you're just playing, really, like it's a game. It's like we're just still in play school. But when you get married, you're entwined. So therefore, you have to turn around and be transparent about your income, outcome, what's going on. In particular, especially if you have children, because it's going to matter, because things come into play like that you're just not aware of as a person who is in a single relationship. And I think that's the thing that people miss, is like when your child goes to primary school, for example, let's say Rshaun has a little Rshaun, you have to start tapping into apps, paying for their after school clubs, paying for their lunch. That is all entwined in your own. So what are you going to do? Are you going to say, oh, this is my bank account, you can't tap into this? That's not going to happen. So what happens is you have to really be so mature enough to actually, lean that out so that it doesn't affect your child if you're a parent. But if you're in a relationship, that's kind of different. You're just sort of like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bar, I'm gonna have a bit of fun. You get what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. You get what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, man. Appreciate that night. That is a different perspective. It is different between a marriage or if you're courting or dating or whatever you're saying. But like you're talking about, we don't come in savvy. We don't come in, and I'll give AR credit for this too. He talked about checking paperwork, I think on the first date. I think it needs to be pretty much established pretty early in the process to not waste people's time, what people's financial status is. Like if that's going to be something that you're basing a decision on, like socioeconomic compatibility, that's something that you need to talk about beforehand. Where's your credit score at? All that kind of stuff. So we do need to, and not just finances. There's a lot of paperwork we need to discuss and details we need to, that we're just not doing. in the relationship space, we're just not doing a lot of actually thinking on the practical side. You're right that we overlean towards feelings, whether at sex or emotion. We lean too far in that, Brie. I'll give you credit for that. But we do need to be
Right.
more practical.
But I think it's intentional because it's an intangible that can't be measured and judged. You know, if you lean into
I don't
something,
think so.
if you lean into
Go ahead,
something that
yeah.
can't be
I'm gonna stop.
quantified, like love can't be quantified, right? Personality can't be quantified. It's easier to lean into things that can't be observed by outside parties and judged. So I think people just tend to do it out of comfort. It's just nicer to be able to say I'm, like I'm a good person. Like, okay, or not that it's not true, but I just think spending so much energy on stuff that's intangible and immeasurable that you have to experience. I think that's also dangerous, and I think some of that is like a compensation, or it's just an easier place to be instead of looking at results. And I think you need a balance of both. You have to be you got to look at both.
Can I speak on that for a second?
Yeah, go and push back.
Right. It's not really a pushback. I'm just saying, like, when you're a bit younger,
Push.
Hey, it's a bit different. I'm just saying, it's just a bit different. When you're a bit younger and you have not experienced a full-blown relationship, meaning that might be partnership or a marriage, really, you're looking at it from a Disney sort of perspective, through a glass wall. Like, you don't know what you're doing, like, really. And like the issue I have a lot of the time is when people talk about this sort of stuff when they don't know what they're talking about, because they haven't been in that situation. And I'm not talking from an egotistical perspective. I'm just saying, if you have not been in a relationship that has lasted more than 5 years, you need to reflect yourself.
Was that the end of that statement?
I was gonna say, I think
It
when you're young, you do have a lot of like space to play around, experiment. You have to figure out what you like. I don't think people should also get married before 25, like for that reason. Definitely not before 25. Like, you need space to figure out what you like and what you need. So yeah, you can't really speak about what you want. But also, like, I think parents can help instill that as well. I mean, if they don't have a trash ass relationship with their kids,
No, I
some of the
think you can speak about what you want, but you can't speak on.
Real quick, Simon, if you wouldn't mind, let people finish the thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think parents can instill some of the more pragmatic principles that the blind spots you have when you're younger. Because like, I just feel like, yeah, a lot of that you're talking about people who are young, like they're inexperienced. I mean,
No, I'm
it's
not
kind of
talking
a
about.
given.
I'm not talking about people who are young. You could be like 40, 50. It doesn't matter how old you are. What matters is that you understand, really.
And how do
And
you
that
know someone understands?
you don't. That's the fact. The fact is people are who they are. Like, I've I spoke to Rshaun for a bit, right? And I've been on these streets for a bit, right? And I've gone back and forth with a lot of people. What I found is there are a lot of people that try to claim stuff, and this is not a negative thing. It's a positive thing. And why I've come back to Rshaun is because it is actually a positive thing. What we do need to acknowledge is just people are people. So whoever you are, you are. So however you're raising your children, you're raising your children. However, what you're doing is what you're doing. But you need to be honest in the fact of how you're sort of proclaiming what you're saying. So, and what we're putting out here in terms of, our experiences is our experiences. So just make that clear. Because we're not all perfect, and we can't be, so sometimes what happens is we try to divest and go, okay, like, I'm still trying to figure out my shit out, so I'm going to put across to the world that I'm perfect. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, And at the end of the day, that's not a bad thing. But it's actually a good thing, because what you're telling other people who are watching, who actually tune into these platforms, they're learning from you. But it's the same in reverse. So it's like, you know, from what I understood from your conversation, you have children. Am I right or wrong?
For me,
Yes.
yes, I have 3 kids.
Yeah. And you look kind of good. So it's like, you're not the average. Do you get what I'm saying? You're probably a 6 or a 7. So at the end of
All
the
right,
day,
hey Simon,
so,
like,
No, let him
like,
let him finish.
nah, I'm not even cool with that. Like, make your point.
I was like, I'm married. I have 3 kids. My husband makes 6 figures. So carry on with what you're gonna say.
yeah. That was exactly the point I was gonna make. Like,
So what's the
because
point?
the point is that's not average. Like, most women out here are not in your position.
Yet I'm 35.
Yeah, exactly. They're not in your position.
So we can't give them advice.
No, I'm not saying you can't, and it's not always negative. And what I'm trying to get away from, if anything, is the negative. Like,
So
you
what is
are
negative?
you're a complete example. Like, in terms of what should be, but that has not necessarily come across. So I just wanted to point that out, because some people
What
that
is
may be
lacking?
watching, there's nothing lacking. What I'm saying is, what's not coming across, you know, from an external perspective. I'm an international viewer, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, right? You're coming across as like something else, where you're something else. So
Oh,
it's
so
not a
you
negative. It's not a
what
negative.
is the something else? Because we talked about this earlier. What have you projected on me that you thought I was until I laid out my credentials?
I didn't project anything on you.
No,
I'm
but you
just
had to
saying.
have decided that I come across as something else that I'm not.
All right. So, all right. I'll try and do this. I'll try Rshaun. I know Rshaun's like, he wants to get me to fuck off right now. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to be negative about this.
You
What I'm
can be
saying
negative.
is,
Carry
I
on.
don't want. No, I'm not
Yeah, real
trying
quick,
to.
Brie, hold up. Simon, listen. Not because I had this problem with you in the whole dime conversation. Don't worry about being understood. Don't worry about being kind. Make your point in 30 seconds as plainly as you can make it before I get bothered.
All right.
Right. Make it
Okay.
plain.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Rshaun. It's your platform. That's why I wanted to hear from you. It doesn't look like you're a married woman.
Oh, okay. Because
of the way you talk and the way you portray yourself, and that's
okay.
that. So from the perspective of a viewer who does not know you, I've tuned into Rshaun's plan. I know Rshaun, right? So, but I don't know you. So I'm looking at you and I'm like, interesting. But your portrayal, is that
Mm-hmm.
the image you want to put across? I don't know, like,
So what
because
would make me seem more married? Because I don't have my titties out. I'm not being sexual. I have a ring on. What makes a woman look married? I just want to know. Like, I'm trying to understand your worldview. So what makes a woman look married to you?
it's not to me. I'm saying,
No,
like,
to you, it's your perspective.
all
This
right.
is your
So
worldview.
to me, it would be more casual.
Oh, so I have a t-shirt on. So what do you mean by casual? You can't mean clothes.
Now you got the rabbit ears on. It's not your
I
t-shirt.
have cat ears on. Okay.
But I'm just saying. That's all I see. I'm just saying what I see. Like,
So
I'm
you
not.
see an aesthetic that you've never seen and you don't understand it. So you've projected things onto me based on said aesthetic instead of asking me about my aesthetic.
Let me ask Rshaun for a second. If you saw your co-host for the first time ever, and you knew nothing about her, would you think she was married?
I'm muted.
You're
I'm
muted.
muted. I know. I'm muted. Simon, I wouldn't know. Like, there's no way
Exactly.
for me to know. Like, I wouldn't know. So, like, but you've assumed something. See, you assumed to the opposite that she was married. You assumed to the negative. Like,
No,
I
no, no. I
assume
didn't.
that
I
you're
didn't.
single.
No,
No,
no.
that's what you said out of your mouth, Simon. Stop.
It's okay.
You said that out of your mouth. So because you said it out of your mouth, you can't refute that point. You
I
said it
didn't
out of
say
your
that.
mouth.
I didn't.
No, buddy. Now listen, Bree, the audience, because I said this earlier today. If people don't have the humility to have the conversation to admit when they're wrong, I'm going to remove them. So Bree in the chat, did he say or give the inference that he
Yeah.
thought based upon look
It
that
was
Bree
on
was
the negative side of things. He said I didn't appear married. Until I
didn't
laid
appear
out
married,
my credentials, you would assume otherwise. I'm not sure what
right?
you assume because you're refusing to be plain about what assumptions you made about me, which
Right.
is fine,
So
I guess. I mean, your
this is
shadow is talking, so you might as well just be honest.
Yeah.
an interesting conversation because every time I talk, there seems to be something that goes on here where you assume is negative. It's not negative at all. It's a conversation. That we have conversations. Maybe you like both of you have not got to a point where you can have these conversations, but it is a conversation. It's not negative.
Can
I'm
you define
telling you.
negative to me? Define negative.
Saying that someone is saying something about you that is negative,
Right,
I
based
didn't
on
say
your
you said anything.
perception.
Hey, Bree, let
Okay.
me interrupt him. Simon, let me interrupt you. Simon, as far as conversation goes, you're about a 5 or a 6. Does that feel negative?
No.
Okay, so it's just conversation.
My
Yeah.
thing is, your shadow is speaking here because you felt the need to rate me when I did not ask you, and my looks are irrelevant to this conversation. And you're not cammed up, so my looks
Right.
are irrelevant. You decided to rate me when I didn't ask you to rate me,
I'll
but thank
come
you,
up in
I
a sec
appreciate it.
if
No,
you
and
want.
then you said that you didn't assume I'm married, and then you said I didn't look like a married woman, which seems like okay, what does that even mean? I asked you to define that. You went on to use vague terms to loosely define it in order to not vilify yourself because you knew what you were saying was negative, and your shadow was speaking. But your uncomfortableness with the negativity that you put out or negative conversations or uncomfortable conversations is causing you to not be honest about what you're trying to say when we have already told you that you can say what you need to say. So if you're wondering what is happening in this conversation, your shadow is speaking. We're reading your shadow. We're interpreting it. We're listening to what you're saying, but you can't accept what you're saying because it's deemed negative only by you. Because honestly speaking, I understand that you don't understand the aesthetic that I'm wearing because you've never seen it. But see, a person who's well adjusted and not maladaptive would see said aesthetic and just say, oh, that's interesting. Let me ask the person about their aesthetic. They wouldn't make assumptions about a person's marital status, their sexual history, or that they want to be rated on their looks based off said aesthetic. Do you understand why it's offensive?
I understand why you said what you said.
That's not what I asked you. Do you understand why that could be deemed offensive?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then we're in a negative conversation now because of
No,
all of
you're
that.
in a negative conversation.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not.
listen,
Well, it's been
Simon, I'm in a negative conversation. I'm just going to tell you, like, we were having a conversation with a specific intent. And it seems as if you didn't join with the same intent, which I spoke to earlier in the conversation, which you may have missed. That's fair. It's not about negativity. We talked about communication, and communication has to have an intent. We were trying to get across certain points that are difficult in the Black community. One of them is an inability to accept feedback. So when people are telling you that you're coming across a way, you can't accept the feedback with humility and adjust. Like maybe I just didn't read the room properly.
No,
But
you're
instead, what you're saying
everything.
is you guys are
you're doing
taking it
everything.
negatively.
No.
And even while I'm talking, you're talking. So you have no ability to take in information if you're talking at the exact same time I'm talking. So this is an example of the communication as we talked about it in these spaces, because people are unwilling to pause for a second. Because I haven't said anything negative about you. I haven't said you're an idiot. I haven't said you're drunk, because people have said those things about
Me
you.
either.
People have said you're weird. People have said they've insulted you. I haven't done that. But instead of allowing us to make points, because like you didn't come up and talk about a point, you decided to come up and talk about Bree. So instead of talking about the conversation now, and you're interrupting me again,
No, I'm
Like you
not.
said, it's my
interrupt-
platform,
no.
and you are interrupting. If you're
All right.
talking,
All right.
you're interrupting because I'm talking.
All right. All right, Rshaun.
God dang, like this is what I'm talking about with communication. This is pretty simple. This is pretty simple.
Right.
If
Set
you
the
are not
premise.
talking about a point, the premise is we're talking about a point. The
Meaning,
point was money. We're talking about money.
yes.
You decide to talk about what Bree looks like,
Yes.
which has nothing to do with money because she didn't ask
No,
you
that
to
has a
pay
lot
to
to do with
access
money.
her looks.
It has a
Then
lot
you'll
to
have
do
to
with
make
money.
the connection because
Yeah,
we're
you have to
talking
make the
about
connection.
money, not about Bree.
I did make
And
the
we're
connection.
talking about the no, obviously you didn't because we have two people and a chat telling you that you missed the mark.
I'm
So
not
your
talking about the chat. I'm
communication
talking
is
to
off.
you.
I'm talking to you and you're not listening. So what I'm going to do, Simon, is bid you adieu, and I hope you have a good night because you're not taking in information. So I hope you have a good day, sir.
Bye. I mean,
All right.
Roberto said what he thought, and I'm used to the Black community projecting things, which I opened a conversation with, on me because they've never seen this aesthetic. You know, so I mean, you can be honest about what you think.
Yeah, but I was trying to be cool about it, but like we talked about this earlier.
Right.
If everybody's telling you that there's a problem with what you're saying, at least have the humility and presence to say, like, well, maybe I said something wrong, possibly,
Right.
or back down instead of doubling down.
Right. Can you pull up Roberto's
Which one?
comment,
I
please?
scrolled up to look for something. Let me see where we at.
It says 7:19.
7:19. An hour
Like
ago?
the time. My time.
Oh, let me see. That one?
No, if I did, it's further down.
God dang that one.
It says if I didn't know she was married, I would have thought that one.
Okay.
So this is interesting to me because
Okay.
I think it's showing the people's shadow. I think a lot of men look at women as sexual objects, and this is what I'm talking about. Because you can look at my whole setup and you can glean a lot about my aesthetic from just looking around at my setup, right? But you see, I've had this conversation with Shy because you're assuming sexual. I have a shirt on that says Blurred, which is a black nerd. I have an anime poster in my background. I have a Japanese screen behind me. But the assumption is fetish, though. Not kawaii, not, anime. None of that. It's sexual, right? So I just always find that interesting about men. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. How they enter my space. And like, I'm not even in a sexual... There's nothing about even my outfit that's sexual. I have a baggy shirt on
It's
with
casual,
no cleavage on. It's
casual.
casual. So, but somehow I don't look married because
I thought you were single because it was casual.
What does a married woman wear? Should I have my pearls on with my sheath dress?
With a ruffled blouse.
With the ruffled blouse.
Little House on the Prairie.
With a like a head covering on. I'm just not sure what wives wear.
Yeah, my fault. Chris. Okay, yeah, we had Simon up. He took a turn. It took a turn. He said we took it negative. I'll accept that it's possible that I took it negative, but I believe with my faculties.
I think this
he
is
just
what
didn't read the room.
I think this is what sometimes men do when we start having these conversations about money, and I say where I am and what I need and what I like and what I desire. If they don't fit it, they feel attacked by it. And like I said, there's women out here there that don't require a certain type of money. My sister-in-law is a nature person, so she wants to live in a tiny house in the woods. So like she don't require a lot of money, but she gonna require her dream. She want to live in, so you got to have something for that. So I think it's always interesting when people feel called out or attacked or they take it away. They feel like that gives them the space to come up and say, wow, shit. Like it's just interesting to me.
Yeah, that was weird. But I mean, but it demonstrated what we talked about. Like it demonstrated the types of communication that happened. Because my little thing is we could actually grow and learn if we could take feedback and listen. Like, okay, if I really respect Rshaun and if I really respect Bree, I could take what they're saying and adjust off of that. But in our community, we have no capacity to take in information. Everything's all output. So even when you're talking and trying to tell me something, I've got to output. I've got to tell you where you're wrong and you're right at while you're talking on your platform that I respect. So we have to understand that what we're doing is our intent is off. If my intention is to show you respect, then I'm going to respect you. I'm not going to cut you off continually. So like the
Right.
actions don't match the words. You can play all the difference. No, I'm not saying something negative,
It's
but I'm
not,
going to
I'm not
slight you.
saying.
Even when I give you an unasked for rating, I'm going to knock you down some. So like
Right.
I'm going to give you a
It's
6 or
just-
7, which obviously, if you're making some demarcation, if you're not a 10, there's some negative. If you're not flawless, you're taking some negative into your account to knock me down from a 10, 9, 8, 7, or 6.
Right.
So even there is something negative because you're going below what the top tier is. So even people
Right.
don't even understand the inference in what they're saying.
Like the connotation of what they're saying.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's so much connotation in what you're saying, and it's just like even when I ask straightforward, like what does a married woman look like? And that's like my problem with virtue aesthetics and virtue signaling. It's like people just decide so many things about other people based on what their worldview is, and then can't even articulate their worldview, right? Like say I'm this and I believe women should be
Whoa,
this.
be careful,
You know?
hard. Whoa, hey, listen,
Like it's just strange to me.
block me. That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just
that's
interesting.
dumb.
You would have called him.
That's
See, and that's what I say.
dumb.
We never got disrespectful to him. Even still, like I haven't said
I don't even know how
anything
to
about.
block you,
I don't
but
even know
man,
him.
high user on this channel. There you go.
I was
That's
like, we're in
dumb.
your.
And see, that's ego. That's ego.
That's ego.
Because
Yeah.
again, I didn't say anything insulting about the man. We're talking about what he said and how he behaved. If you can't take the criticism on what you said out of your own mouth as a man, or how you behaved as a man, if you can't take that criticism, that's from an immature mind state. He was too emotional to just take that L or take any feedback. That's when we talked about when we open the show on communication. When we open the show on communication, that's a perfect example. And we got to start calling that out in these spaces, man. We got to start calling that out.
And Roberto too. You making a lie. You don't know nothing about me. I have a whole branding. I have a whole brand, a whole channel outside of this. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like people instead of like that's what black people do. Like I don't recognize this. I'm gonna project a bunch of stuff on you. Instead of just asking you, you could ask me, hey, I've never seen that aesthetic. Is there a certain aesthetic? You can ask me about it. I would have an answer for you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I would have an answer. Rshaun knows I would have an answer. I have a whole brand. Whole channel. And I have a whole thing on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? It's like not.
But like here's why I'm gonna speak up for Roberto, because we have to understand the difference between intent and ignorance. Like he may not know, because I didn't know about kawaii aesthetic until you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would have never known about the Japanese anime. I'd heard about Harajuku, but I had never heard about kawaii aesthetic. I'd never heard it. I wouldn't have had a word for it. If I saw the pink wig, I would have assumed Nicki Minaj fan. You know what I'm saying? That would have went what I would have jumped to. So when he said like some type of fetish, I could understand that because you just didn't have knowledge of the other stuff. So that's ignorance. That's not malintent. Whereas I believe for what's his face, Simon, he had intent. Like he knew.
Of course.
He's seen you before. He's heard the conversations. He knows your channel, Quiet Bree. So if you have the knowledge, your assumption, like Roberto doesn't know you that well. So the assumption can't be.
I mean, I'm not saying I understand people can make an assumption, but for all of the men who I talk to or come on my channel, you had the thought that you could just ask me. That's all I'm saying is there's a lot no, it's not offensive. It's just that this was what I was talking about in the beginning. Like people just project instead of having the conversation. Just ask the person. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to ask me now. I understand the point. I understand where we are and what we're talking about. But that's literally what I'm talking about relating to people. And when you can't relate to somebody, when you run across somebody who you can't relate to, then that's when all the projecting and the assumptions and then moving from the place of your assumptions starts. And then that's where sometimes it becomes hard to have a conversation or respect people because you're moving from your assumption instead of just asking clarifying questions. So I understand what Roberto's saying. I'm not saying he's saying that, but that's the problem that I often have with people, especially older Black people, that instead of just asking you, about yourself, which is a way to relate to people, you project a whole bunch of stuff on them. solely based off an aesthetic. So
Yeah.
it's just very interesting.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, like on Roberto, yeah, we know you weren't trying to offend. You were just trying to explain what you would have
Right.
assumed. And what I was saying was like the assumption that assumption to me, growing up in complete Black culture, is
Right.
understandable. What the next step is, like Bree said, is to act on that assumption. You would not have
Right.
come up and started making assumptions based on what you might have thought. And you wouldn't have started making assertions towards Bree because you thought she was in some fetish. You wouldn't have asked her about whatever the fetish was. You would have just made, oh, maybe she's into that. And then you would have went on about your business. But unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, intent, people's intent becomes clear when their actions manifest. So what we saw,
Right.
because we know Simon knows Bree from around the way. We know Simon knows about the
do
Kawhi
know.
stuff. So to go through all of that, to act like he doesn't know that she's married, or even to use that as a point,
I mean, even
that's
if I
that
wasn't.
disingenuousness that we were talking about.
Right. Which is, once again, if he had caught the beginning of the conversation, he wouldn't be out here looking stupid, because we clarified.
And also, like
that.
Like Bree said, also, if it does become a point where it makes sense, you could ask, like, hey, I'm talking about children. Hey, Bree, do you have children? Then maybe I can relate it. Like, have you ever taken your children to school this way? Like, then
Right.
it might make sense, but it had nothing to do with the point. So we gotta call that kind of stuff out. That's just silly. Let me see. We can find ways to discern who we can and cannot interact with constructively, and we're learning to be better at that through this experience. Yes, absolutely.
Boy,
But again, absolutely. Her looks, what he was trying to do. Well, I knew what he was trying to do, but
Right.
you can make a point. If the only way you can make a point is the way Kevin Samuels made a point, then you don't know how to make a point. So what he was trying to do was say that your looks give you access to what other women do not have access to. You have a level of privilege based on looks. That's why the looks came into the conversation. But he did not have to use Bree to make the point. He just could have said a woman of a certain beauty or certain fitness, a certain body type.
I think actually, before I gave him my status, he was going to say that I don't have the looks for what I'm asking for. I think that was actually the angle he was going to take.
But either way, it didn't have to be about
way, yeah, we already saw the Kevin Samuels angle coming, because that's the talking point. You can't actually have I understand that. Yeah. We already knew where that was going.
But none of her looks has anything to do with the conversation. She's having an intellectual conversation, and you're sitting there staring like, I wonder why she looks like that. But see, to me, that part, I mean, if somebody looks atypical, different from what you would expect, I would have that thought, I wonder why she looks like that. What I wouldn't do is, during the course of the conversation, tie why she looks like that I've made up in my head to the conversation. So we're talking about public health crises in like Flint, Michigan. Well, the reason there's no water is because people that look like Bree don't do their job right, and the water system broke down. I'm not going to tie how she looks into the conversation, because that becomes silly at some point.
I want people to get past stuff, like creative expression to some degree. Like, you're not going to glean anything. I wish you would try to figure something out about me by how I look. You'd be shocked. That's my whole point. That's why I have the audacity to show up in spaces the way I want to show up, because I have self-confidence. Why would you get on a panel with a sex? See, you're still tying my look to sexual fetish. That says more about you than it does about me. There's nothing about me right now that's presenting sexual, unless you are you into ero kawaii girls? Are you into erotic kawaii girls? Then that's why this looks sexual to you. I mean, I'm just saying. There's nothing. I'm just saying, if you into that, that's cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Exactly. Doubling down is a problem that we have. Yes, and triple down once marooned in the chat. That's a problem. Why can't we just take feedback? Like, so we started with the communication piece. If the entire group, if everybody around you is telling you that there's something wrong, like let's extrapolate this out. If all of the women are saying that there's a problem with the men in the community, the collective, if all of the women are saying we have a problem with you and the way you're operating in the world, why not take the feedback and at least consider it? instead of coming onto panels to bash them for having a feeling about the way you show up in the world. Well, we see a real life example of that on the macro scale. The way you show up in the world can be offensive. The way you show up in the world can be antisocial. The way you show up in the world can be disruptive. And if you do so, women are going to have a problem with it. Men might have a problem with it. If you do it and you can't take feedback and grow from it, that's why we have a macro problem, why the entire collective has a problem, because our men are unable to take any type of constructive criticism and do anything different than the way they feel is the right way to do it, because they don't have any modeling. And then they get in their ego. Block me. That's silly. There was no reason to block.
Like,
I
and
didn't
then
take
we
anything
never
you
even
did
got
personally.
disparate. We never name called or anything.
Yeah,
We could have,
that's
but
just
we
dumb.
didn't. Right. So it's the thought. Like, we talked about this. As a woman, I understand it's sexuality. If a man sees a woman who's any kind of attractive or looks away, it's fine. Like, it's okay to say you have it, but once again, it's connected to things, and then to move forward with your interaction with that person based off that whatever you're projecting on them is strange, and it makes me wonder, like, people, and that's something we talk about, women. It's like people interpret things as sexual in weird ways. Like, sometimes as a woman, you're just existing, and like, there's nothing about my energy right now. I'm not like, I don't have no worry. There's nothing, and it's just like, why are y'all like? It's just weird. Like, our pink wigs sexual? Like, it's just weird to me. I don't know. Like, it'll never not be weird.
I know it'll
me.
always be weird to you, but we've
That's what
had
I
this discussion
mean.
before that we have
Right.
as guys, we have different. Our worldview is totally different,
I
and what we
understand
have
that.
to learn to understand as men, our worldview, whether that be capitalism, whether that air of masculinity, that masculine frame, being an alpha, all of that stuff, whether it's being young, black, and gifted, or whatever idea you think of yourself, how you operate in the world, that's your worldview. You carry your worldview. That's a system of values and biases everywhere you go, into every conversation, into every action that you do. Your worldview shapes all of that. So when your worldview says, if I see something that looks like this, it's a fetish, that's because of your worldview. Projecting it is when you make that outside of yourself. You can have the thought because your worldview is going to create that thought. But once it's escaping your mouth, or you're acting based upon that worldview, that's when it becomes problematic, because you're taking your worldview and putting it on the other person. That's what we mean by projection. So it's natural if you're coming from a place of ignorance and don't have the tools to communicate and say, hey, that looks like this to me. Why are you doing it? Why does it look like this? Our men are not they're not willing to adapt to understanding that women have autonomy, and that their worldview can't be dominated and pushed upon the women anymore. So that's what I think men are used to or rebelling against, that men don't have the power, which was one of the topics I was going to bring up tonight. The power, the whole submission thing, is that you're supposed to sit there and take whatever I believe, and you're supposed to make that real. No matter how broke or how maladapted I am, how poorly I regulate my emotions, how undisciplined I am, you should submit to me because I'm a man and smile because I said so. Like the power dynamics are what we're fighting over between men and women. So we have to get over that. That's the ego that was displayed by saying, block me. Why? You didn't even have to be blocked. We could have had a conversation another day, but that's a power trip. That was him feeling like I'm taking my power back by telling you to block me. I wouldn't have blocked him except that he asked for it. It was unnecessary. That was not a major offense. He was offensive, but that's not something that can't be come back from. It was mildly offensive. It was just silly. It wasn't like he insulted anybody.
Nobody even got we didn't get
nobody. Yeah,
I
was just annoyed.
Yeah, it's annoying. I mean, it's weird, and it's a little confusing, but it's like, try to give you the benefit of doubt, try to walk you through, let you articulate yourself, give you a chance.
But that's the issue that people are having with men, because they can't take any constructive criticism. Like, it's annoying. What is the definition of power? Because power goes in all ways. Absolutely. So we like definitions. Let's put power definition.
About down with me.
Boom, boom, boom.
I don't know. I'm just happy that in my life, I do consider myself lucky that I get to live a life of a certain type of leisure and I get to be free to create, to express myself creatively. Now, I wasn't always able to because of my job, what I used to do. So I wasn't always able to just have creative freedom to express myself. And even still, I don't dye my hair because of certain things, or I'm almost also allergic to bleach. But I'm just happy that now in this point of my life, I can just do whatever and dress how I want to. And I think it's nice. It's what you're witnessing is a woman who is free from the constraints of having to present away, and it's really nice. And I wouldn't go back for anything. So,
And that ties into the definition of power. The first
right.
one, definition A, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the first definition is ability to act or produce an effect. So that's like I would call that, I'd equate that to your personal power, your ability to act or to produce an effect in the world. That's your power. Then there's the social power, legal or official authority, capacity, or right. That's your power within society. Then the third one is what we're talking about, what we were talking about in this dynamic: possession of control, authority, or influence over others. And that's what a lot of men are looking for. They want the possession of control and to influence and have authority over the women. That's what they're saying: submit to my authority. So that's what they're asking for. They're not trying to exert personal power, which would be being disciplined or show restraint, because we didn't see that today. So that wasn't the first kind of power. And it wasn't having a right or influence because, like they said, it was my platform and then it's YouTube above me. So there was no second, the social authority. There was no social authority being exerted there either. So we've already missed the second one. The third one is where we saw the power buck up. I want to exert my worldview upon you. I want to make it the top law. I want to make it supreme. That's the power that men are trying to operate from. And it's a lesser power. It's third in the rank. There's your personal power, which is most present because you're you 24 hours a day with nobody else there but you. Your personal power, that first definition. And again, the ability to act or produce an effect. If I want to pick up a phone, I can pick up a phone. That's your first power. The second power is the power that we have and give within each other. I have the power to end this stream or start it. That's a power that like Simon didn't have. So I had a level of control above him at that moment. So the only power he had left, because he didn't have the personal power, was to go to that third power. I'm going to try to exert my will. I'm going to try to cut you off and overtalk you. That's that trying to control and exert influence and authority over somebody else. That's where too many men are residing in because they don't have control over self. They don't have control in society. That's a problem in the Black community. We have no power and control over ourselves, no power and control in society. Where else are we going to find power? Oh, I know. You're smaller than me. I'm going to make you submit. Well, guess what? I make my own money and I don't have to anymore. Ooh, I'm going to try to shame you into it. I'm going to shame you into it.
I'm going to shame you. Kryptonite. I mean, kryptonite, I think it's just, and that's why it's kind of funny because you see it as like I just want somebody to give me power, but you have the ability to have power for yourself. If you work on yourself and you obtain what you set out to obtain, you set your intentions, you're productive as a man, you will be empowered. You will be empowered. And I think that you won't feel the need to go around asking people to give you any morsel of power that you can get. So like somebody like me, it's not going to work. Like you're not going to insert your will over me. I'm like too mentally strong. I'm free. I'm empowered in more ways than one. I'm empowered through not only, my marriage, but myself. I mean, I made 6 figures of myself before I was even like, I'm empowered. I know I'm intelligent. I know all these things about myself. So when someone knows themselves well, it's just that third way of getting power is also not going to work on people. So like I said, I it's just funny to me. It's interesting. I mean, you protect the space, but it's also interesting to just let people talk because I already know nothing you say about me is going to be right. Because I already know what worldview you're kind of coming from. And so I know you already making assumptions about me. And I just know none of it's going to be right. So I just think Like, people don't know what to be empowered looks like and feels like, and I understand that. But you don't have to try to you want everybody to be under you. You're trying to project yourself higher in the hierarchy than you actually are, because life has shown you that you're not where you think you are. And instead of accepting that, you just want to make, I don't know, you want to pretend you higher up than you are, and you project that on other people.
Yeah, you always need to know how to read the room, because it should have been clear that the energy being exerted was not going to be received. Yeah, very well said. You know, Bree is super articulate. She gonna make that statement, make it clear and make it plain. I don't need submission from a woman. Just don't talk to me crazy and I'm cool. Yes. Now, when I talk about with women, like I talk about respect, I've talked to quite a few ladies, even in the online space, and for some reason they did not know respect was as necessary for men as it was. They didn't know respect was probably even more important than the feelings of love. So I thought that was interesting. I assumed, my worldview, I assumed women knew that, but it seems that, again, people project their worldview, and I know most women, not all,
Right.
prioritize love the way so they don't prioritize respect. They get disrespected a lot of times in these relationships and stay in them because they feel loved. So yeah, I definitely think that's a thing. Period. Pooh.
Yeah, and I think the submission thing, you don't really have to. If a woman trusts you, like for me, if I can trust you and I feel safe and secure, I think submission is a lot more easy. Like I talk about building the environment where submission can happen. If that's your intent, if that's what you want, you have to create an environment where that can happen. And I think that's the problem. Crafting the environments is where a lot of people are lacking in what they want in crafting the environment for that to happen.
I'm about to bring up this really long comment. Give me a second. The 5 historical sources of power, their agents and manifestations in human civilization, the environment and its agent nature, society and its workers, the economy and its merchants, politics and its soldiers, culture and its sages. Their power manifests as weather, workers, wealth, weapons, and wisdom. Oh, come on. Go ahead. Oh, that's from a history class? I was about to say, you ain't here throwing down. I like that. Had the W's hidden. Weather, workers, wealth, weapons, and wisdom. Sorry, just a fun way of looking at the world if you want a huge definition or way of thinking about the power dynamics. No, that was dope. I like that. I like that. And I do want to just slip into power before we head out of here. I want to go into power since it reared its head. Let's talk about power. I think what we're having a problem with now in this space, in the Black community, is that there's a vacuum. There's a lack of power. Like we have none. And the one institution that we felt like we had was the Black church, which now has no power. It has no influence over the society at large. So there's a lack of power in our communities. There's a lack of power with the men. I see, though, that women have become empowered economically. So now when people talk about the metrics of wealth attainment, women are on par in the Black community with men. Some stats say they're lower, but it's $1,000 or $2,000 a year, which maybe over time is a big deal. But $2,000 pre-taxes, $2,000 of your gross difference, that's not a lifestyle change. So women are right there with men as far as money in the Black community. So there is no monetary power that we hold or leverage over women. So with the men being disempowered, we were dominated. As a people, we've been dominated. We were enslaved, Jim Crow. We don't have any legal power. So all of our power as Black men resides in what? Like Bree, what in the chat? What is the power of a Black man in this society, in this community, collective?
Like currently,
what is
like
the power that Black men have in this world? The Black American men, what power do we have in the world?
I always say disempowered. I think that it's I can feel that it's a lack of power.
Because I mean that's a tough conversation that we gotta have. Like if Black men have no power, you have no power here. If you have no power here,
I wish that Gandalf clip.
Yeah, you have no power here.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what the women are doing, like saying you don't have no power here. And everybody don't have confidence because you got to have some kind of results to. The world helps with that, your environment, because if you can feel like you all this, but if you can't ever produce the results, then like, and he's saying like as the communities, yeah. So like if you can't ever produce the results that you feel like you should based on what you tell yourself you are, then you may not even have confidence.
Man, salute to Sim Simma again. I just want to shout out everybody on the YouTube side. The only reason I'm here is because of Sim Simma. I know Big Rig Slaps said, man, I'm glad you're doing more YouTube. Man, I probably got one more left in me, and that's tomorrow. I'm going back to Twitch, y'all. I'm going back to Twitch. Staying on Twitch. Safe over there. They ain't go take my power just because they don't have none.
You ain't don't come for mine. I think that's what's happening. I think a lot of them feel like we easy targets as women. So like it's like, well, let me go after them. Like let me knock them down a couple pegs. Some people, I think it's like some knocking down. Let me knock her down a little bit so I can take her power. I don't know what it is. It's weird, but
yeah, because a person who's had their power stripped is then going to try to take that power from somebody else that they feel might be lesser. It's going to be an attempt. It's that hurt people process. So that's that. You got to try to kick. You're going to kick the dog. If you ain't got nothing else to kick, you're going to at least come home and kick your dog. So we have no power. And that's where some people are trying to get the passport so they can claim some power. They're going to a place where they feel like they'll have some leverage over the woman. They're trying to find the power. That's what they're going for. That's what they're going for. It's power. It's leverage. I'm going to get more control. No power at all. Yeah, we don't have any power in this society. We don't. So any power we have, which is why men are saying, will you let me lead? You're asking for power to be bestowed upon you the same way Black people ask for power and they got a taste. You get a taste when you have to ask for it. If you have to ask for it, you're only going to get a nibble. You're never going to get a full meal because anybody that has power is not going to let you feast. That's just not the way life works. That's not natural. So if you have to ask women for power, they're only going to let you get enough to feel comfortable. Just so you shut up because you're whining now. That's what's going on. I know, man. But you see what happens when I come over to YouTube, man. I've never had to really ban anybody. And he had to ask for it. I wasn't even going to ban him or block him. From YouTube, I've never had to ban anybody from a platform. It's an open space. YouTube, even the people I disagree with. I said people I disagree with could come and have a conversation. If you're willing to have the conversation, I'm okay. No matter what our personal difference is, we can have the conversation and move amicably. That's the only way we'll ever be able to build. If people that have differences can have those differences and still work. So that's what I thought this platform would be useful for. People that have differences could still work through an idea, work through a problem, work through a challenge. But our egos are too large and they won't allow us because that's all we have left is an ego. Like instead of what Sim Simma said, instead of having confidence, which would be personal power, all we have is ego, which is false confidence, which is really sad.
Yeah, that YouTube audience a little different.
Yeah,
I think maybe the Twitch audience is just because of the culture of Twitch. I think you run across different people, and like because YouTube is very algorithmic, like you're gonna see what you see, like you're gonna see what you want to see and what you respond to and what you seek out. So I think even on YouTube you can be in like an echo chamber of sorts, but on Twitch you're gonna see all kind of
crazy stuff.
Yeah. So
I had a dude saying he was laid up in the hospital, just got stabbed. I mean, it's all kinds of crazy stuff that happens on Twitch. Twitch is a weird place, but
Twitch is weird.
There's much less egotisticalness. I don't know how the cultures got so separate from Twitch and YouTube.
I think it's a younger audience.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to let y'all know I appreciate all of y'all rocking out so far, man. Princess K, Roberto's Perspective, Quantum Love, Nova, Shy Cutie, Two Chopsticks, Enya, because y'all been rocking out in the chat, and that means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Whether it was a little dry at the time, whether it got a little hot and heavy, y'all been rocking out.
So they with the toxic shit.
Mud people.
He said that ain't gonna work.
I
mean, I don't know what modern women want to hear. I think that's also another thing. I don't think they want to hear anything.
But see, that's
I think they're gonna do what they. Yeah, I was like, I think they just gonna kind of just keep it pushing because I think a lot of women have abandoned the idea of teamwork and that whole thing, and I don't think that's good. I'm not saying that's good, but I think that's where a lot of people have arrived. And so I don't know if they even want to hear anything.
That's what I want to
honestly.
speak to from this comment, and I'm gonna tie it together with 3 different groups that have let Black women down. So, hard times bring out the worst in people, and Blacks historically have no real leverage for the issues. Granted, so you had Black women who we knew as enslaved persons, newly free people, Reconstructionists who had racial terror, violent and lynchings and things like that. We went through that together. Trying to desegregate and integrate, went through that whole civil rights process, hoses and dogs. Everything was together because we were forced together. Then when people started getting mechanisms for control, power, freedom, Black women could not get it from their man because the Black man was in the same lowly position. We were at the bottom. So joining up with feminism. Well, feminism was a way to get you some power, but then they turned on you and you couldn't listen to what they say because they're like, yes, we'll get you what you want. But when there was some freedom to be had, they kept it, and the Black women were not really a part of the discussion when it really mattered. So then you're like, okay, I'll try to get something from the white men. Politics. Black women are the probably most dedicated in politics as far as percentages who vote for one party. I think they are like 96 to 98% dedicated to the Democrats. So they've constantly been told promises by the Democrats because, you can't go the other way because there's a lot of racists over there. So the one people I have told me a lot of benefit. I'm going to get your community straight. I'm going to get jobs in here. I'm going to reduce crimes. Well, they've been told a lot from feminism. Then they were told a lot from politics. Well, then the last hope was the Black man in the church. Well, we told them a lot too. We sold a lot of dreams, whether it was the sweet by and by of Jesus or whether it was like Black men in the community, we're going to do work and we're going to get this money and we're going to stay in our families. Well, we've seen the lie detector test determine that was a lie because we're not staying in our homes and we're not staying with our children. We may come and visit. We may be the most active. I keep hearing we're the most active with our children, but we're not in the home and we can't settle small differences. Even on a panel, how could you have a small difference with a woman and you're going to stay in the home if you can't even have a small difference on a panel and be competent to have the exchange? That's what I'm saying. These things translate. This stuff is all connected because we have no personal power and can't learn to work with any respect or cooperation, even on a panel. There's no way you can take that into the high stress situation of a marriage or children and think you're going to thrive. That's what's happening. So these same disempowered men that the women were listening to, they tried to let you lead. It took them nowhere except to the integration and the jobs which they now have, which lets them do for themselves, which means they no longer need you because they're able to provide within the system that's been built. So that's what I mean by the power. They don't want to hear anything because everybody's lied to them. Everybody used them while they could. Feminism used Black women. Politicians used Black women. The church used Black women. Black men used Black women. They've heard it all before. To quote Tweet, or
no, it was
Blue
Blue
Anderson,
Country
somebody.
or whatever.
Blue Cantor, Anderson Blue, or some Sonny Anderson. I heard it all before. Y'all
Right.
tired of hearing stuff because you've heard it all before.
Yeah. I mean, to some degree, I can, because you also get that vibe that anytime, you go out and you try something different, it's going to be some Black auntie, some Black man somewhere telling you everything about yourself. So, I mean, yeah, like even at this point in my life, it's like, I mean, I definitely don't be, it's just, because a lot of it is just be so, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I guess it would take some intelligence to glean what she want to hear. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I just, I don't know. It's hard. Like yeah.
But that's why I'm saying they don't want to hear anything different. What they want to hear, I think was what Roberto saying. What they want to hear is what they want to hear because they have the power. They're the captain now. They're the captain now. So they want you to submit. Tell me what I want to hear. Now you have to submit because you're at the bottom. Now. She's the captain now.
Damn, that's tough.
Yeah,
that's gotta be tough. But hey, if you like I love it.
The kids need you. The kids need you. But if we have a system where women feel like they don't need you, they'll get rid of you before they get rid of the children. Like going back to that 22K conversation, the woman will choose her children over the man, even if the man is the key to having the children. So people, that's another problem in the community. Our thinking it's fractured. we have another problem. So I mean, that's a good one, Roberto.
I mean, that's, but I think being able to relate, you want to have your kids in the healthiest environment as possible as well. So that's why a lot of women are like, look, I don't need you around. The environment going to be toxic, because you being around and we toxic ain't helping them kids either. So, I mean, it's just like, I know a few women who are just like, I'm good. I'm just going to ride it alone. And they just riding it alone. And they just chilling, because they're just like, it's so hard. I think there is a lot of that projecting things on women who don't present whatever way, whatever man thinks she's supposed to present. She's all these things now. And just that's also makes you like, I don't really want to hear what y'all got to say. I don't want to hear what y'all got to say, because I know if I don't present the way you think I'm supposed to present, you can have a whole bunch of crazy shit to say. So I don't know. It's tough, black man. God forbid what?
Actually been twerking. What if you had actually been twerking?
Oh my God.
Would you have even been a human at that point?
If I was twerking, I mean, shoot, forget that. What if I had a little low cut top on?
Oh my God.
It would have been over.
It would have been bad.
If I had a little low cut top on,
it would have been bad.
It would have been bad. It would have been over. I ain't even got no skin showing. Like, you can't see my arms. You can't see my arms today. I came on YouTube in my best modest clothes. I'm just kidding. I don't really ever show, but I'm just saying, like, it's just weird. Like, this is what women did. I feel like this is what you deal with in real life. Like, maybe not this specific
that's an example
conversation, but that's what you deal with. Like, dudes be coming up weird.
No, I'm with you. I want to speak to Roberto's perspective. The women choose the toxic dudes over the dudes with substance. And that goes back to your last question. They want to hear what they want to hear. If women have to go and do everything for themselves and their children because the men will not participate in a way that allows them to provide, well, then she's not, really doesn't have much use for you. Because like what you're saying is substance. You're not talking about like provision.
What's substance?
Because that's what I'm saying. What he's talking about, I guarantee you what he's talking about are good, decent men. That's what he's talking about.
When people say that, what does that mean?
It's the guys who have some kind of disqualification that's superficial, but they would actually show up for the relationship. Like height, weight, like it'll be something like haircut, the way they look. It is, we know, breed. Like,
I'm just saying, because I hear people say a good man, and I just be trying to figure out what a good, because I would feel like that's more dependent on the person who you trying to link up with, because they'll say she left a good man for something else, and I just be wondering like, what is a good man? And see, he say dude with morals, like what morals based on the Christian view or
But here's the problem: everybody thinks they have morals. Everybody to them, like even the Bible says, to every man thinks they're right in their own way. Everybody thinks they tell themselves a story where they think they're a good person. Very few people wake up in the morning and be like, I'm a monster. Very few people think that. Most people, I guarantee you, if you even talk to Jeffrey Dahmer, he probably like, oh, I'm a nice guy. People said he was a nice guy. I guarantee you, everybody tells themselves a story. So even a dude with morals is going to have relationship problems, because morality does not give you communication skills. It does not give you respectfulness. It does not give you resilience. It does not give you dependability. Having morals doesn't translate one-to-one to being successful in a relationship. So women do date guys with morals and the relationships still fail. So you know what happens? And this is practical. Roberto, you should be able to respect this. If you date people that everybody tells you should work out and it still fails, you're going to go to the thing that makes you feel better, whatever it is. Like if you ate healthy, every day, I ate salads every day, and you still gain weight, I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy a cheeseburger. So people are going to do what feels good to them when what was right fails. All the dudes in the church failed. All the dudes in professional world failed. They still left their children sometimes. They still hurt the women. They still cheated. We always talk about men with money can exercise options. Well, women are still being emotionally hurt or financially dominated if the guy does make money. So if you're still going to hurt when you're with a moral guy, what's the point? Why not get your feelings fed? Whether it's sexual, whether it's somebody that'll tell you what you want to hear, whether it's somebody that'll give you time and attention. That's a very practical thing. Instead of morality, why not go with the thing that actually makes me feel good? Because morality don't keep nobody warm at night. Morality don't pay no bills. Morality doesn't do very much.
And then he said women want a faithful hood dude. So I'm like, if he faithful and he treating her good, if he just so happened to live in the hood. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that means. Cause like I said, like I grew up in the hood. My brothers are hood dudes, but they're married and faithful now. Like, I don't know what that like means. Like that whole hood. Like, what does that mean? Like, what is hood? A guy who lives in the hood, or like, are you talking about an archetype?
The archetype.
The hood. Right.
The
Of a like gangster.
The roughneck, the thug.
Yeah,
the,
like a gangster.
The D-boy.
Yeah. So that's also still vague language. Morals are relative to the person. What you think is good could be bad. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just, it gets murky sometimes.
Yeah. And see, nerdy black guys, I can point you out to some. They do get girls. But I'm going to tell you what else they have. They have relationship skills. They have good communication. They have style. They have personality. Like, there are other things that is going to be required in a relationship. There was a study talking about the rise of lonely men, and it talked about men don't have relationship skills. They need to get their weight up in a relationship gym because we don't have much to offer there. But I want to touch on that too. It's natural to want a faithful hood dude. That's like wanting your cake and the ice cream. I want the faithful guy and I want the hood guy. Well, anybody that's sought after is probably not going to be faithful, but it's still okay to want it. Like, it's natural to want something, even if it's impossible to get. So I don't think it's crazy to want it, even if it's unlikely. Because even a faithful rich dude is probably unlikely. And a faithful moral guy has proven to be unlikely. These guys are in the church.
Them church dudes, ooh, they be the worst.
And just, it's not even gendered, Roberto. This isn't even a gender thing. Morality is a facade that people wear. The truth is, people want what they want, men or women, because even the women in the church, in the professional arena, or in the streets, they're not faithful either. The problem is a character problem, and it's in our culture. Nobody's taught to be a person of integrity or character or commitment. So that's where the failure is on both men and women's side. You're right about some of the things they want, but what it means, it doesn't mean anything, because we all want things that we want. The lady in the street, lady in the street,
yeah,
but a freak in the bed.
Horror complex.
We want an oxymoron too. So we all fall victim to the exact same goofy thinking.
I was gonna say, nerdy black guys out here winning. Them blurred dudes.
Yeah.
I don't know what nerdy black guys y'all talking about. Define nerd. Them blurs, they out here living their best life. Like,
yeah, they're doing good.
I don't know what you're talking about. You got to define nerd. So that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people speak in archetypes, but they don't define what that means to them. Like, I'm sure to Roberto, nerd means something specific, but nerd to me, blur are black nerds, and they are some of the most swagged out black guys you will ever meet. They just into nerd culture. So, like, also that's the communication thing. Like, you can't assume everybody understands exactly what you're envisioning when you talk. We have to be a little bit better about, like, being clear in our communication about what that means to us. Because like I said, a hood dude, I'm looking at that, I'm like, I don't know what hood dude mean. It's a lot of different people in the hood. So, like, I mean, I don't know. That doesn't always mean a gangster or he's selling dope or whatever. He could just be in the hood and be a regular dude.
And
a lot of us were. A lot of us grew up in the hood and are normal people and didn't sell dope.
Yeah. Another thing, if we actually took an honest look, if we actually took a cross section of people, there are people in the hood guys with all of the hallmarks, the face tattoos that are thuggish, they struggle with women too. They don't have relationship skills, or they're not attractive. You have to be attractive to get a mate. There has to be something physically or finance. You have to have something that attracts a person. Like, that seems practical. So there are hood dudes that have nothing attractive about them and they can't find mates. There are nerds that have nothing attractive about them and that can't find mates. There are rich guys that have nothing attractive about them. I can point you to them complaining in a what was it, a mental health. There's a mental health Discord that I'm a part of, Healthy Gamer. There are guys that did everything, that make the six figures, but they have nothing attractive about them and they can't find a mate. They don't have a personality. Maybe it's hygiene, maybe it's something, but you have to have something to offer to catch up. You have to catch somebody. You have to have bait. You have to have it. And no matter what part of society you come from, church, it really doesn't matter. Whatever demographic you belong to, if you don't have something attractive, you can't get them. And if you don't have relationship skills, you can't keep them. So what we need to work on is attraction, being attractive to in some measure, and then having relationship skills so we can maintain the relationship. If you don't want those two things, which are going to be something like character, communication, you're going to have a lot of these principles you got to work on. It doesn't really matter what aesthetic you put on, whether it's thug or nerd or church guy or professional, urban professional. No matter what you look like and appear to the world, if you don't have something attractive and relationship skills to maintain it, you're still going to be lost out here.
I mean, I know I'm saying, yeah, once again, I'm not sure what he's saying. Like, do you not believe that it's nerdy dudes who, and like, what age are we talking about? Were you nerdy growing up and now you older? Like, I just like, this whole dialogue of nerdy black men ain't out here, black women don't choose them is hilarious to me. And I don't know if they talking about Steve Urkel nerdy. Like, if you Steve Urkel nerdy, then yeah, you probably not gonna get chose. Like, which one we talking about?
How nerdy are we talking about?
Yeah, like what kind of nerd? When y'all say nerdy, like what do we
would you consider me a nerd? I mean, because I read a lot and in the philosophy, I like comic book stories. Am I qualified as a nerd?
What makes a person a nerd in adulthood? I would say more so. Like, yeah, but no, I'm just saying, like people talk about the nerd, but like what makes a man nerdy? Our women are procreating with the guys whose future is damn, because a lot of men, y'all will come on the panel and say most black men ain't gonna earn a certain amount, most black men ain't gonna do this and that. So it's like, yeah, so it sounds like on average most people's future is dim, depending on what future we talking about. What future is dim? What's the dim future? Like in jail, right. Like, or you ain't gonna never reach your full potential in earning. You're never like, what's the dim future? Because I'm like, well, most people would say that most black men are never going to make over a certain amount. So if a woman picks him, that's a dim future, right? So like, what is, I mean, I think most black women are like really date men on potential for that reason a lot of times. A lot of women will date from a viewpoint of potential. I've heard women say, he got potential, he got potential, he got potential, he got potential. And they will literally, they'll get a relationship. I did that when I was younger, get in a relationship with somebody for potential. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
What's up, Wally? You was trolling, huh?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? There's nothing better to do. May as well try. May as well have my fun. But yeah, what's going on with you as well, Greg? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they always conflate this between either the nerd or the geek, whatever it is. It's like I always look at it as at the same pocket. I don't know why they choose to like separate two, but I mean, because either which way, the nerd and the geek, they're both smart people. So I don't know what's the difference between the two other than that. But you know, they always conflate those two. But I mean, that's just what it is. But mostly, I just struggle with that.
Yeah, but what's a geek? Like, what's a like in adult? I know, like in high school, there's like these archetypes, but like in adulthood, like what makes a man a geek? Like, I'm just curious. Or a nerd. I mean, like, I just don't. I'm still kind of like, what does it mean?
Just the pocket that they set them in, huh? I mean, because we can always say those archetypes, but those archetypes always fall into the real life anyway. One way or another. Like,
okay, so.
But, okay. I mean, okay, if I'm looking at the archetype of a nerd or a geek, once again, it's like just the thin line, right? If I sit here and say, geek, we all both know both these two people are smart people, smart individuals, right? So it's like, what's the point of conflating these two individuals? But I think
so they smart.
how they, yeah. But if we conflate one, it's like the nerd is morally into the quote unquote comic books, and the geek is morally like he has a high IQ, I guess. But it's like either which way, I just don't see a different bracket hole for them. It's like you just one at the same. However you want to put it.
Okay. So a guy who's into nerd culture, or he's a book smart, like quantum mechanics, kind of
Basically,
smart.
you can sort of,
Like
you can say that.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can mix the molecules together, all that ish. Yeah.
Okay. So one more on the science intelligence side, and one just
Yeah.
more into like nerd culture. Okay. I got you.
You can say it like that.
Yeah, real quick, one of my comments didn't come up. Yep, we learned that with the ABC conversation. So that was from Shy Cutie, but it did not come through. Oh no, there it is. Never mind. I must have skipped it. That's my fault.
That was a rough one.
I skipped it. But what is up, Roberto's perspective? I saw you going up in the chat, man. So go ahead and share your perspective. But before you go, I want to give you fair warning. If you have like we're doing from the chat, we're going to challenge your perspective and push back on it and question it. So as long as you can take that, we good. But go ahead and share your thoughts, bro.
Yeah, what I mean by nerd, I mean guys with morals, guys that are kind of non-threatening. You know, the typical you would say maybe acting black or acting white, you know, Carlton Banks type. Or somebody who just not into hood things like rap, or you know, hanging out with the fellas doing Negro stuff. You know what I mean? You know, because
I got a chance for that.
Yeah, because there's a reason why they say nice guys finish last. There's a reason why that's a phrase, because that usually ring true. Now it's a little different with this younger generation because the nerdy type of guys are kind of like the cool guys now. You know, it kind of made a switch. You know, back in my day, I'm 46. Back in my day, nerds got no play. Back in my day, at all. But it's a little different now. But the women that are procreating more are usually like the ratchets and the hood dudes. They're having the most children. People that got goals in life don't really go around just having babies like that. That's why I brought up the whole father thing about these kids need these fathers. But the women are not choosing these nice guys like that anymore. They kind of wait till they pretty much got their baggage, and you know, because let's be real, our women are the ones that go around saying, "Oh, he too nice. He a little too nice for me. I like a hood dude." They even had a song. MC Lyte even came out with a song about this a long time ago. I mean, this is a known thing.
So can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
Is it possible that then the projection of confidence or toughness, or let's say even swag, like style, whatever you want to call it, charisma, charm, could we say that there's probably a relational element that women require for relationship, and that these guys are just lacking in that relationship aspect? Because it's not. Hold on, Roberto, real quick. Let me finish this point real quick. If the majority of women are doing what you say, I'm going to accept your point. Let's say, I'm going to say it. I'll say it even if you weren't saying this. A majority of women are not picking the guys that you're talking about. Like a majority of them. So if that's what they're picking, why aren't we adopting some of the things that they're doing to better our relationship chances? That would be skill enhancement. That's what we should do. We should pick up some of the things. We ain't got a drug deal, because what they're doing, they see somebody that can get money quickly. That's provision. That's a work ethic. That's what the drug dealer gets. And it's like a baller NBA. They see money. Like, why can't we do the things that they're attracted to differently in our own way? We can translate those skills in a good guy aesthetic. And like you said, whatever you said, good guy or moral guy, we can do the same type of things. We can have style. We can have charisma. We can have conversation. We can do a lot of the things that they're looking for. We just don't, because we think it's bad, because drug dealers are doing it, or these other guys are doing it. It's okay to be like them, but be a straight arrow. It's okay to have a mouthpiece, be able to talk to a woman and have a 9 to 5. But we think about it as like player pimping. No, you can have a good conversation. Women like novelty. They like to engage in conversation, banter, playfulness. We don't have to stay dry, like in personality, because that's going to lead to dry in physicality. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. The reason why is because a lot of us come from dysfunctional households. So we see men in relationships differently. If you've noticed, men that kind of cater to women. Look, let's take Russell West. What's his name? Russell Wilson, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take Russell Wilson, for example. That should be the prototype that every woman should look for. But we call him a simp, which I think is like the dumbest word in the world. We need more simps, because let me tell you something. Simps are not leaving their kids to fend for themselves with their single mothers. Simps are not doing that. Okay? But
I think most women like Russell Wilson. I think most women think he's like great.
You ever see what the problem is? The dudes are gonna talk crap about him, and they're gonna call him lame. I've even seen women laugh at people talking about Russell Wilson. They will take up for him, but as you can see, most women don't end up with a Russell Wilson. As you can see, Sierra had something totally different before him.
Yeah.
But
he's the prototype.
Yeah. But once she got a baby and was looking for something different, because as she saw what she got from Future wasn't about nothing. He wasn't thinking about her.
Right.
And now she got the type of guy that she should have had the first kid from. And this happens a lot. This happens a lot in our community. I've been in the military. I've worked with every type of race you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
Every type of race. I even work in a computer warehouse where I repair computers. This is why I brought up the nerd thing, because I worked with a lot of nerds. I worked with a lot of them. And a lot of those guys was like socially awkward. They wasn't getting laid. They was not getting laid.
Yeah, that's the natural everyday presence of them, right? Basically, a nerd is someone that lacks social skills.
I mean, generally they are socially awkward.
Yeah,
that's why they ain't getting no play.
And I'm gonna be real. They would have loved Bree with the cat ears. They would have.
My husband's a blur.
Yeah, he's a nerd. See, that's what I'm saying. So, but they was very awkward.
Oh yeah, he ain't awkward. My husband got sweaty.
But here's my thing, right? Here's my thing to it, because what you had said earlier, right? Because you had mentioned that these dudes would typically be the white version of themselves, right? So here's my thing, right? As far as, when it comes to black guys being nerds, but technically acquiesce in the image of white. My thing is intelligence only singular to one ethnic group?
No.
That's my whole point. So why are we over here saying we're acquiescing into being a white person?
No.
Because let's be honest. No, but I'm saying, but this is how people think. Because they'll sit here and compare us to white people. But my thing is, well, then who do we compare white people to? Because last time I checked, are white people as smart as Asian people? But see, that's the bullshit right there.
I'm missing the connection.
And real quick, Wally. Yeah, me too. Like, who did somebody say something about white people?
No, I'm saying through his. I don't know if you guys hear Roberto's response earlier when he was explaining the whole nerd, but he mentioned that in his breakout as far as
he said, okay, like they like Oreo. They don't present. They're not into hood culture.
Like basically, no. Well, not even just hood culture. It's just basically being a typical black person.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not
more white
personally, but I'm telling you,
right? Yeah,
this is what nerds used to hear coming from.
Okay, being called Oreo, like when people call you Oreo or something because you're not into the typical.
Basically, because like you may be this, but in reality you acquiesce into looking like something else. But that's my whole thing, right? Because you know how it is, like when they sit here and say, "Oh, you be talking white," because you talk properly. Like, that's that bullshit. Like, intelligence is not labeled to just one ethnic group. It's labeled to every freaking person.
Real quick, Roberto, make your point, but I gotta ask a question as soon as you're done.
I have a question too.
All right, the guy that played Carlton Banks from The Fresh Prince, y'all know him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No black women are checking for him in real life.
No black, you know what's funny about?
No black women ever looked at him like, oh my God, I just love me some Alfonso Ribeiro. But
you know what's funny though? He's the original prototype though. He's the real original prototype.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold up, Wally. Let Roberto finish his point.
Yeah, no problem.
And that's the point I'm trying to say. Our women don't really look at guys like that. And you know, I'm not gonna say all of them, but like in general, they don't really go for guys like that.
All right, now real quick, I'm gonna let Bree ask her question, but I want to establish a baseline because we're kind of backtracking a little bit. Like I'm saying, I agree with you. So like I want to move forward from this point. Most black women like a certain type of guy. They like a certain personality. They like a certain level of income. They like a certain physicality. There are certain baselines and standards that women prefer. Is that fair to say, Wally and Roberto?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
You don't think women have standards?
I think our women need to up their standards. I think they care more about swag than money.
That's a standard. Like swag is a standard. Like anything
I guess so.
I'm talking about a preference, a point of preference.
Our women don't really have to have, the guy doesn't really have to have everything, but they definitely got to have the swag. If they have the swag with no money, they fine with that.
Okay. So let's say a lot of women will choose a guy with swag over a lot of more important relationship functions.
Yes.
Can we agree with that, Wally?
I agree.
Why?
Say it again.
A lot of women. I'm trying to concede a point so that we can go further into the conversation. So a lot of women will have a preference for swag or appeal or charm over a lot of things that are more important in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're conceding that point. Bree, can you agree with that? Okay. So having conceded that point, if that is the case, if that's the case, and we know they like appeal, if they like swag, why can't we say as men, as leaders, as heads, let me work on my swag. Let me work on my appeal. Let me work on being more charming. Let me work on my conversation. Why can't we take the ownership of showing up as the type of guy that the woman likes, as opposed to saying, well, this guy has that. I don't want to be like that. These women shouldn't pick them. Why don't we pick up the traits that women are choosing as opposed to letting other guys win? Don't let them win. We should go do more. Like we can do more. We can put forth the effort to be better in certain aspects. Because like I'm going to tell you what there's a common denominator between Future and Russell Wilson. What's the common denominator between Future and Russell Wilson?
They look good.
Okay, let's say attractive. They're both attractive physically, but they're totally different styles. But let's say they're both attractive. And what's another common denominator?
They have money.
They both got money. So women can be attracted to multiple different things. They can combine and overlap those things in varying degrees. Some might put swag over money. Some might put money over attention. Everybody has different. I heard a woman say she broke up with a guy that had 2 jobs, a working guy, because he didn't have enough time for her. So if most women would prefer swag over any of these other things we say are more important to a relationship, why don't us as men quit complaining and go work? If we spend all the time that we're talking about what women want, if we were working to get the things women want, women would want us. I mean, doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, but it's like it's the one problem that we have here is that the guy with morals get trumped over the hood guy, because a lot of our women, they don't really want the guy with the morals, and that's really what they need, but they really don't like the guy with the morals, because the guy with the morals is going to try to hold them to a higher standard. The hood dudes, they don't have. No, I'm serious.
No, I say like okay,
Yeah,
I understood something about your point.
This is why Megan Good couldn't really deal with the relationship she had. You saw what happened when she did that little freaky scene in that TV show, and that messed everything up. A lot
we
of
know that's what messed it up. Like that's an assumption.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Are.
Yeah, and a lot of these women don't want the guy to tell them how to dress. They don't want that.
No,
you know, they don't want that. But guys with morals, okay, go ahead.
When you say morals, I'm starting to understand you're speaking more about that Christian worldview. Is that safe to say?
Not
like
necessarily
a Christian worldview, because morals
not necessarily a Christian world. Not necessarily
traditional values.
Totally Christian, but once a guy get with a girl, it's a certain way he want her to move. A guy with some kind of morals, it's a certain way they want them to move. But with a hood guy, a woman can wear her. She can be with him. She can wear her tight clothes. She can wear her little hoochie clothes, and it won't be a problem.
I still feel like I still feel like that's still related to Christian worldview. You may not necessarily like he go to church every Sunday, but I think it's still related to a traditional, i.e. Christian worldview, because morals, like to have a moral, there has to be a standard set by a certain structure or entity, and usually that's going to be surrounding religion of some sort. So I would think that man would have, at least, even if he's not practicing religious, he still has some sort of like biblical or Christian worldview.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to tie morals into religion, yeah. So
I mean, because just usually if you're going to say a moral code, like we can't say morals across the board, because for a lot of people throughout human history, your morals are decided by the religious entity or whatever like belief system you have. That usually establishes moral codes. And then you have civic codes of ethics, like from the society.
Yeah.
But so if you're talking about morals, like we have to be talking about some spiritual, religious worldview, not necessarily just Christian.
Yeah. But a lot of our women just want to do what they want to do. And that's why.
Here's my thing. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, because what I was gonna get at is because as I'm constantly hearing this thing, it's constantly just ticking in my head. But we're talking about the quote unquote nerd, and then just upping up his skill set. So what I hear that when Rashad says that, the first thing that comes to me is that Nick Cannon movie. You remember that movie that I'm talking about? Yeah, exactly. He constantly was getting his style upped, and then he constantly was getting more favor.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is just being able to constantly have a simple style, constantly having to be able to be more confident, constantly be able to really be open. That was the kill switch for him to being more of that dude. So it's just what it is.
And I wanted to comment on the moral code too. Is like a lot of women, like as religion kind of falls out of favor, you're gonna find more modern women who don't identify as Christian or don't see that as their worldview are gonna be rejecting that. And I mean, so I think I think because of the way the world is going, that's probably why you're seeing that rejection. Because honestly, if a man tells me he's very, very Christian, like there's certain things that there's stuff in there, like there's power dynamics and like things in that belief system that if the man isn't like if he's in a maladaptive space, or he's not reached his potential, or he's insecure, if he's not like balanced in his mental and he has a Christian worldview, it tends to skew to the side of just like suppressive, like it gets weird, like it gets twisted, and then it turns into control, like a lot of controlling instead of being like the kind of love in the Christian hierarchy and model that you're supposed to have. It usually turns into a very like overly controlling behaviors. So for a lot of women, it's like become a warning sign. Like, instead of being something that's good, instead of it being something that's like, oh, he has a Christian background or value system, it's become a red flag to a lot of women, because we know sometimes the Christian men in the church be the worst ones.
Yeah, but
Like
those are those.
cheating.
Yeah, but those are
But see, that
men. Those are men who go astray. We
Yeah, but
supposed
that's most of them.
Yeah, but we supposed to have that. See, religion is very hard to stay pure. It's very hard.
Right.
But as you can see, what's happened in American culture is turning very degenerate, and that's because we 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 stop believing in the faith. If you notice, in the very religious countries, the marriage rate is very high, but it's a lot of controlling involved. It's a lot of suppression involved.
Yes,
But that's
of
what
the
religion
women.
is. Even the
Yeah,
men,
the women. So that's why they reject it.
yeah, even as a religion, the man is suppressed also, because we're not supposed to step out on our women. But that totally
But
goes.
they do it.
Yeah, but it's not right. But I'm just saying.
But
it don't matter because they do.
But listen to what you're saying, Roberto. You're arguing for a world where women control themselves by the moral rules and laws, but men who we already know don't follow the rules and laws get to continue pretending to follow the rules, but they don't. But the women, we want to be held to a strict guideline because we know what's going to happen. We've seen it. We see it right now in India and the Middle East. What happens is men, through brute force, control the women through force and punish them severely for stepping out of the rules.
Yeah.
While the men, if they step out, it's not as bad unless it's like homosexuality or something.
Yeah, and that's wrong. But the thing is, women move further away from God than men do when they step out of their role. If you notice, like when women are like very successful in the workplace and they move up, they're less likely to want to have kids. They're less likely to want to get married. It doesn't matter how much money a man makes. 9 times out of 10, he's going to keep trying to get married. As you can see with these billionaires and millionaires, for some reason, they keep trying to get married. They keep trying to have a family. Women are the opposite. So women need more structure. As you can see, when we on Instagram, all you see is women twerking. Women have more sex worker jobs than men. They're pushing for this. Men aren't even making them do this stuff anymore. They're doing it on their own. Yeah,
it's power.
Roberto? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. You may not accept this, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. Men and women want sex differently. We have access to sex differently, so it has shaped the world differently. Women go into sex works because men will pay for sex. Women won't pay for sex the same way because they have it available for free. So that influences the sex work. And if people are free to do what they want, both men and women will do what they want. I can show you that men will do it equally because they leave their women and their children. They abandon their homes just as much as women are wayward and pick bad men. For every woman that's doing the wrong thing, there's a man that's doing the wrong thing. I can even go that further to show you, look at the prison system. Men are in the prison system like 8 times more than women. More violence, more sexual predation. Like, men are just as foul, if not more, than women. The men have subjugated the earth, not women. So what you've seen, though, what you've seen is that when women have sexual freedom, they have more choice. Men that lose control because women have choice want to go back into that moral pseudo-religious nature because it benefited them. So what you're seeking is the comfort of knowing that women will just submit no matter how you show up in the world, as opposed to taking efforts to be a better individual to more attract her, because now she has choice. So when a shopper has a choice, like if you got to show up and take the bread that they offer you at the pantry, you just going to take the bread because you're hungry. That's what women had. Well, now they have a card and they can swipe at Walmart and they've got a whole selection of bread. Raisin bread, they've got sourdough, they've got Italian, they've got wheat, they've got pumpernickel, they've got rye, they've got all the breads, and they're choosing. Well, you could stay some bread that's kind of a little flat, a little stale, a little dry, a little cardboardy. Or you could improve your bread and market yourself better. That's what we're going to have to do with women that have choice. We're not going to go backwards. Women are not going to give up their choices. They're not going to give up their freedoms. You don't even want to give up your freedoms. If somebody was to say, now, Roberto, we think social media is terrible. Y'all should all give up your cell phones and stay off social media. You wouldn't want to do it. Likewise, women wanting to dance or twerk or have sex, they're not going to want to do what it makes them feel good either. Nobody does. What you're seeing from women is the natural response to having choice. And the reaction is not to tell them no more choices. The reaction should be to evolve and say, I'm going to give you a better choice than these lames out here who are going to leave you anyway. And you know it because of the history of your mom and your aunt and your sisters. I'm going to stay with you and give you all the swag. I'm going to stay with you and take care of the kids when we have them. I'm going to stay with you and I'm going to have something to say when we talk. I'm going to stay with you and I'm going to groom myself to be appealing. I'm going to keep my hygiene up. I'm fat and I can attract women. I'm fat. I'm fatter than anybody up here. Guarantee you. And I can attract women and I can retain women. It's not about the women's choice. It's about your ability to be the choice. And if we're going to tell women, if we're going to tell women to compete, be fit and feminine and friendly, compete for the man, the high earner, the high value man, if they have to compete, oh boy, the other side of the coin hits just the same for us. We got to compete for the women we want, because there's a woman that wants a nerd too. There's a woman who'll take anything too, because she needs something. Yeah, I know these women. I know these women that'll deal with a guy with no job. But I know these women that'll deal with they'll deal with abusive men. And you know what they are? They're unattractive to you. And Wally wouldn't want them, and you wouldn't want to deal with them. I wouldn't deal with them because they don't have what we want. And if they wanted to attract us, they would have to improve. That's the marketplace. You have to compete. Otherwise, you're obsolete. Compete or remain obsolete. Evolve or die.
No, we both have to change.
I'm gonna be Wally the robot off of that stupid movie.
Yeah, because
he said I'm gonna be Wally the robot. Yeah,
I'm
gonna be obsolete. Shit, me.
No, we both have to change because both of us are messed up. It ain't just the men. The women like the ain't shit niggas. They do. This is true. I've seen it for years.
Women, they ain't
I just said that. Yeah, I just said that.
A lot of times that's all we surrounded by too.
too.
Especially if you in the hood. Like, I mean, a lot of times what you surrounded by is a bunch of ancient niggas.
That's what I'm saying. But they choose. I've seen it all my life. I've seen them women choose the thug over the guy that wanted to be in a relationship. You know how many women I've heard say, I ain't ready for marriage, but have like 4 kids by 4 different dudes.
That's the thing in the Black community. Dude, yeah, like, not decision making is terrible. Critical thinking is terrible.
Even the good girls want thugs. Even the
I don't like. I mean, I'm one of them people who say I don't like self-proclaimed nice guys.
Yeah, right. So this is the problem we have in our community, and that's what I'm trying to point out. Our community, they don't gravitate towards morals anymore. This is why you see what we have here.
Yeah, our community is rejecting Christian values. I agree.
Right. And Roberto, like you're repeating it. Like that's what I'm trying to lock this in, because we've all agreed with what you're saying. And I conceded that point earlier. So we can move on. I've conceded the point that most women want the bad boy. So like we don't have to keep repeating that. We know that. So now what I'm saying is, if we start the moral guys, you keep saying the moral guys. If, let's say, me, you, Wally, whoever else identifies as a moral guy, if we start to move with the swag and the attractive nature, the appeal, the charm of the bad boy, the women could choose. And you know what they will? You said this out of your mouth. You said this out of your mouth, Roberto. You said they want a committed thug. You know what you would be if you were the moral person who's ready for a commitment and relationship, but took on the attractiveness of a thug? You would be the committed thug. You would be their dream guy if you were confident and tough and stylish and also equipped with money and you had access and you had your morals, you'd be the dream. Go ahead.
But the part you're missing is that, let's say, and I'm kind of what you're talking about. I used to be the little nice guy, but then I got in the gym, got ripped up, had some swag, knew how to dress. But the problem was, it was the moral part then. Once you act, it's the moral part. Now,
Okay.
faithful thug is different than having morals. But when the
So he's
moral
not an actual gangster.
No. The moral part is like when your girl is wearing some inappropriate stuff and y'all going out, and you say, "Baby, I don't want you wearing that kind of stuff. That stuff attracts, the wrong attention." This is what the women don't want. They don't like that good girl crap in these relationships anymore, and that's why the hood dudes are winning. You can swag it up.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
All you want, yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying
now.
So what you're saying is, once you've attracted this woman,
yeah,
who's immoral, once you've attracted this woman who's immoral through you becoming that moral thug, now you want to change her.
Yeah, because when you get older, you change. Yeah, when you get older, you change. When you have daughters, you change. I'm not the same guy I was when I'm young. When I'm older now, I got a daughter. I care about the way women move. So when you got all these women online, and we're getting on these women about how you twerking online, how you dress out in public, it's a lot of pushback from our women. Now that's the only part that's gonna be the issue right there. But I get what you're saying. Swag your nerdy self up and attract these women. Once we do that, we got to get them on that moral part now, and then we'll
see, that's where we were having a breakdown, and I see the problem.
Yeah.
See, the problem is you shouldn't want to attract anybody that you have to change. So this is also a mentality that we have to change. If she's somebody that you think can't stay in her current mode of operation, don't pursue her. Let her be, because it's not. Don't go after. Don't even accept the attention of a woman that would have to change to be with you. That's also a failure on our part. And again, you may not accept that, but I'm telling you, that's the law. Just the same way, if she got with you and then told you, well, you got to grow your hair out. Well, I'm patchy here. Now you got to go a full head of hair. It wouldn't make sense because it's against your nature. You can't ask a person to change once you're in the relationship. Show up how you want to be attractive. If you want to be swaggy, like if you want somebody to accept you unswaggy, stay unswaggy. Like, be who you want to be and for who you want to attract. If you want to attract immoral women, don't try to attract immoral women and then try to change them. That's not fair to her, and it's also not fair to yourself. You're doing yourself a disservice going after somebody that's a club twerker. Every weekend I'm in the club 3 nights a week twerking, and I'm going to change you into a moral woman once I'm with you. That's unfair to both of you. That's more stress on yourself, and that's unfair expectations on her. That's all. You got
potential. It's that whole potential. It's that whole potential thing.
But you know what's unfair? To ask the thug to be faithful too, because that ain't in them.
It is, but they won't do it. That's what I'm saying. But they won't even comply. They don't even listen. But Wally, jump in. We've been over you for a minute.
No, all I was saying was basically the black community is the threat. I mean, let's be honest. This is my whole point. Look what you just said, right? Because my thing is, you tell them that, I'll be like, nah, because that ain't gonna go down. We gotta tell them what it is. We gotta tell them how it's gonna keep going down. Come on.
I just think that, and then also like make sure the person you're dating has the same moral code as you would help you with that. But like the truth of the matter is a lot of younger. The truth of the matter is a lot of younger generations are rejecting Christian respectability politics and virtue aesthetics and like all of that stuff. Like, huh?
Those got me the church values.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying church values. I'm just saying like a lot of what we think is right and normal is really based off the Christian model. And like it's interesting to me that people still have conversations that don't realize that a lot of American culture historically was built off Christian principles. So like a lot of what we think is normal and right in the way it should be traditionally is Christian. It's synonymous with Christian. Like, as people start to reject that model and that belief system, you're going to have to make sure that the person you're picking identifies and their worldview comes from that place, because you telling a woman who does not identify with their worldview that she has to present a way is not going to work. It's not going to
So
work.
here's my thing, right? So here's my thing to that statement, right? Because either which way you said that the whole world was wrapped around, in most cases, they're not Christian values. But here's my thing to it. Christian
Not the
value,
whole
Christian,
world.
being Christian is based, well, not the whole world, but I mean America, sorry.
Mhm.
But here's my thing, right? Christian is just one of the religion constructs, right? And basically religion is what? It's an organization. So my thing is, it's not so it's a foundation built and made, which means ultimately, this is why I sit here and say, like, the moral thing is really just, morals are just universal. But because people put words and ideals into a pocket, that's what it is. Y'all can say it's not, but my thing is, regardless,
It's not.
if I sit here, but see, okay, so you're trying to tell me if I sit here and say one example, right? Like, for instance, like, I do not want my wife to be a certain way. You trying to tell me around everywhere we go, whatever ethnic group, if they're not going to agree with that statement, they do not want their wife a certain way.
That's literally what I'm saying. What way is going to depend on the culture, which most culture is built off religious belief. Now you're talking about Abrahamic religions, that's Muslim, Christian, and Jews. You may see some. You may see some similarities because they're Abrahamic. Then you have Buddhists, you have Wiccans, you have pagans, you have hedonists, you have atheists, you have agnostics. They're not gonna believe the same stuff about how women should be. What if they worship goddess? Do you know temple prostitution came from goddess worship? Prostitution was a form of religious worship in Babylon. So, like, no, morals are defined by the religion. In Babylon, it was the highest calling of a woman to serve as a temple prostitute before she got married. So, how a woman should present is based off the religious system.
Well, then I guess that's just me then, because I don't look at none of that amongst
but
all
you
that
can't
country.
sit here and have an argument and saying that, or you mean to tell me that I could go somewhere else in the world and say how they would want their wife to behave and they wouldn't agree with me, and I'm telling you they wouldn't.
That, but my thing is, I'm looking at the world and I'm sitting here saying this.
I'm
looking at my view.
Okay.
And I'm seeing a certain particular image. And it's just not ultimately, if my thing is for me, it's just not ultimately seen as that different. But once again, I could be wrong. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I respect that. I want to hit these couple chats real quick. There are plenty of thugs who faithful, and just and Shy Cootie. Nope, that's it. I'm gonna come back. I can't stand you. No. Shy Cutie had asked, "Are all nice guys unattractive or something?" It was something Shy Cutie had asked. There we go.
Yeah, the nice.
So are all nice guys out of shape or not physically appealing? No. For the sake of the conversation, we're generalizing to a large degree that Black women are choosing bad boys and that nice guys have some version of unattractive nature. So for the sake of argument, we're assuming that the overwhelming majority, and just going off of that assumption, so that we can dispute the points on their real nature as opposed to the minutia. So that's what that. But yes, the worldview, Wally, because me and Yella both have a big difference of opinion on what we would want from a partner. And I think it was around twerking. Mm-hmm. He said he wanted his girl to be a baddie that's twerking, like in public with him.
He's like this. He likes his woman to be desired. He don't want a woman that nobody desire. But he's also not. He's atheist, or he's not necessarily atheist. He's agnostic. Maybe I think it's more of a quantum. But still, like, he's not a Christian. So that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of what especially the Black community thinks is normal and how people should conduct themselves is based off the Christian model. And I think we have to realize that moving forward, as the world is changing, that you are coming from a Christian model. And a lot of Black people are starting to opt out of that said model. Mm-hmm. And so you're you need to make sure who you're dealing with agrees with that worldview, because then if you actually remove that worldview, a lot of what we think is how we should present ourselves is based on it. You're not going to tell me I got to wear a certain thing if it's not you. Where are we coming from? Where are we coming up with this from?
But see, we're not really speaking on individual. We're not really speaking on the individual level. We trying to point out like what's going on as a whole. And the
Right.
problem, yeah. I mean, what you're saying makes sense, but let's be real. The people with less morals are producing the most children. So when we talk about these fatherless homes, this is not coming from. We're not talking about Christians. We're
No, we
talking about
are.
people.
I think we talking more so about a certain income bracket and
Yeah.
access to like a certain education, access to opportunities. I think we're more talking about a class because I think Black people have traditionally been Christian almost up to into now, and we know young Black people under certain income levels are having the most kids. I think it's access and I think it's income based more than I think most of these people. I worked in a hospital, labor delivery, mostly 99.9% Black population. And when they come in and do their assessments of who they are, most of them will say they are Christian. Like when you ask them their religious beliefs, so that if they die or something, we know to call the priest or whatever.
Yeah.
Most of them checking Christian. So I think that it's not more so religion. I think it's more so income bracket and just seeing, like if you growing up in the hood or you growing up in a certain environment, you're seeing that people just have kids. Like it's not something that should be met with like criticism or like you should, like it's a heavy decision or you should wait. Like I think in the hood, people just have kids. Poor people just have kids.
I mean, the people that want to just have sex, period, are the ones having kids. It's not the the guys. It's not the people with morals that's going around just having babies like that. It's the people that just want to just be having sex, doing all the girls they can. Those are the people that's procreating. So when we got these dysfunctional homes, this is why, because the people with less morals are creating these messed up families. So
where are they going to get the morals from? Where would they get the morals from?
Why?
Now, this is the more important question. I'm gonna ask you two parts. Where these people that have no morals, where are they? Their family is already broken. They're already an adult. They're already making bad decisions. Where are they now going to get the morals? And then why would they accept those morals?
Well, they have to change.
But why?
Why what?
Why would they have to change?
They would have to change to become better. They have to change to make smarter decisions. As whenever you're growing up, you always have to change for the better. That whole staying the same, don't change, you can't change a person, that's BS. Everybody has to change for the better. That's called life. That's called progressing. Everyone has to change for the better, and that's what these people need to do. I even did it. I've been married for 10 years, and I have never cheated on my wife.
That's good.
I used to be a sex addict.
Okay.
I was out there bad, but I changed.
So what's the blueprint they should use? Like, what is the model that they should use to like how they gonna learn it?
I got married.
A lot of people get married.
When I wasn't married, I was out there bad. When I got married, that's when I was good.
Okay, so what gave you the rules about how you should behave in a marriage? How did you learn?
What was the magic snap for you?
Yeah,
a lot of people get married and they cheat.
Yeah, if you're gonna teach them, you gotta. Where can you reference them? Where can they find the morals? Where can they find how you should behave?
I'm not a church going guy, but my morals just came from cause and effect. If I cheat on my wife, bad things are gonna happen. I don't want to do that, so I'm not gonna cheat. I'm not gonna steal because I could end up in jail, so I don't steal. It's all about the consequences. I don't want to do anything that has consequences.
So what about people that are not fearful of consequences?
They're gonna have to get there. If they don't, they're gonna have a troubled life.
And they do.
Okay, so they gotta learn through experience.
Like that's what happens.
Yeah. But they're gonna have to find it in themselves to change. And another thing, we as a community, we need to start shaming again. This is why the other countries work so well when it comes to marriage, because in other countries they kind of force morals.
No, there's force.
They force. What countries are we referencing? Can you give me some countries?
Does it matter? I mean, honestly,
It does matter.
Yeah, like countries
It matters a lot.
countries that are big on Muslim religion.
Okay, so
Sharia
Muslim
law.
Yeah,
countries.
yeah.
Okay.
Honor killings.
that's a heavy duty.
Yeah, they
14-year-old wives.
yeah, they pick and choose what they take from the Bible, but I'm just going off the whole marriage
They marry
success rate.
14-year-olds too. 12-year-olds sometimes.
I mean, but y'all, it's like that's like extreme things.
That's not extreme. It's quite normal.
That's
for them.
kind of normal. Like what you're.
Okay,
I'm telling you,
okay.
like Roberto. Hold up, real quick. Hold up. I want Wally to jump in because like you've been kind of dominating. So listen, I understand your point. You want the
Not really. I like to sit back.
Okay, cool. That'll work. Then let me jump in. You want all the benefits of a traditional value society, all of the good of it. People, houses in order, families intact, communities being built. You want all of the good of it, but you want to negate all the bad that came with that. The domination and physical control of women, marital rape, things like the marrying young child brides, all of the honor killings, all of that came with these traditional values. We've progressed out of those over here in the West, in the Western society.
Mhm.
We've progressed out of that. So what you're seeing as regression, us going backwards, all the morals decaying, that's the decline of the West. Our control in the Western society is America. It's declining. The control of the Black church has declined. So all of the controls have failed. And now people are free to do as they wish. And that's what you're seeing the effects of. People are free. And when they're free, they choose things that feel good because that's all they have. Because what the prior societies, all of the do the right thing, because it's the right thing, none of them were happy. The silent generation and the boomers do the right thing, service the country. None of them were happy. They complained. Their marriages were miserable. They stayed miserable. They slept in separate rooms, separate beds. Then you got the Gen Xers. Same problem. We have a problem where we didn't want the marriages of our parents, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know a better way. The new generations are more fluid. We don't know what that's going to look like, but we do know that permissiveness breeds permissiveness. It breeds moral decay, depravity, whatever you want to call it. Freedom does that to people. So if you're going to instill control, like shame, you said shame. If you want to shame somebody, like you have to have control of them to do that. Because if you didn't want to hear me talk, like right now, Roberto, you're trying to shame me. You know what being free can do? You're trying to shame me. Because you can't control me coming and going. I can just leave.
Yeah, you just leave.
So with the women, we can say all we want, but if they can just leave where you're shaming them, there's no power to the shame. Unless you can make them sit still and make them listen and then do something about it, shame is worthless. It's bitching and moaning. It's whining. It's complaining. That's what the shaming is if you have no control. So it's better mentally, psychologically, instead of the stick, instead of beating the donkey, if you had a carrot, offer an incentive because they have a choice. So since you can't beat them, it's illegal. It's illegal to beat them into submission. You're going to have carrot and a stick. That's only two options you got: negative and positive reinforcement. That's all you got. So you can't beat them, and shaming a donkey that's free to make its own choices is worthless. It's a waste of time. They're stubborn old mule. So you're going to have to get some carrots, whether those is diamonds, whether that's money, whether that's attractive, whether that's charm, whether that's swag, whether that's a new set of veneers because your teeth is messed up, whatever it is, you're going to have to dangle some carrots to make a move. That's positive reinforcement. That's a motivation theory. That's science. Like, please don't argue with science. Like, you got the carrot or the stick. Well, if we don't got the stick. We got no power. You said that in the chat. We have no power here.
Check this out. See, y'all using shame. Y'all changed the definition of shame. Let me tell you something. Back in the day, it was shameful for a woman to have a baby out of wedlock. You know what happened? Less women had kids out of wedlock. People need control. Y'all think control is a bad word, but it's not. People need control. People need discipline, because when you don't have that, it's not going to work. People need
So
structure.
let me ask you a question.
This is why when you have children, you have to have some level of control over them. So
But they're not children. Roberto, I gotta stop you.
No. Listen.
Wait, I gotta ask a question though.
What?
Oh
Everybody,
no. Oh, okay. You gonna let me. No, I'm gonna let you finish first.
yeah. Don't think because we're adults that we don't need control anymore. Adults need control also. Okay? Who makes worse mistakes? Children or adults? You're muted.
Rshaun, you muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, he got mic troubles.
Still muted.
Oh, okay.
Get out and get back in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wally. Or you want Rshaun to hear it?
Okay, well, this is what I'm gonna ask, right? Because when we talk about control, or just as far as for adults, right? My things with control is I'm not even gonna waste my time with control. Why? Because my thing is this: if you can't control yourself, what point is me controlling you? I'm gonna waste my fucking time with that garbage. So I may as well just fucking deuces too. Another thing, as far as for kids, yeah, there's gonna be some point of level you have to give some versatility of control, because kids are most of the times immature and they don't know no better. But eventually, as they grow in age, eventually there's gonna have to be that awareness of, you knew what was bad, you knew what was wrong, and you knew what was right. So it's like eventually, even with kids, they're gonna have to know how to freaking maintain them damn selves. So
Hey,
that's
Wally,
another thing.
you know, when I go out, you know who I see doing very immature shit? Adults. I see it a lot. Everybody needs some level of control in their life. Even
They do.
And what are
I
some of the
believe that.
methods of
So,
But
what
I
are some
also
of the
believe in
methods of
self-control
control?
more than anything.
Yeah, I'm
even
gonna say I think most people are incentivized to be either it's some people don't need outside governance
yeah, but I'm just saying,
to do the right thing.
I don't think people
Can y'all hear
should
me
make.
now?
I don't think
Yes,
people should make
Yeah, we
control.
hear you
we
now.
can.
Yeah, I don't think people should make control a bad word, because a lot of us need control.
Over yourself. You have to control
Yeah,
your
yes,
person.
yes,
Yourself. That's
yes.
it though.
Even 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 my wife saves me from myself sometimes. Sometimes I save her from herself. People need that. You know what I'm saying? If my wife going to the store and going off on the cashier about something, I tell her, "Hey, baby, calm down. Don't do that." That you know, I have to do that because
But
some people can lose it.
she's ultimately
Respectfully,
making the choice to listen to your suggestion though. So really the most important control is control over yourself. The incentive to listen to someone or the respect you have for someone else will make you more likely to receive what they're saying. But ultimately that's self-control. Because you can suggest it, but she could still just be like, nah, I'm doing what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not control. That's not control. That's just
That
Influence.
influence.
it's influence, but see, when y'all say control, y'all use it as a bad thing.
No, you're
No,
assuming that. You're assuming that.
no,
What
it's
what
not
you're not
bad.
hearing, but like you're not. Let me
Well,
try
when
to say what I'm saying a different way, because like you're. I'm trying to. I want to move forward, and we keep repeating the same thing. So like, give me a second, Roberto. Like control. It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. But if you're controlling someone against their will, that's where it becomes bad for the person who's being controlled. That's like enslavement. People were controlled against their will. That's where it becomes bad. That's what I'm talking about. Like you said, these women are immoral. If they're immoral, they resist control. So the only way to control an immoral person who has complete freedom would be to take their freedom from them. That's the stick I was talking about. You would have to strip them of their freedom. There's no other way. If you I really honestly, I wouldn't even be able to allow you to make the argument against that, because that's just the truth. And I don't even want to entertain. Like, it would have to be a crazy argument to say that the only way to get an immoral person to be moral, because we have to either incentivize them or take away their freedom to make immoral choices. Those are the only options, the carrot and the stick. That's all we have. So if we know they have freedom, they're free to do it. and we want them to do differently, we cannot take away their freedom and enforce our choices on them. Like, because they're not children. We cannot enforce discipline on another adult who's free. If they go to jail, somebody does take away their freedom and does enforce discipline, does enforce structure. That's what you're talking about doing to women who are free. We want to put them in prison. We want to enforce structure, enforce discipline. That's not something we can do to a free person against their will. They have to submit to that. That would be like the military. You're going in and you're going to get discipline and you're going to get structure, but you know what you get for that? There's some provision made for you that's attractive. There's an incentive for me to join this military and take on this structure and put myself out there. So if we're not going to offer an incentive, then only thing we're left with, Roberto, is taking control with force. So what I don't want to keep talking about, it's a bad thing. It's only bad because the only option to control a woman who's free would be to force her into submission. And that's bad. In this United States of America, that's illegal. That would be abduction or slavery or kidnapping. That would be something along those lines. So we can't do that. So I don't even want to talk about that anymore because it's not practical. Only thing I want to talk about is what's actually possible. Only thing that's possible is to get her to want to accept the structure. That's the only thing we can do, is ask her to get her to want to. The only way to get her to want to is what we can talk about. How can we make a woman who already doesn't want to, who's already free, how can we get her to want to do the things we think she should do? That's the conversation. Like, let's not keep talking about what they're not doing and the things we can't do because it's illegal, because we don't have the power. So let's talk about what we do have the power to do. Change ourselves and incentivize them to want to change with us.
But they don't want to change.
Exactly. So there's nothing you can do if they don't want to change.
But you know why they're not going to change? Because we don't shame it.
I think it's more so that we don't change. Modern women don't change because y'all don't have the power to shame us. I think y'all shame us. I think women still get shamed. Like, women still get shamed.
Y'all have
real quick, y'all. Let Roberto, real quick. Wally, I want you to make your point because Roberto's stuck on this point. Wally, make your point. And I want Roberto to get this out because we got to.
I'm not gonna make no point, but one thing I wanted to ask Roberto is, what is your definition of shame? Because personally, I looked it up. I have a different definition, but of course, the way the definition is the way the definition is. What's your definition of shame?
My definition is bad behavior need to be called out and frowned upon. That's what I go by shame. I don't.
Okay. Well, I don't put that in. Well, okay, that's yours, but that's not what I would call for shame.
Okay, what's your definition?
For me, I say it like this. It's similar to yours, right? It's calling out the negative influence that's being shown. But my thing is not to incorporation of being, ultimately negative, like, oh, you need to stop being a whore. No, you need to stop doing this because it's not good for you. Like, I'm trying to sit here and say, like, look, I'm gonna give you this, but only to hope that you can see within yourself that maybe this is not a good thing for you. I'm trying to give you a bird eye view, like, I'm gonna tell you this is not something you want to do, but at the end of the day, hey, it's your choice. But I just want you to think about what I said.
That's counsel, then.
I'm gonna let you know.
That's not shame. That's counsel.
It's not shame, but my thing is. But here's my thing, right? So I remembered. What else did I say? So I remembered. I think it was with you, Rshaun. You asked, "What is shame? What is the opposite of shame?" If there was what was the opposite of shame? I guess he was making up an example, right? But my thing is, even that's not the example. I know that's not the example of shame as far as the definition goes. But my thing is, the level of what I'm saying for shame is, in my mind, is because there has to be a switch. Because we always talk about, we always just want to be right and all this. We don't care for the other side. But that's my whole point of my definition. I'm trying to sit here and say, hey, I care about your image, so I'm going to let you know about yourself. But at the end of the damn day, it is still going to be your choice. But I'm going to let you know, like, hey, this is just not what it is. This is not just good for you.
Well, that's not shame, then. That's counsel.
Yeah.
It may that's what I'm saying, but my thing is, my definition is my thing. But
overall, your worldview, your worldview. Now listen, Wally, this is the second time, so I'm going to like counsel you in this moment. Like, we're having a general conversation that can apply to multiple people. So if it's your particular specific worldview that only applies to you, like let's like try to do something that's useful for everybody. So like I want to address Roberto's point because we need to understand shame in a broader context that applies to as many people as possible. So when you say shaming, Roberto, how exactly do you mean shaming? Because I'm gonna show you an example from earlier today, and I'd like to I want you to show me what it looks like. I want you to shame me into a healthier eating habit. And exercise, diet and exercise. Shame me into adopting diet and exercise practices.
Well,
I will open, if you need to, if it needs to be repetitive, I will open my panel every day for an hour to up to 4 hours and let you say whatever you need to say. And I want you to see over a year if it changes.
But see, that's different. That's different. I'm talking about bad behavior.
Obesity is a bad behavior.
That's not a bad behavior. That's
what?
That's bad eating habits.
That's a behavior.
No.
What you eat is a habit. What you eat, a habit, eating, that's a behavior. Behavior is what you do with your body.
No.
What you articulate in the world.
When I say bad behavior, I'm talking about something that can influence people in a negative way. That's your body. You can do what you want with your body. But
why can't the women?
Huh?
Why can't the women?
No. See, the problem with let's say like twerking, right? If you see a woman twerking out in public, I'm not saying behind closed doors, I'm talking about out in public over the airwaves, then that starts to create a negative vibe, and people pick it up. And now, as you can see, you have probably about 1 million women online twerking. Now your kids have access to internet and they can see it, and it influences them. That's what needs to be shamed. Now, if you just eat a lot of fried chicken, then I would consider motivation for that, motivating someone to get in shape. Now, let me tell you something. When I was young, I used to wear tacky clothes because my grandma would dress me because I didn't have money. People made fun of me in school. They shamed me, made fun of me. I said, I don't like being made fun of. So I got me a job and I started dressing better. Shamed worked for me. It doesn't work for everybody, but it worked for me. Do you understand why these women go get weaves and stuff in their hair? Because they don't want nobody talking about they nappy kitchen and this and that.
Yeah. But I want you to catch your own logic, though. I want you to catch your own logic because you're making my point. You changed because of an incentive. See, nobody was beating you. They were talking. So what you wanted was social.
What do you mean?
Nobody was beating. Nobody.
You said somebody you had poor clothing. So when you walk down the street, people didn't start punching you because your shirt. No. So it wasn't physical. It wasn't stick. It was verbal. So what you wanted was social validation because they were negatively impacting you with their words. Yeah. You wanted to be accepted. That's an incentive. So if you have something that people can be included in, like I want to be part of the group. I want to be a cool kid, or I just want to be left alone. At least I want to be left alone and be on the outside. That's an incentive. You know what black men don't have? Something that black women want to be included in. We don't have anything. So if you had something that black women wanted to get into, that you could say, nah, you can't come in here with that weave, they would take the weave off. But there's nothing that they want that they can't get. That's what I mean by incentive. Your very own point was making mine. If we have something to offer, even if it's not tangible, it doesn't have to be money. It can be inclusion. Because if black men were building something amazing, guess who want to be right beside us? Black women, because it would be natural. Wow, this is amazing. I'd like to be here. We could have a whole black family, black man, black woman. Pow! It'd be amazing. Power couples. It would be incentive. That's what I'm talking about. That's the carrot. And to show you what I was talking about earlier, why the stick doesn't work. Why the stick doesn't work. You need power for shame to work. Simon went sideways on the panel, according to me. I'll say Simon went sideways according to my worldview, my perspective. The chat and Bree all agreed that Simon went a little left. So If I wanted to shame him, I called out his behavior. His behavior did not change. He doubled down. I shamed him publicly. He doubled down. I removed him from the space. He tripled down in the chat. Shaming did not work. He then said, block me. Guess what I had to do? I had the power to remove him from the panel. And then I had the power to remove him from the chat. My shame only means anything if you have the power to enforce it. If he could have stayed up on the panel and in the chat indefinitely, no matter what I said, the shame would have meant nothing. It would have been mockery. Shame only means something if you have power to enforce it, which is why black people are shamed by white people, because we know white people can enforce with power whatever they feel from their shame. Black women have no such fear from black men, because you know what we can't do? If we get out of line with women in a violence or forceful way, they can call the white man to save them. We have no power there. Is it about taking care of the family? We don't have the money. We're short. Capitalism has made us obsolete nearly because we don't rely on physical labor. We have no power here. So the only way you're going to get power with a black woman is finding what now incentivizes her. Either you can do the work to get the money, or you can do the work to appeal to her. Those are the only incentives you have. Or you can build something cool. Like I'm gonna say, even if it's negative to black women, like Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels built a platform that showed women in a negative light. But you know what women wanted to do? They wanted to be a part of something cool. And he could shame them and mock them, and they would change. And then ladies would stop coming up the same way. They would try to change. Yeah. They would try to sit up. They would try to do better. They would try to have better lighting, because behind the shame was power. Because if they didn't acquiesce, if they didn't do what he wanted, be gone, demon. Be gone. Shame means nothing without power. And the power can come in different ways. Like I said, it could be money. It could be attraction. I see you're still shaking your note. You're not accepting it. I'm trying to give you a healthier thinking model.
I'm accepting it, but you're missing.
What? Okay, then tell me what I'm missing.
It wasn't his big platform that made women change. What he did was, when he shamed, he explained to him the consequences of your actions, the consequences of your results, of what you're getting being the way you are. The results that you're getting being the way you are. And that's what I'm trying to point out to the black community. Look at the results of what we're doing. It has nothing to do with the platform. It's explaining it. Shaming, just saying, oh, you bitches ain't shit, that don't work. Explain to them why what they're doing is very self-destructive. That's different. You don't need a platform for that. That's just pointing out the cause and effect of things.
I know.
Yeah, you have men that build great platforms, men that's made millions. What happens? Their wife go out and cheat on them. They build everything. They built that protection, that security, but their wife go and cheat on them. Why? Because their wife lack the morals to stay faithful. So it's not about us building up something to get them to act right. They have to be that already. We don't have to build anything for somebody to be a good person. They should be good already, and then it all come in line.
No, you're missing these are two separate conversations, and you're joining them, but they're separate. There's attracting the women and getting them to even paying attention. That's what I'm talking about, because that's all you can do. You can only control the controllables. You can only control what you have within your power. You can only control your behaviors, and that's the incentive. You can control the incentive to attract. Like I can put out thumbnails. I can put clips. I can put posts on IG, Facebook. I can control my behavior, the controllables. Who I attract with what I put out there, I can't control them. Simon didn't do what I wanted. So who comes based on the level of attraction, you still have no control over them. You'll never have control over them. You only have control to the level of power you have to remove them. Listen, this is factual and this is undisputable, and I'm not even going to entertain too many. Like this is proof, like visual proof. I could not, if I had no power, I would have been stuck dealing with Simon going left. But because I had the power to remove him, the immoral woman, I could remove the person. They could be taken away. That's your only power. If they won't change, all you can do is remove them from your presence. And that's only if you have power. You can't make them change. That's where in your thinking, you've got to stop right there. Like I can attract based on whatever level of attraction I can attain in my lifetime. I can attract. That's where my power stops with that person. I've attracted them. Now it's on them to be a person of character. It's on them to have integrity. It's on them to uphold commitments and virtues and values.
What do you mean?
Their journey.
What do you mean by attract?
You don't? Aren't we talking about men and women? Are we talking about men and women in relationships?
I mean, what do you mean by you having to attract? I'm not trying to attract the twerkers. I ain't trying to change. I'm trying to get them to change their behaviors because of the influence that it has.
Well, you said that why don't they have body autonomy? If they're just choosing to twerk with their body, then why do you think that, like, you were talking about that is their body when he was talking about the eating? You were just like, well, that's your body. You can do to it what you want. So if a woman wants to twerk online, then it's still ultimately her body. Now, you talking about the impact of said twerking online? That's for each person to regulate, to self-regulate, control yourself, self-control. You can just not watch twerking videos. You cannot let your kids watch people twerk. You can, if a woman has self-worth and she has like a certain way she holds herself and you model that to then she won't twerk herself online. But there's always going to be a woman who's willing to twerk online, in the club, on the car, in her house. I mean, that's body autonomy. You can't tell somebody they can't twerk with their body, just like you said. I can't tell you not to eat a cheeseburger.
See, that's the difference between America and some other countries.
Yeah, but we in America.
We're in America. You gotta stick with America. Don't, like, Roberto, no disrespect. Don't even bring up another country. Like, we keep going to another country.
We in America.
Okay, but we're here. Listen. But why are you saying that when we're trying to get the results?
Because I don't.
People? You can't do that.
Hold on. You can't. Hold on. Wait. When you say can't, like you said, he can eat a cheeseburger from McDonald's every day because it's his body, and ultimately he gets to decide what to do with his body. Should he? No. We can counsel him not to. It's the same with a woman twerking. You can feel how you want to feel about it, but ultimately she has the right to do whatever she wants with her body.
It's called looking at examples.
Women been twerking in this look. Women been twerking in the South before it was on TikTok and Instagram everywhere. Twerking was just a way women in the South dance to some type of music.
Do you understand why other countries don't allow this type of stuff?
Because they under Sharia law and it's their religious system.
Real quick. I want you to clarify this, Robert. So we're gonna take your point and we're gonna run with it. Like, because you're not hearing my point and you're not seeing what I'm trying to say. Let's walk your point out to its logical conclusion. In other countries, they're not allowed to do these things. So now, how do we make that happen here? So tell me, like, practically. Now, if you say, I don't know how, then we're done with the conversation. And that's cool. I'm okay with that. There's no shame. There's no disrespect. But I need you to tell me how we operate in the United States to get the same outcomes. Because to get the same outcomes, you got to get the same inputs. Tell me step by step.
We need
shame
less,
that's not.
We need less freedom. We have
take away freedom.
We have too much freedom.
Okay.
Too much. We need the results.
Okay, what freedoms do we need to remove?
Yeah, what freedoms? Let's go step by step. What freedoms?
For one, we need to go back to censoring a lot of things on television and on social media. These things need to be censored. The reason why is because influence. Your parents don't have as much influence on you as the environment. This is why preachers' daughters can turn out to be some of the biggest hoes, because you have outside influences that can come in and take over.
Okay, so
yeah.
Media censorship is one. What's another way? Is that the only way?
Do we ban the manufacturing of certain styles of clothes? Like no short shorts, no mini skirts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like I say, just as kids need structure, adults need structure. Because once you give adults too much freedom, this is what happens.
Okay, so we take away the hoochie clothes, no more Fashion Nova, censor
what about
media.
Makeup?
Okay.
Can we take away makeup? Or what? How much makeup? Like certain colors?
Yeah, but makeup doesn't make you a bad person. It does mess with some self-esteem. So, but
okay. And if a woman is twerking, now what? Was she in her regular clothes? She not in Fashion Nova clothes. Yeah. She not doing that. Okay, say she just at the mall and the song come on and she twerk.
Yeah.
What happens?
What's the enforcement look like?
It doesn't need to be in public.
Okay, so if she do it in public, then what? Because some people gonna do it. Yeah, I mean, if there's a rule, somebody's gonna break.
Somebody's gonna push the law. What's the punishment for public twerking? Public indecency.
I don't know about all that.
Make it up. Make it up.
I don't know about all that. We just talking about solutions.
Right. So but there's always gonna be somebody who break the rules, right? For if every rule set, there's gonna be somebody that break it. So that's where the enforcement comes in. Like if anything,
gotta have a stick.
Right.
Okay. So when you say that, when you say stuff like that, it's almost like you're saying, "Why even try?"
No, it's not why even try. But if you're gonna,
we're asking you to figure. We're asking you to work through the thing that you're introducing. You're saying
that's part of creating. That's part of creating structure. You have.
But that's what I'm telling you. But when I tell you that, you say, "Well, people, what if they don't want to do it? What if they gonna do it anyway?" We can't think like that.
No, that's how you build structure. You can't make
like don't worry about how we feel about it. We want you to work out. We want you to work through the steps. Build this out in your mind so that we can get a vision of it. Don't worry about how we feel about it. Yeah. And even if we push back, we're pushing back on the idea. So allow us to push back on the idea to pressure test it. Like, does it make sense? People are going to break the law. Even the Sharia law, people break it. People still go to jail. So what we're saying is valid. So like, don't take your example personal. It's just a thought exercise. So let's work through your thought exercise. You're saying let's adopt some of these foreign values to us. Let's work through what they look like. Yeah. So when somebody breaks the law in decency, what will that look like? Will it be a warning? Will that we take away their social media? Will we put them in prison? Will there be a fine? Like, what is it? Practically, what can we do? Because we want to make this happen. What does it look like? What do you think will be your best idea on solving that problem?
Probably fines. If they're wearing improper clothing, you probably have to fine them, because if we don't want to be too extreme, and this is why I bring up other countries, because you have to follow some kind of model. In a lot of these countries and religions, just like Muslim religion here, their women dress a certain way. Okay? They have to purport themselves in a certain way. That's what we need here. Because anytime you give somebody a little freedom, they try to, go a little more and a little more and a little more. It used to be a time where they didn't show nudity. Then they start showing a little boobie, and then they start showing a little backside, and then it started to become full frontal nudity.
So the model is Muslims. Is that a model that you would basically say we should take on, or you just think we should take some parts of it? Because a lot of what they feel like why they do it is not because of, well, there is the enforcement, but you should want to do it for God. But if you don't do it for God, now we're going to enforce it visibly on you. It would have to be some model with
but
that.
I'm for whatever model makes you a better person.
So here's my thing, right?
Uh-huh.
No, okay, yeah. So here's my thing, right? Because as far as you talking about, right, we're talking about models and everything else. Here's my thing. Here's the one thing I can push back on, because since we're in America, there's too much dang models, because there's too much of everybody here. So ultimately, you trying to take a model from everybody else, but yet, because let's be honest, there's Euros here, there's blacks neither from here or neither from Africa or the Caribbean islands, wherever. There's Latins from their culture. There's Asians. You're taking, at the end of the day, everyone's going to subsequently indulge in their own backgrounds, or in this case, the morals of their ethnicity that they came from. But at the end of the damn day, America does not sell a universal structure standpoint. And even if it did, let's be real, it's already been broken.
I mean, it's a free country. So outside, you have the freedom
That's
of
the problem right
religion.
there.
Well, no, you have the freedom of religion, so you can practice your religion to the extent of the law. Which for here, you can't marry kids, you can't do this and this and that. So you will be punished, and it will be enforced in America. So you have you have the freedom to practice whatever you want because we are a free country. So it's a free country.
But
That's part of what comes with it, permissiveness.
Because even when America said we're a free country, if I took my values from my country over here and I started to marry a 14-year-old, you would say that's against the law. So ultimately, America's not even a free country.
It's a free country. It's a free country to the extent of the law. So you can practice your religion to the extent of the law. So yes, that's what I said. So yes. Though even those people can't come over here and practice they religion to the full extent as they would if they were in their home country. So that's just true. You can't come over here to America and practice to the full extent like you could in a country that's under Sharia law. That's just the reality of the situation.
And it's not. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but I was like, it's just like I'm listening to this, and it's like, why would any woman sign on to that? Like, why would any woman be like, yeah, let's go back to that? Like, it benefits us. Like, not like.
It's
just not a good ask. It's not.
Think about what's happened to the American woman, especially the American black woman.
Yeah, it's been great.
Okay.
No, for real. Like, no, we can make money. We have freedom to make money. We don't have to be married to have certain rights. We can go out and carve our own path. God forbid a man can't provide and abandons us and our kids. We can go out and potentially make really good money, even in spite, and still take care of our kids.
Hey, Rshaun, listen to what she just said. She said it was great.
It's great. Yeah.
She just said it's great. But you know what I see? I see a lot of kids with messed up, dysfunction households.
Absolutely.
I see black men and black women not loving each other anymore.
Right.
Marriage rates are super low, and Bree just said it's great. Do you understand?
We good. It's great. Now I have my worldview. I'm good. Like, we're great.
Okay. Everybody else is suffering, but
not everybody else. Not everybody else.
No, that's what I'm talking about, Roberto. Like, you're like when Bree earlier talked about people externalizing and projecting. Like, a lot of the people that you're talking about are happy to make those bad choices. You see it as suffering because it impacts you negatively. But those people in those situations, they do so happily. They have unprotected sex happily. They have they drink. They get drunk happily. They abandon their kids happily. Like, society suffers. But the individuals, if you ask the individual whether they would want to sign up for your boot camp or to keep making their bad choices, 10 out of 10, they're going to keep making their bad choices.
Rshaun, she just said it's great. Do you know who's complaining? The men are complaining. The kids are acting out. She said it was great. Think about
my side is great. You can't even believe that I can have a different perspective from the people I know and I'm around. That is great.
Listen, people are, the black community is suffering, and you're saying it's great. The women.
No, I didn't say the black community. I said this over here. You said our women are suffering. I say I myself am a woman. I have a lot of female friends who are doing great. So you can't just be like everybody's suffering. That's just not true. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying the women are great. Okay, let's say
if you ask them, they doing great.
Okay,
they would tell you that.
So let's say the kids continue to act out. your sons are continuing to get gunned down in the streets with gang violence. The men are study complaining about, not being able to find a good woman here in America. You're saying it's great. Everybody else is suffering. That's some selfish stuff right there that you're saying.
I mean, so you seem to be talking about a specific demographic of Black people.
I'm talking
is what
about
I'm gathering.
general.
No. You talking about a specific demographic of Black people, something I would liken to the environment I grew up in.
You're making it
you're
personal.
talking about. No, I'm not. I'm just saying you're speaking about a certain demographic. You said they're getting shot in the street. They're this and this and that. That's a certain demographic of Black people. All Black people are not in that space. Don't exist in that space.
I'm speaking in general.
You can't, because all Black people are not monoliths.
No,
all Black
that's
people
not what general means.
Okay,
that's not what general means.
Okay, so what subset of Black people are we talking about?
General is talking about a very large overview of things. And the Black community is suffering, regardless if we got a few millionaires out here, regardless if we got a few Black communities that's doing good. In general, the Black community is suffering.
The Black community is low on capital. I can agree with you on that, and that causes certain outcomes because of low income environments and where they breathe.
Low on morals.
We low on capital too, and that's probably worse on us right now because of capitalism.
Our women would rather have our kids and have no husbands. This is what's going on in our community, guys. Like,
I mean, I agree with you, but I think that, like you said, we're low on morals and low on capital. Like in capitalism, if you low on capital, that's more detrimental to you than a value system. We got no capital. Black people don't have no capital. It went down last year. It went down. We went down.
Having less money has nothing to do with wanting to shake your behind on a camera.
Does it? No, because sex work, OnlyFans, prostitution exists more in environments of low income. It's a way to make income.
Shooting somebody over a color has nothing to do with low money. Because let me tell you,
it does.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because the colors.
Because
Roberto, why are they wearing the colors? It's a gang. What do gangs control? Territory. What does territory mean? Places where you can operate, sell drugs, steal. All of it's related. I'm gonna tell you what's happening, and you may not accept it, but I'm gonna just say it. You are taking items that are connected, and you try to separate out one thing, like it's not connected to the other parts. If somebody's shooting somebody in the street, there's a reason. Either it's robbery or jealousy, crime of passion, or it's gang related. If it's gang related, what you said, colors. Gang related, that has to do with money. They're only in gangs.
Morals.
It's more than just morals.
No, it's morals. That's just an excuse. It's morals.
It's not an excuse.
I mean, it's morals, but when people are desperate for money, morals.
I'm broke now.
So why are you not killing people?
Because if I thought I could get rich by killing somebody and not go to jail, I'd probably do it.
But why are you not killing anybody?
He don't want to go to jail.
Because I don't want to go to jail. It's not because of morality. I don't want you to mistake me for a good person. I'm not a good person. What I am is I don't want the outcomes. I don't want the punishment. I don't want the stick. I don't want the force. I understand the mechanisms. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only thing we can do is either stick somebody or dangle a carrot. But those are not literal. Those are examples that work for donkeys, but for people, either you use force and power and punishment, beating, brutality. That'll get them to do what you want. If you cut off a woman's head because she's not wearing her burqa, the other women will probably wear their burqa. That's force, that's power, that's a stick. That's what you're advocating for. What I'm saying is let's go the other way. Let's go the humane way. Let's incentivize them by actually making something that brings them to the conversation and makes them want to be a part of it. So that way the choice is willing. When they make a willing choice, like what I'm actually saying is Let's follow the Jesus model and not the graceful, loving model, and not the authoritarian Roman Empire oppressive model. Do you know anything about the Bible, New Testament, Jesus? I'm not sure of your background.
I don't read the Bible. I just know the overview of it, but I don't.
All right. Have you ever heard you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay. So same principle. It's better to catch somebody with the positive reinforcement than it is the negative. It's more of an attractant. They're drawn to it. The other things, you have repulsion. You have things that repel. You don't want to repel because people rebel. It's psychology is what I'm saying. Like I'm talking like scientifically, the people who have mapped and modeled our minds, you cannot keep oppressing people. Have you heard of Haiti, the Haitian Revolution? Have you heard of Nat Turner? Have you heard of America, the United States? We're here because of rebellion, because of oppression, because somebody wanted to enforce their rules. The United States that you're complaining about right now exists in retaliation to the crown of King George. We didn't want to keep paying those hefty taxes. We didn't want to keep being beat with the stick. They could have incentivized us, but that's not how control works. Control doesn't like incentive. Control likes power. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you exert power over women to try to get them to do what you want, you're going to get the same outcomes. They're going to rebel. They're going to fight back. They're going to subvert.
It works for other nations. It works for other races.
So listen,
they have to have
if it works for them,
we're the only.
Roberto, hold up. You made a point. It works for other races, and because, like I said, we're recycling. And I don't know about you. I know we don't spend a lot of time on panels together. I really don't like repeating the same points over and over. Like I really, I like new stuff. I like new stuff. So we're on the same point again. Yes, other countries do this. Yes, it works. Yes. Force, control, physical domination works. We know because we were slaves for over like 300, 400 years. We know it works. Is that what you want to do? Yes or no? Real quick. Don't elaborate.
Yes.
Is what you want to do?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Then that's the answer.
Tell you why?
No, we don't need to know. We don't even need to know.
You don't need
if
to
you
know
just
why.
feel like if you want to express it, you can. But I promise you, to anybody on this panel, it's not necessary. Because one, it'll never happen. And two, it'll never happen. But if you just want to get it off because it's impractical, the floor is yours for like 30 seconds to clear that out.
Do you know what you're saying? What you're saying is, since you're saying all this beating and stuff, let me tell you something. Why are we holding children to a higher, to more of a standard than our women? Do you understand that it's okay for mama to beat your ass?
I don't beat my kids. I don't think
No,
that's okay.
I'm not talking about you. But in the
Now,
black
if we could, Bree, Wally, and Marcus pause. Let Roberto clear this out for 30 seconds because we're moving forward after this one because there's nowhere to go with this.
Because see, Rshaun is talking about the whole beating and controlling. Parents beat and control their children to try to raise them right. So, but that's not required for women that's out here doing bad behavior, being very disrespectful to men. They need some kind of control also. Because you know, when men act up, you know who control us? The system and the cops. So who controls the women? The kids get controlled. The kids, no, they don't. The kids get controlled. The men get controlled, but the women they get handled with coddled gloves. And this is what you have now. This is what happens when you tell women what they want to hear, treat them like queens, even if they're behaving badly. This is why this stuff only happens in our community. This is why we don't have a grasp on our women, because of that kind of mentality. Everybody else don't have this problem. Yeah, they might go inside a woman's head a little bit and this and that, but they women ain't acting like ours. And now we up here talking about we need to build ourselves up so they can love us. Come on, man.
Okay.
Can I get in here?
Hold up. Wally, hold up. I'm gonna tell you what's about to happen. I'm gonna let Marcus speak. I'm going to instruct Marcus We are not advocating or speaking about the physical beating of women in the United States as a mechanism to get them to act the way we want to. That's not what we're advocating. Anybody that's listening, that's Roberto's perspective. That's his perspective. I understand what he's saying, but again, I say that's not the current model. That's not something we can absolutely do. The reason I know he rejected my build ourselves up point, but build ourselves up because if we did that in the black community, guess what would happen? The cops would get us because we have no power. So without their permission, sir, can I please get my wife in line because she acting up and twerking in the club and I wants to hem her up, but I will go to jail if I do without your permission, sir. Can I kindly have your permission, sir, to go upside her head? That's what you're talking about. And that's not realistic. That's silly.
I'm not saying,
but I understand but it doesn't matter what you're saying because the only way to get control of a free person that has a choice, there's only two mechanisms. And I know you don't want to accept this, but I promise you there's science to this. There's only two roads. There's only two to get a person to do what you want. There's the negative reinforcement. There's the positive reinforcement. Because neutral reinforcement would be nothingness, apathy, nothing, empty. I don't care. That's what neutral is. So there's either negative or positive. Now, within negative and positive, there's a wide spectrum from saying, could you please, to buying somebody off, onto negative, to threatening them, to harming them, to penalizing them with laws like fines. That's negative reinforcement. So even the things you said were negative reinforcement. But I know you probably haven't heard these ideas, that you haven't been challenged in this way. But I promise you this stuff is science, it's psychology. But we're going to step away from that. We're going to step away from the way the other countries do it. We're going to step away from that entirely. Wally's going to come in after Marcus. Marcus, say what you have to say, and then we're going to move forward after Wally.
Well, I just came by overall just to swing by and show you some support, Rshaun, Marie, and Wally, and nice to meet you, Roberto. What's the question, or what's the topic, real quick?
Yeah, so Marcus, I said this at the very beginning of the show. Anybody that was not listening to the conversation and came up, they would have to just sit and listen to the conversation until they caught up. So if you go ahead and chill for a minute, Wally, go ahead and jump in.
Right. So here's just my thing, and I'm not even going to continue with the conversation overall because it has just really stretched out. But I mean, the comment earlier, I think Take It Home podcast said earlier, twerking is just not ultimately just amongst the black community. Once again, I agree, because once again, if everyone does the crap, everyone does the crap. It's not singular to us. So that's just one thing we have to really stop, entertaining or even mentioning. If it ain't singular to us, then don't mention it, because it's singular to everybody. It's just, well, not singular, but it's open to everybody. That's what I meant to say. And on another point, honestly, I'm willing to sit here and say this. Listen to this alone. Like, listen to this conversation alone. I honestly can sit here and say, just freaking move your own path. Build your career, build your business, cooperate, connect with people, build the relationships, and move forward. Because at the end of the damn day, who fucking cares? Who just fucking cares?
All right, so we are ending the conversation about power. A very interesting conversation. But listen, we are probably, and I appreciate you for coming up, Mark, to show support, man. But yeah, we were at the end of a long conversation. That was, a lot was going on. So I definitely appreciate it. Next time, or anytime on my channel. I know you got a lot of channels. I appreciate the time, but if you come up, please know what we're talking about. That way we ain't got to backtrack. Man,
I got you, man.
Appreciate the bits. Nova Rainey with the, what does that say? Does that say 5,000 bits?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now listen, I'm probably about to offend some people. All right. Listen, this is Bree. You're probably not gonna like this. Mezzo, you're probably not gonna like this. I want y'all got 3 minutes. Y'all got 3 minutes to chill. If y'all need to go take a bathroom break, get a drink, Y'all got 3 minutes. I got to play this clip for Nova real
Rest
quick.
in your femininity right now.
Nova, I appreciate you, bro.
I want to ask you a question. Can I eat you? For me to get a bit closer to you than I am now. Are you okay with that? Is that okay with you? Okay, good. All right.
Here you go, Nova. She gonna pull the negativity out of you, bro. Dre. Shout out to Nova with the 5,000 bits. Man, had to get the ASMR, y'all. ASMR. It's therapeutic.
5,000 bits.
5,000 bits.
That was the longest short ever.
Boy,
Yeah.
bits. Appreciate you. I don't even think that was the bits thing, but I had to do it. Oh, here's the big bits. Hey, Nova, you getting all this love, bro.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism is back. Showing love to all my donors and supporters. We've been at it for 2 hours and we still got donations to go through.
Give them the bits. The bits. The bits.
You got some tig old biddies.
Some sort of human code. They were out of tig old biddies signs.
Tig old biddy. God.
The bits. The bits. The bits.
See, I get love. Y'all focus on the hate, I focus on the love.
The bits. The bits. The bits.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot.
I got another donation.
Wow, that's a lot.
Donations. 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 Donations.
I'll take that.
Gifts. More gifts.
Show me the money.
Are those
Wow, thanks.
That's so you! Show me the money! Show me the money! Yeah, motherfucker! What you gonna do, Jerry? Show me the money!
Yeah, man. Thank you for showing me the money. Nova Rain with the 5,000 bits. Yo, big love right there, man. Appreciate you. I had to show all the love back. Yeah, appreciate it. Had to do something for the Brody.
Fair use.
Shout out to Nova. Drop it. 5,000 bits. Hey, that made my neck hurt too, man. He dropped that money on my neck.
Yeah, I almost made you get up and twerk some, huh?
Man, I was about to twerk.
And I would have left.
Brother Darkness was on his stream twerking that time.
Yeah, he was. Who gets donations right now?
I tried.
Donations. Yeah, so we be having fun over there on Twitch, man. So we got clips and stuff with music in it that YouTube is just not friendly to. So we be having fun on Twitch. So I know a lot of the YouTubers can't come over to the Twitch side, but I promise you we have a little bit more fun, reactions, things that I just can't do on YouTube. But definitely appreciate all of y'all that are here tonight. Thank each and every one of you on the Twitch side and the YouTube side, both sides together. Good looking out. But now we are moving on again from the power dynamic. I really don't want to get into more of the topic. Bree, how's your time looking? Did you want to step out? Did you want to talk about something else?
My husband doing a raid on Destiny. He ain't paying my ass no attention right now. They trying to beat this raid before he get deployed again. And my kids are asleep. They already ate. I'm good right now. I got probably maybe it's 10 o'clock. I probably got 30 minutes. But...
Got you. So I mean, we can slip into something because it might get heated, but let me go ahead and bring it up because Roberto was talking about morality, and I get it. But a lot of our morality in the Black community, we started the conversation. Let's finish it out. A lot of the morality and the principles, even though people have adopted these worldviews, they don't know that they're influenced by Judeo-Christian value systems in some form or another. They don't know that. I mean, Christian, they say America's a Christian nation. So whether, like you said, Judaism, Muslim, Islam, Nation of Islam, or Christianity, a lot of the influences of our values and morality, even from the culture of the United States, as far as not killing, thou shalt not kill. They used to have the 10 commandments at courthouses and in schools. A lot of these things have been, thank you, Kenzie, and a lot of these things, again, stemmed from the ancient Near East and Abrahamic religions, and they have influenced, they have shaped our worldviews. Roberto has this perspective on power control. And like I said, I agree with Roberto. People do need discipline. People do need control. People do need governance and oversight. But what does that look like? The Bible tells us that all needs to be from within, not from outside of yourself. Because anytime you anoint a king, anytime you have a king, there's corruption involved. Anytime somebody else is exerting their control to keep you in line, it always leads to subjugation and oppression. That's something we can't help but slide ourselves into because of the nature of man. So all governance has to come from within. Religion is important in that way because it gives you a code and culture from within. The principles of Ma'at Speaks, who I'll be speaking with on Thursday. So check out her channel. If you're on the Twitch side, I will drop the link to her channel. So make sure she's only YouTube. So check out that link, subscribe. I will be over there Thursday, probably 6 p.m. Easternish. Otherwise, check out, she wants to instill a code and culture based upon the Kemetic principles, the Ma'at 42 affirmations, positive affirmations. I think they have negative affirmations as well. But it's similar to the same things. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie. Or I have not killed, I have not stolen, I have not lied. That's the opposite affirmation. Those are the same things that you'll see present in the ancient Near East. The thou shalt not kills. I'm sure Islam has a similar tenets. Things like that. So we're going to talk about the religion. We're going to slide into it and how it influences the Black community. So, of course, I want to start with Marcus about how religion has influenced and shaped the Black community, man.
You notice how he did that segment? You know how he did it like that? He's trying to do me dirty like that. He's trying to set me up. Yo, everybody unsubscribe from this motherfucker right here, man. Fuck this. No, I'm just playing.
No, but I mean, you spend a lot of time on panels that are people that are run by Black content creators, people who may or may not subscribe to Christianity, may or may not practice it. Even if they subscribe to it, they don't practice it. We don't know their degree of devoutness, and I don't want to speak to that. But it does influence our culture, our character, the things we say and do. Even if it's like Bree says, the shadow. Even if we do it and feel shame about it afterwards, it does infiltrate a lot of our lives. So from the conversations, and you've been a part of a lot of conversations on a lot of panels, how do you feel that within the Black community, from an outside perspective, an adjacent perspective, an ally perspective, how do you feel Christianity shapes and molds or influences the Black community?
In my perspective, the way I've seen it, I think the way it usually molds people, especially, since it's just sticking into the Black community, I think it shapes them in the way that they want to maybe fit into a tribe, and something that could be sometimes viewed as a positive, or sometimes in a way of desperation. A lot of times people find religion, quote unquote, in general, either because of the necessity of belonging somewhere, or desperation because they're in trouble somewhere. And I think maybe that's why, especially in the Black community, which I do admire and I do respect the fact that they can surround themselves on Sundays, and they share a level of energy and a level of being able to put it all out there, which I do respect and I do admire that. There's churches where they're just chill, low level, mild mannered. Then there's the high praising one. Then there's the one that's in the middle. So, that I think that's pretty cool and dope.
I appreciate that. Wally, what are your opinions about how Black people embrace and employ religion in our culture, in the way we speak, in the way we act, in the way we treat each other? What are your opinions? And then we're going to Roberto next, please.
Shit. I feel like Marcus right now. I don't know why the hell you brought this shit up. I don't deal with this garbage. Oh my goodness.
Oh, so why not? Let's answer that question. Why don't you participate?
I mean, look, why I don't participate in religion? Well, once again, I say this is an organized construct. It's not really just a universal construct. And well, basically, it doesn't okay. My thing is this, right? We sit here and say the good book is the book of God, and it's the structure that we should follow. But my thing is, well, when you start putting these taboo names of Christian, Baptist, and all these other things, last time I checked, they're not labeled on the Holy Bible as being the Holy Bible of Christianity, the Holy Bible of Baptism, the Holy Bible of Catholic, and whatever. So my thing is, once again, that just don't follow with me personally. It doesn't lock in. But even then, I wouldn't follow the book anyways, because they're just based upon a lot of things and visuals. It just looks so obtuse for me. But if I had to sit here and say, just for whatever I could take for what affected my livelihood, the one standpoint I can take on is similar to what Marcus said. The ability to families being able to sit at the table, being able to talk, being able to have some conversation. Basically the whole quote unquote Sunday dinner vision. Even though, let's be honest, when people shower, the whole dinner concept is practically almost every day on a table, but whatever. What else? I think that's honestly the only thing I can think of right now for time being, because I really don't. I really checked out of this.
No, I hear you. Now, Roberto, I know we've been saying, I know you didn't accept this for yourself, but we've been saying that a lot of your perspective has been shaped by that Judeo-Christian value set. And I'm not saying that you need to accept that, but where do your values come from, and what do you think about the Black community and how we embrace or operate within the religious and the faith sector? You're muted, sir. You're muted.
I think he's embraced the mute button.
I'm Baptist, and that's where I got my belief system from. I think Black folks, I think our community was way better when religion was our priority and it was the main influence. And what happened was in the 70s, that's when it went down. That's when propaganda in movies started to take over, and that's where we started to idolize certain propaganda. And as you can see now, hip hop culture start to influence our culture more than religion. This is why you see guys.
I think his signal cut off. God struck him down. Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
He's back. He's back. Here we go.
This is why you see it. This is why you see a lot of our men walking around looking like rappers or old rappers. In the 70s, a lot of guys started to embrace the pimp culture because we started having blaxploitation movies that would propagate this kind of stuff. So we went from religion to idolizing celebrities in the black culture, and this is what you see now. So we left religion. Propaganda is our biggest influence now.
Okay. I can definitely agree. Like I said, all the things you're saying as far as the identifying the problems, I agree with all of your identification of the problems. Like just so I'm clear on all the discussion we've had, I agree on all of the identification of the problems. Where me and you differ are on the solutions. So I just want to make that clear. Like I see all the same problems you see. It's not that I'm under an illusion. It's just I just don't see your solution as being viable. I see another solution, but it will require a lot more effort. So I don't want you to feel like I disrespected your perspective. I just don't agree with it. So I just want to make sure that was understood. But Bree, how do you feel about Black people in our relationship to the good father?
Before Bree go, I'm gonna have to go, guys.
Okay,
but,
Roberto.
Man, thanks for having me.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, Bree, I don't care what nobody say. I love the cat ears. Okay.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you for coming up.
Peace, bro.
Peace out, Roberto.
Let's see.
Go ahead, break.
I'm being
about the religions, about Sky Daddy.
I think as it stands now, religion has crippled a lot of people. I think religion gives you it's just I don't know. I think people look at it as like it checks some boxes.
Can you expand on why? What do you mean by crippled?
Yeah, like if I check these boxes, I'm good on life, everything. I mean, it was always about a culture or relationship with God. But I think people translated it to if I check all these boxes here, then I am good. And it became more of like a lazy thing. Like it lost a lot of the like regard, like the high regard, like you know what I mean. I think the principles that religion is supposed to install in you are supposed to transfer out into how you behave and how you interact with the world. But I think that stopped happening. So then it ended up crippling people because then people just said, well, if I show up and do this on Sunday, I do this, I do that, I'm good. And that was the standard to which they feel like they don't have to change or do anything. So I just feel like it ended up crippling a lot of people. The principles aren't really sinking in. And that's probably due to how some of the religions just kind of, I don't know, are structured to some degree. Like you're not really getting a good understanding of the whole picture. You're just hearing like tidbits when you go in. So generally, I think religion is like, it's hard to try to make a standard for a lot of people. And so usually when that happens, you have to water things down or you have to make it like to a certain level so that everybody can get the message. But I think at the same time, that's kind of crippled people because I think people stay in that low level of reasoning and they never really get to the higher level where it's expanding out and really affecting like how you move through the world. Like I think the oversimplification needed for a large amount of people kind of crippled a large amount of people because they just kind of stayed there. So I think that's what happened to the Black community. And I think we have a lot of weird relationships with principles in the Bible that were oversimplified that are causing people to like be crippled mentally and hold on to some not helpful things because of a misunderstanding of a spiritual principle. So, I mean, I think that's pretty much what religion has done. And I think Jesus was not for religion for that reason. So
I definitely agree with for the most part with everything you're saying. I do think religion has like a crutch, so to speak. It's become like a mental crutch, so we're not thinking for ourselves. I think the concept of, like, they talk about my spiritual father, and they say like babes in Christ, and I can't speak for Islam, I can't speak for Judaism per se, but I know there seems to be like a mental infancy that people stay in. They never seem to try to progress and stay. There's a level that people stop at. They feel comfortable at. Like, I've got my salvation, I've done the faith, I've got the baptism, I've spoken in tongues, and I'm good there. I don't need to continue on to do the second great commandment. I love God, but the second great commandment is like unto it. Love your brother like you love yourself. I think that's where a lot of people that proclaim faith systems tend to fall short. They tend to stop at loving other people. So they're content with religion for themselves. But when it comes to the imperative of Christ to take that out into the world and to put love on other people, to, as we like to say over here, to F.U.G.G. We like to talk about fugging over here quite a bit, and I'm gonna put that in the chat on the Twitch side. We likes to F.U.G.G. It is to forgive, to understand, and to give grace. So we do a lot of F.U.G.G.ing, and that is a Christianic principle. I do believe that the principles, though, that can be found within that culture are relevant and useful to humanity, but I don't think they're applied properly. I think a lot of times, again, they stop short of wanting to do unto others. They always want to just do for me. So I think that's the flaw. I think but that's a personal flaw. We stop short of doing everything that was commanded. So again, that's just my opinion within the Black community. So I think it leaves us short. It leaves us short of the finish line of the work. Even in our own community, the building we can't do because we can't love and we can't forgive. I think there's a lot of building that we just can't do because our ego gets in the way. So that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
yo,
Real quick on the whole concept of F.U.G.G, F-U-G. Do you believe that can be applied sometimes depending on if the person deserves a consequence or punishment first, and then you get the F.U.G.G.ing?
No, I think F.U.G.G.ing is independent of the punishment, because F.U.G.G.ing does not require lack of justice. See, justice is separate. You can love somebody and that may require correction. Like, love requires correction if you're in relationship. Like, so that's actually, I'm glad we came to this point, because this is to complete the point I was trying to make with Roberto. To shame somebody or to correct them, there has to be a relationship. That's where the power comes in, because there's some relationship, there's some kind of connection, dependency. So that's what we need, and that's what's missing. So to correct somebody, to punish them, there has to be some level of relationship where you have the power to exert that. So you may need to punish them in love. It's just the punishment will look different because you love them. The forgiveness is that you don't hold it against them forever. The understanding is that you understand that they're human, and the giving grace is that you can let it go. You know what I'm saying? So like, Simon's popping up in the stream. I was never really mad at him. So I'm going to let him come up. If he's here to apologize, that's cool. If he's not, he'll just have to leave. But you have to be able to set up boundaries, even with people that violate. You can forgive, you can understand, and you can give grace, but the relationship is dependent upon the person and the nature of the offense. So the punishment may have to, continue on in spite of how you feel about it. So this real quick, man.
But that's the whole point, though, because within those limitations and boundaries, like I look at it in the way that regardless if you know God or not, people being held accountable, people being sometimes, yes, in the term of punishment, justice, etc. It has to somehow meet the balance. And so if you just let it be happening all the time, you just, okay, forgive and forget, whatever. Yeah, there's also sayings in the Bibles where David fought Goliath, and it also says that the man should go by the laws of the land. And in the laws of the land is self-defense, and sometimes that can result in death. That's unfortunate, So there's guys that go to the military. They don't go to join the, hey, I want to kill people. There's some twisted fucks that do, but then there's ones that just want to do the thing, experience life, meet brothers and sisters, all walks around life and get their training and whatever, and become that 1%er, and that kind of sharing that type of realm, that universe. So, I don't know. It's like that's where I kind of disagree with y'all. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I would just say that I don't see what you're saying is in disagreement, because again, if like self-defense, like that's not even a punishment. Like that's like that's self-defense. So that's not out of the bounds of any covenant with God, because God even instructed some people to kill. He even said, like, leave none alive, the women, the children, the animals. So that's not out of bounds for the God of the Bible. It's killing for no reason. It's killing for petty reasons. It's killing without a purpose that serves God, because that's who your will is supposed to be submitted to. So I don't even see I don't even see that you're disagreeing. It's just a different avenue. Like, because that's not punishment. It's like if your brother offends you or somebody offends you, that's where the fugging comes in. But if somebody's trying to kill you and take your life, you're bound to try to protect yours. Like that's just something that you have. That's your nature. That's your physical nature. And I also believe beyond the Bible that what's put into your body, your intuition, your reaction is going to make you want to preserve your life. That would have to be given to you by God too. So to protect yourself, I don't see that as a violation. To surrender your life, which is what the Bible spoke highly of, because it's so hard. It's unnatural to be willing to surrender your life. That's why people talk about, like, there's no greater love than who would surrender his life for a friend, because surrendering your life, which you're like nature bound to try to preserve, but surrendering for someone else, that's like the greatest act of love that you can do, which is why Jesus' sacrifice is looked at as so magnificent or profound, because he did it for people he didn't know. You see what I'm saying? So even like the people, that's why servicemen are revered, because they're putting their life on the line for people they don't even know. So again, it's that same model. Like, that's the greatest service, the greatest love, the greatest sacrifice, is to give your life for somebody else, especially somebody that you don't even know. That's the epitome of self-sacrifice. But I want to hear what Simon has to say. Welcome back, sir.
What's up, my nigga?
Oh boy. Now that's what I mean by a boundary. He couldn't come back with any level of humility or respect. He just had to be silly. It might have been trolling, but I mean, still, if you know you left out on bad terms, why not come in with a level of just basics. Oh well. So but understand that that's social deviance, antisocial behavior. So I just show, like, some people just refuse to operate in a capacity that allows you to be in relationship with them. And that's where, like, fugging, I don't have any ill will towards Simon. I will still watch Simon's content. I think he makes some good music. I understand that whatever's going on with him makes him want to react that way. And I give him the grace to do so. He just can't do it here. This guy.
That's how it be.
So I guess he's just gonna keep coming back.
I guess. Just saying weird. I guess he can just say it in the private chat. He said, "You're merciful."
Hey, listen, I
think it's been a good chat. I think this is gonna be a very continued conversation we're gonna have to have about some of the stuff in the community, because, like, I mean, it's been interesting. I've appreciated all the discourse and talking to people, because once again, I've seen a lot of what I've noticed as patterns in the community that I think is holding us back from progress, because, like, the world is progressing, like, things are moving forward. So I just feel like at some point you got to get with the program and, like, accept the reality you currently exist in, not exist in ideals, idealism, romanticism. Both are equally detrimental sometimes, especially if you're in a place of not having power, and that's where you're leaning on to just keep going. And we talked about nihilism and why some people may lead into romanticism and stuff like that. But I do ultimately think that, like, some of these conversations that we've had today is exactly what I be talking about. So I just feel like, okay, yep, it's definitely something that's happening. I like that we were able to talk through ideas enough for people to actually just say it plain. Some people, and like hearing it out loud, you're just like, yep, absolutely. Like this is what we've gleaned. This is what we've picked up on from the conversations, and nobody has been bold enough to just say it out loud. Maybe they just haven't been given the space to say it out loud. But it's like, yeah, when you hear it out loud, you're like, yeah, we're absolutely not doing that. So yeah, it was interesting.
No, I think that was necessary because we did get Simon. I know you can hear me because you keep popping into the studio. And I'm not sure why you feel it necessary to keep popping up here. You made yourself clear that I could ban you. I don't know how to do that in StreamYard because I've never had to do that with anybody. But I don't need you to come up here and play. It's unnecessary. Oh, it says here to apologize. Okay, now listen, I'm gonna let you up, man. Listen, if you can come and just be a person, like no jokes, just be a person. I'd like to hear what you had to say. But we don't need a lot of extra because, again, you've already been offensive. You've already been offensive, and then you came up here and played. I get people use joking and humor. I understand better than anybody. We use joking and humor to deflect our uncomfortable feelings. It's uncomfortable to be vulnerable and to apologize and to admit you're wrong. If that's what you're here to do, just eat that. And just say, you know, I messed up, or I was wrong, or I see your point, or I'm willing to think about your point later, but I don't want to cause offense. Whatever you want to do, let's sit the games aside for now, and let's speak plain for now as adults. Let's just be an example in this moment. All right? Now I'm going to let you up. Then you got that picture. Jesus, man, you just... Hello?
I mean, he could be neurodivergent. I mean, he might be
I
actually
don't know.
neurodivergent. Like,
we had that conversation. We had that conversation.
Like it might be. He might be.
Simon, if you can hear, do not come up without camming up. Do not come up without your cam being on. I'm done. I'm done. I think you're
Right.
playing.
I don't think he's here to apologize.
Yeah, man. What's up, big?
I mean,
but now you're just playing.
He strikes me as
I want to give you the opportunity. Yeah, I want to give you the opportunity, man. But now at this point, you're just being silly. And we're getting ready to leave anyway, so I got the time. We're getting ready to leave, and I can just let everybody go because I can get trolly too. You know I can get petty, but I'm trying to stay out of that headspace.
We be trolling on Twitch. Like, I mean, Twitch is trolling, but like, I don't know. He's so. I mean, always, social deviance, neurodivergence. I mean, these people exist in this space.
Let's just take a memory. Let's take a memory. Did I already delete that? Oh, I deleted it. God dang,
no, you got rid of
I deleted Rshaun's a dime. I just did it yesterday when I was putting in all these other videos.
Well, you didn't know me? He's a dime.
I'm a dime. I got the short one. I got the short one.
Sure it's a dime.
I'm looking for a dime. That's top of the line.
As far as Simon, I guess it's got to be.
Be gone, demon. Be gone.
Not even sure why we got to go out like that.
I mean, some people just don't catch social cues.
They don't, man. They don't get it. And that's why I'm going to do a stream on stupidity.
That's why I tell people don't drink and do drugs.
I'm going to do a stream on stupidity.
Like that. He might just be built different.
He might be, but like right now at this point, I just got to call the man stupid. I'm going to do a stream on stupidity. Why are some people don't get it, and they don't know that they don't get it? They don't understand in what they call it, the Dunning-Kruger effect when they study. Oh, read. You want me to tell it? I got you.
Read, nigga, read.
Because people want to play when it's unnecessary, but
Nigga, please.
But when people like Simon come around, I always think about the great philosopher. I know he has some troubling political leanings, but he talked about people like Simon.
They lie. They procrastinate. They avoid. They're grandiose. They're narcissistic. They're undisciplined. They're nihilistic. They're aimless. all of those things.
Got it, yeah.
Right?
Victim mentality.
Victim mentality. They take the quick way out. They pursue impulsive pleasures. They sacrifice meaning for expediency. They don't take care of their basic responsibilities. They fight stupidly with their parents. They don't negotiate properly with their spouse. They're bitter at work because they haven't said what they have to say. They haven't thought through what they're doing tomorrow. They drink too much. They smoke too much. They take too many drugs. They don't regulate their
work out.
So there's like, and
So
everyone knows, man. Everyone knows. And
everyone knows. And I be trying to be gracious with Simon because everybody, even somebody messaged me talking about he's always drinking when he comes up. I tried to chill, but I mean, since you want to play, man, I guess we got to play. Because it ain't just Jordan Peterson that knows how you be acting. Your own godfather, Dilly Departed, knows everything about you, bro.
When you saw how they interacted with other men and women, it was still like a combative teenager. It was still like an adolescent man trying to find his way in the world. At 40? Nah, you're too old to be acting like that.
I swear you too old. I know you too old. We all know you too old, man. But I understand why. Because
I'm emotional. Look at me. I can't stop crying. Inside my heart is
Damn British.
Bruh.
so listen,
Oh my
listen,
God.
Simon. The last thing I want to say. You don't need to come back around.
Well, I don't deal with British people. That pisses me off.
You don't know how to behave, man. You don't know how to behave. Yeah, because British people, not all of them, but Simon's particular.
Bro, I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters.
So, man, listen, please, man, please just.
my name out your fucking mouth.
Please. I'm going to chill. Now, Simon, like, please. Just mind your business. We're good. I'm not mad. I get people are crazy. I get people got stupid problems. That's where I got to camp you now.
Shout out to
now
Fish
you're
and Chips.
just, now I got to just write you off because you're that guy. Now you're going to be that guy. So I am going to be doing a stream on Stupid pretty soon. I won't make him the mascot. I'm going to leave Simon alone if he can leave me alone. I'm gonna push him to the side if he can just stay aside. Tomorrow I will be doing a stream after Kawaii Bree. We'll be doing anime wife life advice with Shy Cutie on Twitch, and which other
I think it'll be
Can't
on
relate.
Kawaii Bree Can't Relate. I've been
Can't
posting
relate.
them after lately, so because
Okay.
YouTube be funny about music. So
we got the sub from Shy Cutie. Thank you for the subs. We got to play the clip for subs. Thank you for the subs. What we got?
Not the
That's
3 minute one.
Gifted sub.
Oh, okay.
No, not the
So-
3 minute one. Gift the sub.
You know what you've done. Quite by accident, let me assure you.
Free sub.
Gifted.
Free sub. Thank you for giving me that.
Thank you for giving.
Thank you so much, Shy
Oh,
Cutie,
nice.
for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Good looking out. I appreciate you. So, Wednesday, Anime Life Wife Advice with Kawaii Bree. I will not come on until after Bree and Shy Cutie show is over. So I don't know what time they're going, but I'll be on after that with Yella. I'll be on Twitch and YouTube, dual streaming again tomorrow after they're done. Thursday, again, I'll be on My Aunt Speaks. My Aunt Speaks with her and Hanifa. To the best of my knowledge, just the three of us. I don't know who else will be coming on, but we'll be talking about, I can't remember. My brain is foggy. Simon got me in a different mode. Friday, we'll probably be doing something back on Twitch exclusive. And going forward, I'll probably be trying to stay on Twitch. Friday, I'll do the stupid stream. Yes, Fug It Friday. Fug It Friday, because you got to fug stupid people. You got to forgive, understand, and give grace to stupid people. But forgiveness does not require you to lower boundaries and to continue to deal with them. It's okay to push people to the place that's safe for you and for your family or for your business. Boundaries are good. You can still forgive them. They can just not be a part of your life. You can understand them. They don't have to be in your business. You can give grace and give them room just as much, okay? So that's what we do around here. So Simon is just getting fugged, and he's just going to be the mascot, I guess. Man, appreciate all of y'all for being here. Hey, man, my bad. I mean, he wanted to play. I got jokes too. I got jokes too, but yeah, I really was. That's hilarious. I really was. Did JP make that sandwich? Oh, she was supposed to be sending me something too. She was supposed to be sending me something. But yeah, man, I will let it go here, man. Last words. We're gonna roll out. Critically sober. Marquez, man, tell us what you got going on, man. Any last words for the folks?
This was a perfect example of men resting in their femininity, yet some others are resting in their masculinity. This is a trial and error of people. Please don't do drugs and don't do alcohol too much because it will fuck up your brain. Especially coming from the Austin Powers of the world over there. If you catch my drift, I want to appreciate Rshaun. He definitely went through something traumatizing today, especially with that avatar with the big chest. I want to say shout out to Kawaii Bree 123. Thank you for resting in your femininity and your anime presence. Wally MGTOW Troll, aka the sponsor, advertisement, and lead CEO founder of Jergens and Johnson & Johnson lotion, because his hands sometimes do get lonely.
How dare
And
you, motherfucker.
aka Manuela in Spanish, aka hands. I want to say hit the link, like, share, subscribe to Rshaun on YouTube and on Twitch. Hit the Cash App, PayPal, also the Kawaii Bree. Wally, send him as much lotion as you can. And Simon, I'm sorry for whatever happened to you in the past. Who hurt you? Just respect. And with that being said, I am out. Thank you
Marcus,
so much.
Before you go, Marcus,
Yeah.
before you go, I actually, unfortunately, I stumbled upon a little bit of Wally's search history earlier, and I just wanted to give you a sample. Right?
Oh. What the hell is that?
Oh, hell. See, this is that bullshit right here. This is that bullshit.
Oh, it got better.
Wally likes getting poked.
Oh, you're the pokey.
That bullshit. It's literally that bullshit.
Oh, Wally, I'm shocked, Wally.
At the end with the dude.
Oh, Wally.
At the end with the dude.
Wally.
Wally, you better rest in your masculinity here, Wally, and say something.
I was not expecting that. Ooh, Wally.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plot thickens.
Dun, dun, dun.
We all like ASMR.
Yeah. Anyways,
Wally,
y'all make sure, Rshaun, make sure you, if you can, whenever you can, bro, maybe we can get in contact. Maybe we can run a stream or a topic together. Maybe give you the controls on something. Definitely interesting cat. Everybody that's listening, he always has interesting topics, and especially his acronyms. They cease to never surprise me. So I'm gonna say every time I say, I'm gonna tell my dog, my girl, hey, don't fuck it up. I might just fuck it up.
That's right.
I appreciate you all. Much respect, and have a good night. Be safe out there.
Bye.
Appreciate you, Marcus, man. Appreciate you, man. We'll definitely get in touch. Now, Wally, man. Now, if your hands are free to unmute yourself and don't have anything on them,
hilarious.
Go ahead and tell us your last words. Anything you want to get out, bro?
I have no last words. The only last thing I can possibly honestly sit here and say is, the world is where it's at today. Good day to it. Other than that, salute to you. It's been a while, bro. Other than that, for Marcus, I'm gonna catch your ass slipping. I'll remember this. Peace out.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Man, and Breeza Neal, I saw you pop in. I'm not sure if you're still listening. We had a couple of tense moments. I know people like those tense moments, a little bit of tension in the air. But go ahead and check out that replay. I think you'll enjoy it. We had a good conversation today. I think so. But Bree, I know we talked about anime life advice. If you have a time, let me know. But talk about your next couple of projects and hit us with your last words.
Wife Life Advice is at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Tomorrow with Shy Cutie, we usually run for 2 hours. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but maybe I'll take some topic out of here. I don't know. Some of them are so ridiculous. I don't know. But we may talk about something. We usually come up with it on the day of. And that's on Twitch for everybody. Follow me on Twitch. If you're there, you'll see it. And I've been posting it on YouTube like a day or two later because once again, YouTube be like, they be tripping about them copyrights. So I don't even know if I'm gonna stream it live on YouTube, but if you follow me on Twitch, I'll be over there. And outside of that, I have my birthday stream on Saturday. We be kicking it. I don't really be doing too many of these topics too much on Twitch outside of the tomorrow show. So we be having fun over there. We be kicking it.
Yeah, for sure. Now listen, y'all. I know y'all on the YouTube side don't be catching up with us on Twitch, but no, I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna leave that alone. Come over there on Twitch and spend time with Bree on Saturday. It's her birthday. Come and kick it, show love, throw bits like Nova did today. Thank you, Bit Champ. I appreciate you. And YouTubers, man, please just come over to Twitch and support Kawaii Bree on her birthday. 10-1. I mean, it's a trash Zodiac sign, but she's a really amazing person.
Boy, get out of here.
Ready for the birthday stream. That's what's up. But again, Wife Life Advice with her and Shy Cutie, who is right here. Boom. They have a great stream. I love the topics. Of course, I'm not trying to get married, but I enjoy hearing the perspective of married women because it's so different than what I would have expected. And hearing the difference between them and their husbands. They had an ABC conversation, and between the men and the women, we worked out with A, B, and C. It was crazy.
It was terrible. Yeah.
The men and the women see A, B, and C. Even that simple thing, A, B, C. They see that totally differently. And there was like a 30-minute conversation about it. It was so, but it showed the dynamics of conversation and how easy it is for us to have breakdowns in communication. So again, great stream. Thank you, Bree. Any last words on the topics or anything, or is that it?
Nah, I think I'm officially gonna go over with Hanifa. I'm neon green now. I'm not interested in being black. If I gotta be part of the community with some of this, I'm good. So now from henceforth, when y'all talking about the black community, y'all ain't talking about me. My name's Bennett and I'm not in it.
That was funny. I'm not gonna lie. That was hilarious.
I cannot.
That was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, that prologue before stream, who knew how important it was to this was just like a testimony stream. This felt like a testimony, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like calling stuff. We spoke on it and then it just manifests in the atmosphere. It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah, we spoke the intention of the stream, and it was just like it's like that day when I spoke the intention of my stream, and then the sacrifice.
And immediately somebody got blocked. Somebody got blocked immediately.
He had to get banned. So I felt like we spoke the intention for this conversation, and what better way to really have a conversation to get some real live, in time examples of exactly what you're talking about. So I appreciate it. It was fun, and woo.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you, Bree, and I will see you in Shy Cutie tomorrow from the chat, of course. But you have a good night. All right, everybody, we are getting ready to close out. Again, I want to thank you. On the Twitch side, we will not be rating out. I'm just going to end the stream. But again, I just want to reiterate. Tomorrow, check out Kawaii Bree 123 over on Twitch. She may not stream over to YouTube, may post it later, but check her out anyway. Come over to Twitch. It's just one more app, one more button, one more registration. It's not that hard, y'all. It's free. Then you can follow me. I'll be dual streaming Twitch and YouTube with Yella. We'll be having a conversation. Thank you. Let me hit the good night real quick. Hold up, y'all. Sorry, just doing something in the chat. I need an assistant. Let's see if that works. Nope, doesn't look like it worked. There it is. But to everybody, I will be on tomorrow with Yella, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll be having a conversation about the war on black men. So we will be having a conversation about that. I'll be picking his brain. I know he is an avid father's rights advocate, so I will be talking a little bit about that with him. Thursday, Ma'at Speaks and Hanifa. I'll be over on Ma'at Speaks channel on YouTube. She will be talking about celebrity worship and influence within the black culture, I believe. So we'll be talking about that, trying to unpack where we get some of our modeling from. I know we talked about religion, but a lot of us, because of the lack of religion, we have shifted over to worshiping idols, symbols, people out in the entertainment space. They even are turning into our political leaders. We're switching over to rappers and actors and looking up to them. So again, Twitch is just not for you. I understand. It's not for everybody. I understand, but I appreciate you being here when I'm here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That will be Thursday on My Odd Speaks, and Friday will probably might be my last dual Twitch YouTube again. I was over here for showing the love back to Sim Simma, man. Make sure y'all support Sim Simma RRP. Was definitely supporting the channel. I'm trying to get over to Twitch and everything, showing love with the donations. Thank you, sir, for that. So trying to always show love back as well. So Friday might be my last dual stream. This might be it. I don't know. This was a lot. This was a lot. So Friday, if nothing else, I'll be on Twitch and we will be talking about stupid people. Got some videos to react to. Can't really react to videos the same on YouTube. That's why it'll be on Twitch. I may try it, but like I did with the Game of Thrones, the stream kept shutting down every time I showed a video. So I really didn't enjoy that. That was a little bit much. So that is it. Otherwise, I will see y'all all next time. Have a wonderful day. And I will play Princess K's version of the intro as the outro again. And I'll see y'all next time.
It's been a one, and I need someone so high. Pull up and bring some, oh, with no brush on, and yeah, the pedals moving, and yeah, the cover's moving, and it's time for you to join the current. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friends. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. It's showtime. Come in and have a drink with the whole crew. Come on then, join the panel or draw from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit goods keep the whole chat lit. Ooh, oh, and soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here. You give us life, you give us love. That is why we hold you dear to our heart. Come and join the show, 'cause we need you to grow. So pull up a chair and share with us all of the things you know. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning in love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll come back again.
Be gone, demon. Be gone.